Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 2 Part 2 Chapter 153 The Slayer 2. Chapter 153 The Slayer 2. 1. The God's Glory. The God's Blessing. Ewing crossed the main bridge to get to Justin Point and ran into one of the church members. Perfect. Try to avoid them for now so we don't cause any trouble so soon. All right. He continued on his way to Justin Point, avoiding anyone he saw. After going through the entrance, briefly checked the report of the new information he got. Justin Point was currently going through a rough time. In shaking, Ewing said, "Bong, bong, bong, bong." They then heard the sound of someone painfully screaming. What could be going on there? Ewing asked. He then walked closer to where he heard the loud noise from to take a peek at what could be going on. However, he just couldn't take the sound of the cruelty. Every time he heard it, his stomach felt uneasy. Many of the soldiers in Justin Point gave up on escaping and decided to just deal with the misery. On one side there was wood piled up and burning in a fire. The thing that was burning was their religious order. "How cruel it is," the spirit replied. "No matter what, I have to finish what I came to do here." "True, but be sure to be very careful. They're very ruthless against enemies here," the spirit warned him. Ewing then went on following his plan. He opened a box he bought with him and took a few things out of it. "This is kind of small than what I'm used to." The first thing he pulled out of the box was a card. After the church members took over Justin Point, they replaced everything that existed there and put everything away in a giant storage place. It wasn't rare for trouble to happen after opening one of the boxes and taking the stuff inside. "And the most important thing," Ewing said as he pulled out his identification card. It wasn't usually an important thing. The church members didn't need one as their identification were in their database. However, for Ewing it was a very important thing for his plan. "Shall we get going now?" Ewing quickly went over the plan in his head. After getting his identification card, it was time to move on to the next step. 2. Quang, kick, quang. Kick. The sound of a drum filled the meadow, causing a slight vibration on the ground. In the horizon they could see an army of oaks marching. "We have to halt the army. Halt the army. Halt." The wave of oaks didn't slow down. "I have a report," said a voice coming from the center of the herd. "The call for all the warriors is now complete. I'll blow the trumpet again to assemble everyone. Before the sun comes up, the soldiers will be completely prepared." "Okay," the assistant said in reply to the oak leader. Although the oaks were still a bit weak, they were ready to fight. Ewing stayed in a place where no one could see him instead of hunting the oaks right away. Their leader then made another command. "Faster." "Yes, sir." "Is it ready?" "Yes, the sorcerers are also ready." "Great. The enemy won't be able to get away this time." "Good." Halcyon sat on a giant chair made of skeleton bones watching everything. He could see the flagpole that the oaks were holding up. They were ready to destroy the enemy and hang him from the flagpole. "Kuki." Halcyon reached out his right hand and called for his close friend Kuki. Kuki was originally the most humble person on the oak team. He wasn't like his slave, but he was very loyal to him. Halcyon couldn't imagine being without a friend like him. With the help of Kuki's advanced intelligence, they were able to come up with an effective plan to destroy their enemies. However, that's how Kyuki died. They couldn't even find his body. Halkan cherished the memories of the two of them forever. It was all the fault of those humans. The loss of him was a big burden for him to carry on his shoulders. After that he was determined for his soldiers to win and do their best to find Kyuki's corpse. Cake, pong pong. Halkan then clenched his fist and grabbed a 9-tier monster bone from the armrest of his chair and dropped it. The wave of oaks were getting closer to their war destination. Halkan then thought that if he knew that he would lose Kyuki, then he would have never done any of this. Halkan then got up from his seat. He looked towards the distance of the city wall. It stood tall and was very strong. In the past, when he first entered the area after the just-in-point attack, he was surprised at all of the architecture. Before, humans actually looked funny to him. Bikrin was a weird-looking human, but after hanging out with him often he got used to it, and the looks of humans don't surprise him anymore. He had seen hunters before as well, but he never seen an arrow explode before. He realized that there were lots of surprises in Just-in-Point. Obviously, the humans were very serious about getting the place back to normal. But he couldn't let that happen. I feel empty. Earlier he was confident that he would be able to easily defeat their enemy, but Sanjin Church members were putting up a good fight and not giving up so easily as he thought they eventually would. And of course, he just felt so empty without Kyuki. He couldn't even think straight. Halkan stayed up in a high fortress where he knew he was safe. Suddenly he was thinking different than he was before. Kyuki was supposed to be already prepared. Without him everything seemed to be crumbling down. Bikrin, I don't know what to do. Whoosh! Black energy then began to flow out of Halkan's body. The energy surrounded him, and all the oaks that he feared bowed to him in respect. That black energy was a challenger against Halkan until then. He was the biggest challenger against himself. He then discovered an ancient secret deep within himself. His blood was linked to the most powerful oak to ever exist. 3. I have a report. Sophir said to quickly catch all of the church members. All of the church members near the gate have been captured. The bishop's best follower had been decided, but he's gone now. They then looked at each other after hearing the report, and Sophir smirked. That was one of the things that they went over in detail during their meeting. When they entered that place, they wanted to begin their plan the previous day, but things went quite ready to go into action at that time. Now we can continue our plan and get rid of our enemies for good. Exactly. Good. There's one thing that I had in mind, she said, and the atmosphere around them then instantly became cold. Don't be shy. Everyone in Just-in-Point is on your side, aren't they? True. I can do this with no problem. No one will get in my way. Sophir then slightly lifted her hand. A mini whirlpool then suddenly appeared hovering over the palms of her hands. There was also a small light. Everyone in the room just watched while being speechless. Church is starting now. Yes, marm. She then thought about the mentions of a level 7 hunter being around somewhere. 4. It's been a long time since I've been here. Yi Wing then thought about his time with a raid team. In the past, when the oaks would gather, he would continuously shoot arrows. You were so risky back then. I know. I almost fainted. When he woke up, he felt as if he hit his head on some metal railing. When he got up, he saw the railing behind him. He saw the wide grassland and the herd of oaks. In that moment he knew exactly what was going on. Of course that wasn't Yi Wen's fault. There was something else behind the reason for it. He had no one to help him protect Justin Point that time, so he accepted the request for backup. Do they have much battle experience? Of course. However, you're still a lot stronger. I need to level up. Yi Wing replied modestly to the spirit's compliment. The spirit and him were currently resting while eating chocolate. Later they may not even have any time to eat anything. They sat there eating and resting for a few hours. Swoosh! Dozens of oaks then gathered into a giant circle. It seems that they were casting a spell. At the same time, they felt a strange vibration on the ground. Whoa! Yi Wing said, slightly surprised. The vibration then stopped. What are they doing? In the center of the oaks there was a puddle that grew bigger and bigger that resembled the Red Sea. A dark shadow then started to appear. At first the shadow was smaller than all of the other oaks, but as it came closer it grew bigger and bigger. There was then a huge cloud of dust, and shortly after it all blew away there was a giant monster. It's a monster. A third-tier monster appeared right before their eyes. It had long, sharp horns on its head. It seemed to have a build that was only capable of simple attacks. Was that it? Not at all. After that one they summoned more monsters. The other monsters seemed to have strength comparable to a fifth-tier monster. Yi Wing made sure to stay hidden where no one could see him. They summoned that monster with a spell. Yi Wing saw all the monsters suddenly appearing and knew it was a spell. It looked as if an entire army of monsters were being formed. The oaks then took out a card and seemed to have noticed something suspicious. No way, this has to be some kind of rare or self-made spell. Surely it was a brilliant spell, but there was something that he did not understand about it. The church members permanently trapped the citizens of Justin Point in Justin Point, and they somehow completely restored the place. Despite the last time he was there, Yi Wing never saw an army of oaks that big. Justin Point wasn't just some simple city. Justin Point went through a big change. Each person there had an advanced armed weapon and was ready to fight. The Slayer to the end. Chapter 154 The Slayer 3. Chapter 154 The Slayer 3. A few places were very broken down, but there was also a few places left that were just fine. Before he couldn't see their weapon, but now he could see them clearly. 20 missiles hit the ground, creating a big explosion. I have a plan. What is it? The spirit asked. The church members are using a rare item. They must have stolen it. So they're really powerful. Yes. But if they don't use it carefully, then something terrible can happen. At the moment everything seemed to be going well for them, and things were just getting even worse for Yi Wing and Justin Point. The monsters broke out of the Oak's military camp and went on their way to Justin Point. Hundreds of monsters were running like crazy. Later they finally reached their destination and began their attack on Justin Point. Stomp, stomp, quang, quang. A ray of light covered all over the Justin Point area they were attacking in. Even though they were just third-tier monsters, no one could defend themselves. There was a large shooting machine that they got to try and fight off the monsters. They did the best they could to try to defend themselves from the monsters. However, the monsters were really tough. Halkan was surely doing his best to succeed, but Justin Point is so shallow. Whoosh! Suddenly he heard a loud sound of a machine gun. Pung, pung, pung. Along with the sound of a gun there was loud monster-like wailing noise with a glowing blue flare that covered everything. He only focused on the blue light on one half within 100 meters, and that was enough to handle the monsters. Whoa! The spirit said. The Oaks don't even notice what's going on. I can't believe the church members didn't alert them yet. All I can do is wait around near the hot flames. That's what he did. The Oaks and the church members might have been preparing for another attack. Obviously they weren't easily going to give up on taking over Justin Point. Finally, their plan was working and the monsters were calming down thanks to their attack. Of course, there was no need for us to use a missile. However, I guess I don't know if the church members are going to alert the Oaks. How can the Oaks not know? I'm not sure. Yi-Wing then noticed an Oak sitting on a giant throne-like chair. He was sitting there and smiling at the sight of Justin Point, as if the attacking happening was just a big joke to him. I don't like those Oaks. Agreed, the spirit replied. Just seeing him sitting in his chair happy about what was happening made him angry. Those guys need to be more serious. Jake. Yi-Wing walked outside and tore an Oak uniform he found to shreds. He then saw shiny black armor. The armor covered the Oak from its neck to its ankles. The name of the armor outfit was Nightmare King. He remembered a time when Mr. H. Wang mentioned something about armor like that to him. I wish that I could meet someone with armor like that. Mr. H. Wang talked about wanting to meet someone who had the Nightmare King armor artifact. Nightmare King special set artifact. Onajian Yi-Wing. Talent protection. Although it was armor, it was surprisingly light. I wonder if this would be hard to control if I were to wear it. Yi-Wing then put the helmet of the armor on his head. It was a full-face helmet giving him complete coverage. It even had horns on the top of the helmet. Nightmare King Special Set Artifact 55 complete. Set effects. Movement energy 100% increase. Attack energy 200% increase. Protect power 50% increase. Hiding skill unavailable. Mr. H. Wang used to use that same artifact when he battled in the past. Aside from the hiding skill, there was a fatal penalty that made it impossible to use. But even so, Mr. H. Wang believed Yi-Wing could handle it. Yi-Wing put on all 5 parts of the complete set and could instantly feel the energy flowing through him. The hiding skill was impossible to use because the energy flowing through it overflowed and could be seen by anyone. After he began to use it, he noticed something randomly started to absorb energy. The Nightmare King set kept absorbing Yi-Wing's energy. In no time a total of 5,000 energy points from him were absorbed until it stopped, and the set was then ready for action. It's ready. Yi-Wing then prepared his arrows. Whoosh! He first started at an Oak, perfectly aiming his arrow in its direction. It's a simple welcome. Jake. He launched the arrow, and a trail of red energy followed along behind the arrow as if quickly flew through the air. He then used the energy to make spears that were up to 2 meters tall. Exploding arrow shower. Yi-Wing shouted. Pang, 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 quang, quang, quang. The arrows fell to the ground, causing multiple loud explosions. He thought that maybe people noticed the missile. If that happened, then he wouldn't have any explanation to give them about it. Swoosh! He then aimed at the Oak sitting on the giant throne. But it wasn't just any explosion. Multiple arrows flew towards him like missiles, creating multiple explosions. Everything was suddenly quiet. The Oak remained calm despite the loud explosions. Wow! Yi-Wing said. 2. Whoosh! Yi-Wing's attack caused a lot of damage. The Oaks then noticed the explosion. His attack reached 5 km far. In the past his attacks reached a little further. The Oak healers were helping all of the injured Oak soldiers. Although they were trying their best to save them, There were a lot more oaks than there were healers, so sadly they couldn't help them all. Their only hope would be to retreat. Everything was covered in blood. Cough. Halkan then quickly stood up from his seat. Even though their plan failed badly, he wasn't disappointed at all. The monsters had all been defeated and they were running out of soldiers. Halkan's plan was simple. Ugh, what do we do now? He said to himself. He knew a human had to be responsible for his plan failing, but he wasn't bothered. Before the big explosions he could already see that things weren't going well. I knew it. Suddenly he remembered something. Well, more like his body remembered it. It was stinging feeling on his hand that he had felt before. Maybe I should join forces with those humans. Halkan decided. There was nothing else he could do. There was a saying that he learned from Bikrin. Yesterday's friend is today's enemy. Those words didn't quite fit the situation. They're so stupid, he shouted. Why didn't the leaders back at the headquarters do anything to stop this? He went up to the control tower and yelled at the controller. Everything is ruined. So far the enemies destroyed our soldiers. Clearly no one was in a good after their failure in the battle. Who was that? Obviously it had to have been a powerful hunter, but who exactly could it have been? Sophia said, clearly feeling frustrated over the situation. But no one had an answer for her question. A woman then walked up to her. It was one of the Samjian Church's honorable collateral line families. Her name was Ki-Won. She was in charge of all of the information they had. My name is Lim Hyoner. I am the information advisor. The attack that just happened was done by a hunter with a powerful secret weapon. As we saw, it was a Misli that attacked everyone. The information we have on him in our profile is that he's a level 7 hunter. Sophia then shouted, Ugh, we need to prepare a secret weapon so something like this doesn't happen ever again. Of course, someone that powerful must be behind this. It's actually really amazing, one of the people in the room said. Sophia then said, It's the bishop. Hyuna then stood up out of her seat and shouted, We can never let him get away with this. Don't worry. This was just one failed battle also. How do you know who it is? Sophia asked, and everyone else in the room then also turned to Hyuna. It was also the first time they've heard anything about a secret weapon. Yesterday the logistics to Justin Point went accurate, but that was the same place where I found the bishop's secret information file. Really? Well then, what's his name? There was no information on his name in the files. It was just a code name he goes by called Fatal. Hyuna explained to them everything that she knew about him. His name is Fatal. That's a perfect name for him. How do you think we can catch him? Sophia asked excitedly. Hyuna then replied, I've heard that Fatal is very popular these days. He's a good warrior. True, everyone's a fan of him. Sophia never would have thought that he would be able to defeat those savage oak soldiers, but he was able to take care of them with just one weapon. Obviously he had something very rare helping him. Okay, we're going to have to be careful and plan everything based on him next time. Hyuna, find as much more information on him as you can. Sophia said as she looked towards the oak soldiers. They've gone through a lot today. The Slayer 3, The End. Chapter 155 Defense Match. Chapter 155 Defense Match. Defense Match. All right. Be careful. Yes, marm. The soldiers replied. Everyone from the new reinforcements will begin the charge. The gods will bless them with luck. Yes, sir. Finally, they were ready to begin the siege. Beep. All the oaks begin to march at the sound of a horn. On, bong, bong. There was the sound of a drum as the wave of oak soldiers marched towards Justin Point. It was time for the Oaks to begin another battle. The Oak leader and the Oak sorcerer casted a spell together. Whoosh! The dusk of the magic grew bigger and bigger in the palm of their hands. Bong, bong, bong. As the sound of the drum sped up faster and faster, the Oaks started to speed up as well. Let's go. The wave of Oaks looked like a tsunami heading for Justin Point. No one could stop them. They were surely prepared this time. Beep beep. Come on, everyone. Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. Justin Point was about to suffer again. The Oaks were more prepared than last time, but they were still very nervous. All of the weapons that they prepared were very powerful, but because they were new they weren't so good at using them yet. Since they were preparing for the battle so quickly, they only had time to learn the basics of the weapons. The Oaks are very tiresome, a guy mumbled while looking out of the window at the army of soldiers. There weren't any enemies around, but everyone was ready for a battle. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something. He then injected something into his arm. After injecting the drug into himself, he closed his eyes as his brain went blank. A few seconds later he felt a violently strong battle sense and his eyes shot open. It was just a simple battle feeling, but it felt as if all his other feelings were erased and that was all he could feel. The drug was almost something that was given to Oak's soldiers before a battle. They don't even consider the side effects after using it. Our Savior, the gods. He said a quick prayer in confidence. Suddenly dozens of reed beams came flying over his head. Swoosh! They were flying everywhere, causing injuries to the Oaks. Tons of Oaks were dying at once. It was like an Oak slaughter. Gods, be with us. The church members raised their energy force. 2. JJAC. Arrows began to show up out of nowhere as if they were waiting for the perfect time of the Oak's approach. Yi Wing even went up a level during all of it. He was happy about it, but also didn't really care because he was only focused on one thing at the moment. The spirit was standing next to him typing away on her tablet. It's very dangerous, enter. A few minutes after he pressed enter, there were answers showing up in the chat room. Doesn't seem like anyone suspects that it's you. However, a lot of them seems to be getting close. They either have no idea or only know your nickname, Fatal. Gosh, they're typing so fast. She shouted as she was getting frustrated with reading all of their instant answers. Fatal has really been gaining so much popularity these days. They even said that they expected you to come before the last attack. The spirit said, reading the chat room replied. Someone just wrote such a long paragraph. Ugh, it's loading slow. Why is this tablet acting like trash? The spirit shouted in frustration. After the tablet unfroze, she began to quickly type again. She then sent the message and waited for an answer that came in no time. It doesn't matter, but if it wasn't for the meteor, then so many people wouldn't know you or your nickname. You would have been able to complete your missions in silence. I guess so. Yi Wing replied as he was focusing on shooting arrows. Exploding arrow shower. Pong. Yi Wing was showing double the skills he were shown before. The Oaks were no match but were still putting up a pretty good fight. Thanks to his new armor Nightmare King, he was able to continuously attack without worrying about getting badly injured or losing a lot of energy. He was destroying the Oaks so easily. Mechanically his hand would stop every now and then because the arrows were so heavy. Pong. After a short break he then continuously started to launch arrows again. The oaks he were fighting were 2 times bigger than the ones he had fought before. They had giant shields to block off the attacks, but they were still no match for Yi-Wing's arrows. "Ugh, I don't know if we can make it through this," an oak said exhaustedly. Even though things were difficult, they did their best to stay prideful and not surrender. "Let's go through that open door." Ponged. They were stopped the moment they thought of going through the entrance to Justin Point. The oaks then decided to go through a secret tunnel opening. As they were making their way through the tunnel, they began to feel relieved. However, that didn't last long. An arrow stabbed into one of them as they were trying to escape through the tunnel. Only a few seconds after that, the other oaks began to get stabbed by flying arrows. Where do you think their headquarters is hidden?" Halkan asked as he stood up from his throne. "I don't know, sir," his secretary replied. Halkan looked at the view of Justin Point as if it was about to be torn to shreds again this time. "We can't surrender, we can't lose," he said, and waited a moment before finishing his sentence. "Get my armor and weapons prepared. I'm going out to war." "Yes, sir," his secretary said with a bit of a worried expression. A few minutes later he came back with all of his war gear. Bong, bong, bong. Other oaks then showed up by his side. They were much bigger than the others, and also looked a little different than the others. Although they weren't the same as the others, they all still had the same weapons. They were ready to put an end to the war. "Let's go," Halkan said, and they all then walked out of the door with him in the lead. As they walked across the battle, they walked by hundreds of army troops' corpse. Seeing that sight only made him even angrier. They assumed that the enemies had their most elite troops with them. However, little did they know it was only one person. Although there were a lot more soldiers on the Oak team, they still struggled to succeed. They couldn't even attack him once. But they were very nervous because they knew that they weren't as powerful as him. He was obviously a very powerful hunter. "Leader Halkan, what are you going to do?" Sofir shouted. "I'm going to alert the Missile Management Center." Missile Management Center operate the same missile port as before. The Missile Management Center immediately went to their control panel, and only a few moments later a missile port could be seen in the sky of Justin Point. A few minutes later the missile port was complete. "The missile port is ready." They finished setting up the missile port and alerted Sofir. Moments later a screen appeared showing Halkan and the others who went along with him. He was marching towards the dangerous Fatal. In the Samjian church he was known as a level 7 hunter, but they were never intimidated by him. They would definitely be able to get rid of him with a missile. At first they were jealous of how strong he was, but that quickly died down. Now all they wanted was more information on him to better defeat him. But of course he wasn't the most important thing at the moment. "Even if just Halkan could handle him, then that would be great for us." Defense Match, the end. Chapter 156 Defense Match 2. Chapter 156 Defense Match 2. 1. Sofir was able to help Halkan with the attack this time. For this she had to use a secret weapon. Halkan would have never ever thought that a human be responsible for such a weapon. Suddenly, they heard the sound of the army soldiers' leader shouting, "Prepare for the war, be sure to get your protection armor, everyone." When the attack in Justin Point happened, they were close to destruction, but that only lasted for a little while. "I want to hurry and see the outcome of this fight," Sofir thought. She would then be able to finish working with Halkan, but her commands haven't changed. "Aim every missile at Halkan." 2. So you came. Yi Huang said as he continued to launch arrows like a machine. He could tell that someone was there without even looking. Secretary. Awesome. The spirit was just walking, not looking excited at all. Bored? Yi Huang asked. The spirit then shook her head and answered. Ugh, I'm going insane. This is so boring. We'll be done here soon. Yi Huang replied. He then began to shoot the arrows even faster so they could finish up sooner. Thousands of oaks were lying dead on the ground. Wow, it's already been a few hours. Now we just have exactly 2 hours left. Let's try to get through this without a lot of trouble. Sounds good. The spirit said in reply to Yi Huang. But you don't have to rush, she said, trying not to burden him. Yi Huang then suddenly turned his head and saw Houghton. He was with a crowd of oaks. That was the guy who was shooting arrows the last time. Houghton said to himself. It was his fault the oaks and him almost lost their lives in the fight. Yi Huang wasn't paying much attention to them staring at him as he was focusing on shooting arrows. The only thing Yi Huang wanted was to break the friendship between the oaks and the church members. Seeing him in person shooting arrows made the oaks realize how powerful he actually was. They were even more impressed seeing how young he was. It was obviously they couldn't be him with what they've prepared. Spirit. What? The spirit answered without looking up from her tablet while eating candy. Get ready. It seems I'm about to have something else to do, Yi Huang said, and the spirit then replied with a surprised expression, another fight. No, not that. Oh, she replied in a bit of a disappointed tone. The spirit recently got a high level of energy, so she was always excited for a fight. Yi Huang then smiled and said, for this you'll be able to run as fast as you can, he said, and the spirit seemed to look at least a little less disappointed. Yi Huang and the spirit chatted about their plan and then quickly headed to Justin Point 3 kilometers away. Everything was covered with protection prepared for the battle. All of the soldiers were in formation with their weapons in their hands. Yi Huang then shot an arrow into one of them while still staying hidden. One of the soldiers shouted, drawing attention to the injury. In the past, Justin Point lost their leader, so the Oaks took over his position, and Halkan trained preparing himself for another attack so they would never lose again. Their hearts were beating fast. Currently the fight between them was with a superhuman archer. Although he was just a human, he put up a good fight. It was time for him to redeem the place that he treasured. Bring the others. It's time to attack. Pong, 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 pong. In that moment he began to shoot dozens of arrows at once that went flying all over the place, stabbing into the oak soldiers. The arrows shot up to a distance of 3 kilometers, reaching all of its targets. Pong, pong, pee-pong. Trails of energy trailed behind the arrows as they flew through the air. However, it was time for the Oaks to begin their attack. Domination attack. Their leader shouted, and the army of 500 Oak soldiers marched, doing their best to avoid the arrows. Perfect. Their leader Lucan led the march with a smile on his face. All of the Oaks followed behind him, heading to Justin Point to fight back. It was time to end the battle. Halkan was fully prepared and on his way. He began to start running the moment he was close to Justin Point. The second he arrived, he started to attack. Tack, 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 tack. He shot with a machine gun in every direction, barely even knowing what he was shooting at. He then became surrounded in black energy. The machine gun speed power began to slow down, but Halkan refilled it to speed up again. They aren't even going to greet themselves. Has it really come to this? He said to himself. Quang, 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 quang. He kept shooting with a gun uncontrollably. Justin Point was becoming a complete mess. The Oak soldiers went scared as they were actually there with a big surprise for him. "We have a gift for you. We've completed the order. Keep shooting." Pong pong. A missile was in the sky on its way down to Justin Point. But it wasn't just one. There were dozens of them flying in the sky on their way down to the ground. Originally, the missile was supposed to hit into the ground and take out a lot of enemies at once. However, that didn't go as planned, as the missiles were for hunting monsters and could only track down and attack monsters. What an inconvenience! Everyone was able to run out of the way and avoid the missile. Swoosh! The 8 missiles were getting even closer to the ground. There was a number of about 240, and every one of them were going to crash into an oak. Even Halcyon couldn't find anywhere to hide from them. Quang, 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 quang. Not just Halcyon or the Oak soldiers' leader, but the entire neighborhood suffered from the effects of the missiles. Hundreds of them hit the ground one after another, causing a huge sonic boom. Because of that explosion, hundreds of Oak soldiers and Oak's citizens died. Even Justin Point obviously suffered a lot. Bullseye. Yes. The missile control management team members and leader cheered. Things couldn't have gone more perfectly. All it took was on missile attack. The ground shook as if it was a tsunami. It was a fatal weak point for the Oaks. Their leader died, and most of the soldiers and citizens did as well or suffered from terribly severe injuries. The leader for the humans suffered a little too, but his injuries were able to be healed. "We win," Sophia said with a smile on her face. Halcyon died and the battle was clearly over. The church members and Sophia celebrated their victory. However, Sophia's co-leader started to worry about something. "Move. What is it?" Sophia then looked at the screen. All she could see was a cloud of smoke, but as it started to go away a few moments later, they saw an oak with an arrow sticking out of him. There was also a beam of green light shining down on him. That oak was Halcyon. "This can be real," Sophia said with an angry tone in her voice. They launched hundreds of missiles. No one should have been able to survive. It was too overwhelming for there to be any survivors. Everyone in the room was silent and hesitant to make any assumptions so soon. Maybe they could just be seeing things, or maybe they just made a mistake in their attack. Halcyon was still alive. Pong. Halcyon then got up and started to run. He was running for the wall of Justin Point. There was then another explosion. "Get him." Pong. Halcyon's entire body became covered in black energy as the explosion erupted, and he continued to run for the wall. Quang, quang, quang. The moment he reached the wall of Justin Point, there was a huge explosion. Whoosh, quang, 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 quang. Despite its loud noise, the explosion wasn't so big. However, the severity of that explosion startled everyone. All of the dust and smoke caused by it began to slowly clear away. Before it collapsed. Look out. Defense Match 2, the end. Chapter 157, Hunting for Prey. Chapter 157, Hunting for Prey. 1. Justin Point's wall began to collapse due to the impact from the explosion. Although it wasn't a harsh explosion, it was enough to cause such a disaster. Everyone put an offering on the altar. Halcyon, go. We have to go without him. All of the Oaks began to escape to safety. Their leader was suffering. They ran as fast as they could, and as the wall crashed down behind them. Quang, quang, quang. As they ran for their lives, they realized how useless such a fight was, as they were losing the entire city in the process. Oaks were running close to the very bottom of the wall and close to the very top. The pieces were stacking up like a pyramid as they fell to the ground where the oaks ran over them. The church members who were at the top of the wall randomly headed towards the bottom during all of the explosions, but were able to climb back up to safety. On the side of the wall that Halcyon was there was an entrance to the other side that oaks were going through. It was extremely narrow and hot due to flames from the explosions. Many of the oaks were on fire, but that didn't stop them from running for their lives. Justin Point was in a crisis. Someone then appeared on top of the wall. It was a hunter, just as they thought, who was causing those arrows. Currently Justin Point was filled with 4,000 church members overtaking the city. Anyone would think that one human would be no match for them, but clearly that was incorrect. Until now Justin Point was protected and ruled by them, but Yi Huing was ready to put that to an end. When the very first attack began, Sophia was standing in the lead. Behind her was 5 minions of church members with weapons in their hands. They would do anything for their precious Sophia. Tack tack. Sophia reached out her hand, and a small spark came from her palm. The beginning of that was very weak. However, a few moments later her entire body was covered with sparks exploding everywhere. A few moments after it went on for a while, Sophia spoke. Explode. Pong 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 pong. In the very moment as she spoke, the sparks began to explode and cover the oaks at the bottom of the wall. Pong. It wasn't just a simple harmless explosion. It was an electric shock that caused the oaks at the bottom of the wall lots of pain. The explosion didn't end there. Pong 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 pong. Instantly hundreds of oaks were getting injured and even killed by the explosion, and in no time all of the injuries and deaths added up to 50. But that wasn't even the beginning of it. Burn them. Pang 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 pang. Giant thunder-like streaks began to come out of the palm of her hands. The thunder streaks reached up to almost 50 meters and was enough to reach every oak that was there. The church members also helped Sophia by attacking the oaks while they were down. They took all of their weapons and their armor. Pang pang pang. Intense clouds of smoke were floating up into the sky. An orange light began to spread across the ground and surround the screaming oaks. Swoosh! Quain 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 whoosh! Many flames were falling onto the ground. There was a semi-big explosion as they fell to the ground, killing dozens of oaks each time. Quain 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 quain! However, of course the most impactful attack was the missiles. They launched more missiles, and they all began to fall from the sky at random times and powerfully hit to the ground. The missiles had a high chance of missing the oaks and not causing any impact, but if they hit Halcyon then he was sure to not survive. However, they went do their job very well. The oaks continued to run on the wall to escape to the neighborhood, with most of them, even Halcyon, avoiding the missiles. Someone else then attacked at them. Quain 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 quang. Church members. Help us, please. The oaks shouted for help, but no one came to their rescue. As the attacks began to aim at the wall, many oaks died trying to escape. Sophia watched nervously. The missiles could have been a big mistake on their part. If Halcyon was able to avoid them, then they made a big mistake. But how could he have escaped them? That would be impossible. Prepare the nuclear weapon. Yes, marm. Sophia shouted, and one of her minions went to request the weapon to be prepared. They flew through a special airplane route and retrieved the nuclear weapon, and quickly made their way back to the tragic scene. There it is. Halcyon mumbled to himself with an angry look on his face. There was a special weapon that he found that could help him. It was something that he remembered receiving training with. Darn it, there's no way this will work. He just stared at it on the ground for a moment. Although he was hesitant, he has no choice. It was his last hope. Ugh, this won't be good. Maybe if he was still in his throne, then it would be easy to simply command it. However, now he was in a different position. He couldn't just demand things, he had to think through the decision carefully on his own. His life depended on it. Halkan then saw something strange. While he was debating on whether to use his secret weapon or not, he saw that the wall had already completely broken down. It seemed to have been mostly destroyed by lots of arrows that he noticed stuck in the pieces. There was nothing left of it. He then even noticed a human leisurely standing in the distance. He couldn't believe it. The person standing there was still shooting dozens of arrows. It was impossible to count how many there were flying through the air. How could someone shoot so many arrows so fast? 2. Swoosh! There was an arrow flying towards Yi-Wing's direction. However, instead of hitting him, it just flew right by him. Quang, 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 whoosh, whoosh. There was a big explosion followed by loud screams. Yi-Wing continued shooting arrows with no interruptions. He didn't have to move his feet at all. The arrows did all the work along with his strength. Let's take a look now. They calculated the locations they haven't gotten yet and begin to launch some arrows in those directions. The oaks were very strong creatures, but even they were clearly no match for Yi-Wing's archery talent. Your accuracy rate is good, your strength is good, and your speed is the same as usual. Okay. So how will my level increase if I keep going like this? His speed would have usually slowed down by now, but everything was still going good. But those oaks were very far away, so that made things a little more difficult, but despite that he still wasn't too worried. It wasn't the same as trying to capture a monster. That fact was very obvious. Catching a monster would take a lot more strength and effort. Take it easy. Yi-Wing was killing hundreds of oaks. It was just that he didn't have to use such intense attacks like arrow shower to do that. Just the simple arrow attack would be more than enough. He then took the spirit's advice and started to take it easy. As Halkan watched from the distance, he was surprised to see that Yi-Wing was a bit of a cautious person. Halkan then suddenly started to walk towards him. But the moment he got close to him, bon kikik, hundreds of arrows began to fly all over the place. Pieces of the wall were still falling, and other pieces that were already on the ground were exploding into smaller pieces due to arrows flying into them. Yi-Wing stood from a high safe place watching everything. It lasted for a long time. His speed started to slow down, but the impact of the arrows didn't. He was ready to just stand and watch. Halkan then got close enough to see his face a little. Spirit. You ready? Yes, the spirit said excitedly. The goal is the same as before. I'm ready, the spirit replied. Yi-Wing then prepared to launch another arrow. Okay. Yes. Unique moving arrow. Whoosh. The arrow then flew up into the sky. There was a light of red energy around the arrow. It was a spirit. She was helping by making the speed of the arrow much faster than usual. Yi-Wing's moving arrow was already his fast arrow, so with the help of the spirit it was even more fast and powerful. After flying way up into the air, the arrow came flying down towards the ground. The spirit then let go of the arrow. A few oaks noticed the arrow coming towards them, but it was already too late by then. The arrow was flying to the ground at the speed of light. The spirit's hands then became engulfed with energy as she continued to focus her strength on the arrow. She then made a giant dense shield to block Yi Wing from getting affected by the attack. We have to find cover, everyone. Hey, it's that girl again. As the spirit stood in the distance completing her part of the attack, some of the Oak soldiers recognized her from when they saw her at the Dion clan's party that day. Jajak. The arrow was covered in energy being controlled by the spirit's power. The moment the arrow reached the ground, there was a huge explosion. Pond. Hunting for Prey, the End. Chapter 158 Hunting for Prey 2. Chapter 158 Hunting for Prey 2. 1. The Oaks had to find more support to protect them. With all the arrows flying all over the place, there was nowhere for them to hide. Many of their soldiers were already or suffering from severe injuries. Yi Wing and the spirit watched them suffer with no mercy. How refreshing. It is a little sad. If they had just done a little better, then maybe they could have made it through it. The spirit continued, making the arrow's power stronger. Let's keep this going. Jajak. Her power surrounded the arrows as they attacked the Oaks. They shouted in pain. Dozens of Oaks were dying at a time with the attack of each arrow. They were helpless. With Yi Wing and the spirit working together, they were unstoppable. Nothing could protect the Oaks. Even their shields were useless. Find safety, everyone, the enemy is after us. The Oak healer shouted for everyone to take shelter, but there was nowhere to hide from the spirit's power. Surrendering seemed to be the best option for them, but they were too prideful. Yi Wing continued to shoot arrows as the spirit continued to make them even more powerful than they already were. This is great, the spirit said, looking over at Yi Wing shooting arrows. She couldn't see exactly what was going on with all the action that was happening, but she could see that the number of Oaks were dropping. Yi Wing's plan was going very well. His arrow attacks couldn't be completely blocked by their giant shields due to big impact effects. They couldn't think of any way to defend themselves. 3,214 exp, 2,132 exp, 5,211 exp. Everything's going great over here, the spirit said to Yi Wing. She was finally able to put her new advanced high-level energy to use. It was just what they needed to properly execute their plan. After just eating chocolate every day and watching dramas on the tablet, she was happy to finally join in on a fight. She did use a little magic a few times, but that was something simple for her, unlike joining in on a fight which actually took effort. Yi Wing was even leveling up faster than before. Good, everything's going great over here too, Yi Wing replied. He was still holding up well with being able to continuously launch arrows. Kalkan was still watching in shock at how powerful he was. He was so distracted by his power that he wasn't even thinking that he was the reason their soldiers were dropping like flies. 2. Whoosh! There was a sparkle in Yi Wing's eye as he launched the arrows. Exploding arrow shower. Dozens of arrows then begin to fall from the sky at once. Yi Wing was shooting them at full speed as if he was a machine. Swoosh, 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 pong, pong, pong. The arrows were falling on to the Oaks like an intense rain shower. Explosions were everywhere. Arrows for the arrow shower attack shot randomly. Although it was useless, the Oaks did not give up on trying to shield themselves from the attack. They had lots of battle experience, but those arrows were obviously something they've never encountered before. Yi Wing's status window then showed up. He was currently at rank B on level 6. When his level reached 10 he would be able to move up a rank again. Up until now he's been waiting to reach rank A, but he still had more work to do until he reached his goal. The spirit then sensed danger coming Yi Wing's way. She looked over towards him and saw something quickly approaching him. Before whatever it was could get close to Yi Wing, something stopped it. A missile suddenly showed up from the direction of Justin Point. Shortly after that another one soon came towards Yi Wing's way. However, Yi Wing seemed to already sensed it coming near him and he didn't look concerned at all. Woo! He took a deep breath and shot another arrow. There was more power put into that one. Spirit. Yes. Let's make this one a little stronger. Okay. She answered excitedly. Unknown energy 5 increase. Unknown energy power 1000 increase. Unknown energy healing power 30% increase. Unknown energy skill attack power 50% increase. The spirit was at her strongest point. Her power had increased, so now her attack would be much stronger than before. A 50% increase. That was not an easy thing to achieve. She was prepared for more action than ever. Whoosh! The arrow with her power added to it flew through the air like an raging wave in the sea. She added just enough extra power for what they needed. Wow! Yi Wing stood and watched. Even he was amazed at what they did. It was the perfect plan for the missile in the sky. Don't let it reach the ground. Moving strong arrow. Ponged. The arrow fell from the sky and hit the ground, creating a gigantic explosion. The giant pillar nearby was completely engulfed in fire. Quang, quang, quang. Everything was going just as they planned. The pillar was what Yi Wing was aiming for. He used the strong moving arrow to get the exact results that he had in mind for the explosion. Quang, quang, quang. It was an arrow explosion like never before. Halkan could barely even protect himself from it. It was that strong. The explosion caused a lot of dust to appear covering the entire area. Later the dust cleared away and they were able to see the neighborhood. The explosion caused a giant hole in the ground that was up to 40 meters deep. Everyone was covered in blood from injured and dead oaks. What the heck? The oaks' faces were covered in fright. Even the oaks' sorcerer felt scared after seeing Yi Wing's attack and its effects. All of the remaining soldiers were frozen in shock. Their leader had fled the scene, only worrying for his own safety. All of the other oaks were even covered in the blood of the others that splattered everywhere during the attack. Even their helmets were barely enough to protect them from the flames. This can't be, one of the oaks said. They couldn't fight back with any of their prepared attacks. They went nearly enough to compete with. They were in complete confusion on what to do. Despite every that had already happened, he still did not want to surrender. Besides, there was something they had up their sleeve that he couldn't wait to try out. Run! One of the oaks shouted, but it was already too late. Something was coming their way at an extremely fast speed. There were a lot of missiles flying through the sky heading towards them. It burns. Flares of firing were falling down everywhere. As Yi Wing watched the chaos, he noticed that his level had gone up. He smiled and then shot another arrow. He went for another intense arrow attack. Quang, 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 quang. What is it? One of the church members wondered about all of the exploding attacks. Halkan was having a difficult time trying to keep safe from all of the chaos. As he was running for his life, something then passed by his head, but he didn't even think about stopping to see what it was. He needed to get his Justin Point helmet. Darn it. I have to hurry. He headed for where the wall used to be to get his armor helmet. He hesitated going through the broken wall for a moment, but it was very important that he got his helmet. The gods will help us. The church members began to rush towards Hanwoo. He continued to run, ignoring the pain in his arms and legs. He knew that their attack wouldn't even cause a scratch on him, but he was in a rush. Their attempt to interrupt him just annoyed him. The church members were normally really annoying creatures. This is tiring. Hanwoo soon became exhausted. But he didn't want to stop, as every time he looked around and he could only see things getting worse. Whoosh, quang, 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 quang. It's collapsing. Look out. Hanwoo lost his balance as he was running and fell, leaving to become buried in fallen bricks from the wall. Soon he found himself in complete silence. He smiled and then quickly dug his way out with his bare hands. "Where in the world is that thing?" he said as he walked and looked around everywhere. No one could have already taken it. It felt as if he had reached a dead end. Suddenly he began to get suspicious and wonder how powerful could Sopher actually be. Hunting for Prey 2, The End. Chapter 159, Hunting for Prey 3. Chapter 159, Hunting for Prey 3. 1. Get ready to protect yourself from the explosion. We're running out of time, Sopher said. But the church members are still in there. Jack. Of all her minions, there was only one left by her side after all of the chaos. They weren't completely sure what happened to them, but they had a good idea of what could have happened. There was no way to save Justin Point. However, this was the best chance for the monsters to escape to Earth without anyone paying much attention. The explosion reached everywhere, on the outside and the inside. Justin Point was completely destroyed. All they could do now is escape and try to save themselves. The explosions are getting worse. Everything was only getting stronger. There was nowhere that wasn't covered in fire. The chief of the control team was extremely worried. He looked into the control panel to try and find somewhere for them to escape through. His hands were shaking as he pressed the buttons. He found an exit they could leave through to get outside of Justin Point, but there could possibly be explosions there too. "We have 1 minute, hurry, we have to get to the outside," the control panel co-leader shouted anxiously. Only 1 minute. Things were still severe even outside of Justin Point, but it was their best chance to escape to safety. In 1 minute it would be too late for them to even try to escape. He was only becoming more worried as the seconds went by. His teeth were chattering in nervousness and his hands were sweating as he looked at the clock. "Escape! Escape, hurry!" he shouted, and everyone ran out to the outside. If they were just even a little late, then they would have been doomed. "It's a human," one of the Oaks shouted all off a sudden. Quang, quang. The explosions were still happening and things were flying everywhere. It was extremely dangerous. Tack, tack. The Oaks did their best to stay safe while running and quickly escape into the hole to the Earth for safety. Soon more and more of them were able to reach the hole to escape. All they had was that one focus on mind. Safety. 2. Ugh. Yiwang was still in Justin Point finishing up. He then turned his head to the wall that was on fire. The Nightmare King armor he had was protecting him from getting hurt. Without that he would have been in danger. Quang, 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 quang. The explosions were going on continuously. An orange light covered everything as the flames reached even higher. Yiwang stood in place watching the scene. He took a look at the dead Oaks lying down on the ground of the neighborhood. Woo! He took a deep breath as he watched all of the buildings in the neighborhood were burning down in all of the fire. Even Yi Wing didn't expect for it to be like that. It wasn't his intention to destroy everything like that. The fire was so big it reached up to 20 meters tall and the explosion covered 700 meters of ground. I got it. Suddenly he remembered something and quickly rushed to get the tablet. He entered the chat room and there were a few new messages. After reading them all, Yi Wing took a deep breath of relief. The messages were replies saying that they were able to escape to a safe place away from the Justin Point. Yi Wing wouldn't know what to do if they had not been able to make it out alive. Thank goodness, Yi Wing said with a sigh of relief. The Oaks who were still in Justin Point woke up feeling dizzy. All of them were covered with armor so they weren't too injured, but they must have fainted after a big explosion. They were relieved to still be alive despite the situation. However, they became angry as they looked up to see Yi Wing. It's him. What do you want? The Oaks said in an angry tone. They knew that he was the one who killed their leader. Although they were angry, they then started to run away from Yi Wing. They never thought that they would encounter him in person. All of them then ran too close to a building that had another explosion near it. Pong! The building began to collapse and the Oaks flew back. Yi Wing was still unable to meet who he was looking for as a part of his plan. He expected for the person to be very powerful, but he wasn't afraid to face him. That guy wouldn't be an easy fight. Yi Wing knew that both of them had a good chance of defeating the other. So, that's why he didn't plan any simple attacks. He put his trust into his hunting weapons and his smart thinking. He was going to fight with his mind. I am not your enemy. I don't see it. But you are very powerful, one of the Oaks said in reply to Yi Wing. Everything was still exploding in front of their eyes. Of course they couldn't trust him. So annoying. Get away from us. Yi Wing wasn't in a rush to get out of there. He himself was very powerful and with a spirit by his side he knew he wouldn't get hurt. I understand. Yi Wing then handed the tablet to one of the Oaks. After reading a few of the messages from the chat room, they handed it back to him. Where's the leader of the chat room? Shortly after that, another message showed up in the chat room. The leader has arrived at command center. Let's go. Set a trap for the other Oaks. Good idea. They'll send me the location information in a few minutes. Okay. Be careful. Don't worry, I will. Yi Wing received the location information and quickly put the tablet away to get going. He definitely had to use his head for the next attack. Oaks were different and very smart creatures. Quang. His attacks were very noticeably more amazing than Yi Wing's. A giant building exploded and some of the pieces flew towards Yi Wing. Fragments were stabbing into him. There were a few wounds left on him from that and previous injuries during all the chaos. He then looked over at the Oaks who were laughing at him. You're laughing, do you want me to hit you? The Oaks didn't seem recognize English so well as they were just strange creatures. Going up against you was a much more serious decision than we thought, one of the Oaks said. Yi Wing then took off his helmet and the Oak just tilted his head looking a bit confused. They've never seen his face up close before so it was unrecognizable. They noticed that there was not even a scratch on his face after all of this. However, the reason for that was simple. It all because of the Nightmare King armor. Password. Swoosh. Yi Wing then suddenly disappeared. That idiot. He's trying to run from us. 3. This is ridiculous. Halkan said, shouting at someone. He then quickly calmed himself down to think. Come with me, that human is going to get what he deserves. Pong 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 pong. Fragments were still flying all over the place in the never-ending chaos, but that was now the least of their problems. Somehow there was something he missed as they saw the sight. However, it was too late for any regrets. Halcyon planned to follow his hunting scents until he reached his destination. It looked like a place that the humans resided in, but it also looked like a building that he had seen before. Pong pong pong. They then heard the sound of an explosion behind them in the distance right before missiles came flying past them. Those humaners must have so many weapons on their side, he said to himself. They had almost nothing to fight back with. Wow, a lot of soldiers died, Halcyon said, looking at all the dead bodies on the ground. There was a lot of damage. It was nothing compared to the last just-in-point catastrophe. Suddenly he felt something crash into him. Because of his protection he wasn't as hurt as he could have been without it, but he still felt a staggering pain. The attack was very sudden. He then looked into the distance and saw something that looked a lot like that human guy. It seemed that he was holding some spoon-shaped object in his hand. Ugh, that idiot. He escaped like a cowardly rat during the attack. He wondered how strong could he be to do something like that. Pong pong pong. Take. That human guy launched strong arrows, but that wasn't a threat to him. Halcyon could easily dodge them. Although he could easily avoid it, he couldn't just ignore him and let him off the hook. He'll get what he deserves, I promise, Halcyon said to himself. He gathered the two of his hands, thinking about how strong they were. It was actually the first time he fought on his own instead of ordering someone else to do it. There was a few weapons he had with him that he could use. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 more arrows came flying his way, but Halcyon just easily dodged them again. Suddenly he then started to charge towards the human. Whoosh! He swiftly ran through the air, but unfortunately, it didn't work out as he planned. Energy was overflowing out of him. He didn't use so much energy often, but for this he had to be sure that his attack would work. Is that enough? Halcyon's hands and feet were covered with energy power as he ran towards the enemy. Tang! Die! He shouted. However, Ewing dodged him and disappeared again. Stupid human! He shouted in anger. That guy wasn't even a soldier. Of course he knew if Ewing heard that he would make him say it again and then start a fight. Ewing wasn't a soldier. He was just a hunter. However, the meaning between the two was a bit similar in their communities. So many soldiers and hunters were close. Obviously Halcyon wasn't running so fast only to attack Ewing. He was still running from the burning building fragments. How long has it been after all the running? He couldn't tell how much time had passed by. Halcyon then suddenly felt strange. This could just be a trick to lure him into a trap. Why else would Ewing have not escaped yet? He was making him run around in circles. Halcyon was very smart and self-aware, but very late to it. Suddenly he discovered something on the ground. Pong pong pong. It was the first time that Halcyon screamed loudly in terror. He could feel the strong impact that he couldn't feel before thanks to his armor. Before he knew it, he was flying way up into the air due to the explosion. Bullseye! Ewing said, watching from the ground. Halcyon continued to fly way up into the sky with no signs of coming down yet. Hunting for Prey 3: The End. Chapter 160. Hello, Old Enemy. Chapter 160. Hello, Old Enemy. 1. Wow, isn't it amazing? Yi Wing continued to watch him fly into the air. The other oaks stopped walking and watched in amazement. All kinds of weapons were available in Justin Point. Is this really happening? They wonder if they were just dreaming. He was flying up to 10 meters high. Yi Wing's attack plan worked perfectly. There were still lots of missiles flying around the air where Halken was, but lucky for him that he hadn't been hit by any of them. Yi Wing was actually the one who sent those missiles to attack the oaks, but along with everything else going on there wasn't much of a difference using the missiles. The oaks were good at dodging them. However, his attack this time was just perfect. It really did a lot of damage. They were very angry. Yi Wing wanted to get rid of the oaks so he could take Justin Point back. To achieve that he needed to think smarter to get rid of the oaks, as getting rid of the church members were much easier. The church members left the instant that Justin Point began to get attacked. But the oaks stuck around prepared to fight. The oaks also had control of all the equipment in Justin Point and was not going to give it up easily. Compared to the church members, they were clearly more stubborn and not willing to let go so easily. But the most important thing was that if he was able to capture the oaks, then that would count as experience. That was actually the most important thing that he needed. He looked down at the tablet in his hands and typed something. Escape. There were 5 soldiers left. If they were to leave now, then they could make it out without being harmed. The spirit that maybe if they fought together, then she would have time to eat in at times during the fight. Fight well, Yi Wing said before he disappeared again. The oaks then looked around looking for where he could have gone. Their hunter sense wasn't good enough to guarantee their safety. Yi Wing sneaked around using his special hiding skills to hunt them down with his expert skills. Yi Wing then showed up out of nowhere and attacked. Quang, quang, quang. He set up an explosion that exploded behind them, causing fragments to hit them in the back of their heads. The oaks scream in pain, still unable to see where Yi Wing was. Fire was everywhere blocking them, so they couldn't even run away. The nearby building exploded and the oaks tried their best to avoid getting hit by any flying fragments or fire flares. Of course, the oaks are good at surviving difficult situations, Yi Wing said to himself. However, they were getting slight burn injuries from being so close to all of the fire. The color of the fire wasn't the color fire usually was known to be. In Justin Point there was a hidden explosive system on the outside. Yi Wing must have been using it. The oaks decided that it was time to toughen up and fight back. But even if they went outside to the secret weapons, there was still a chance that they wouldn't make it. The flares of the fire must have been what was causing the secret explosives to erupt. Yi Wing then had the best barricade. As if he was waiting for the morning subway, he slaughtered the oaks within minutes. Duke Duke. He smiled as he was about to shoot an arrow. It was time to hunt. The oaks were running around like crazy, panicking. Let's do this. 2. View. Halken took a few deep breaths in and out. He could feel a sense of innovation within himself. Minutes have passed by and he was still flying through the air. He felt as if he was going to go crazy up there. Didn't even know how long it had been so far. Blood started to come out of his mouth. Ugh, bleeding. A lot of time must have gone by. When he got back down to the ground, he planned to get his revenge. He was going to become a better warrior. The warriors he planned to recruit weren't just normal everyday oaks, they were much stronger than them. Before facing death, they put up a good fight. Only if their opponent managed to defeat them. All of them were very experienced. Halkan was one of them. He wiped the blood off of his face and held onto his head with his right hand. Soon he started to get annoyed. He didn't even know the name of that human, but he was so popular for his power. It was annoying. At first did really want to take up a challenge with him, but then he thought that he should maybe change his mind about it. Maybe it wasn't a good choice to pick a fight with him at the moment. Halkan thought to himself. He thought that it would be a better idea to capture Sophia since she was the only person who was actually after him. It was time to get rid of the human in his way. It was time for another win. He shouted as he finally began to fall towards the ground. A few moments later he finally landed on the ground severely, but still in good condition thanks to his armor. Finally, he wiped the blood off of his face again and looked around. That human was definitely a powerful person. He almost even more annoying than Sophia's escort. Thank goodness he wasn't going against him. After stopping to think for a moment he figured that maybe he needed a better plan to even capture Sophia. In that moment Halkan then remembered someone. He didn't know about his pride as a warrior, but he was the strongest among the two humans. Suddenly he felt a tingle and an arrow quickly flew by his head. It was him. Of course, he found me, Halkan said to himself and turned around. The moment he turned around and saw Yi Wing, he felt a wave of fear go through him. What the heck is he doing following me everywhere? He asked himself. What could he have planned? It seemed that everything was planned to perfection. The location and timing was always just right for him to make his attack. Quang quang. Yi Wing shot another arrow, sending him flying into the air again. This time, instead of flying through the air for some time, he hit into a wall. Because he was feeling a bit dizzy and couldn't completely tell what he was seeing, he couldn't believe it. What the heck? 3. Hey, take it easy. Should I? Yi Wing said, replying to the spirit. She could see that he was being a bit too harsh with the attacks on the oak. However, Yi Wing wanted to show him who's boss. But he did go a little bit easier on him when shooting the next arrow. After that he disappeared again. Just as he wished, his level percentage had gone up to rank B, 109 level, 10,000,923,500x. He was so close to reaching rank A. The oak screamed at the painful arrow attack. Yi Wing was so close to victory. There were still lots of oaks left, but he was handling them well. He was mostly focusing on getting experience so his level could continue to increase. Everything's going great. Yes, the spirit replied. Increasing his level wasn't the only thing he was aiming for. He was also looking forward to his skills to increase. Yi Wing then flew towards where the oaks were again. He didn't plan to escape back to Earth anytime soon. There was so much he still needed to do in Justin Point. Wherever he looked, there were slaughtered oaks all over the place. Suddenly he heard a strange sound. As he got closer to the noise, he saw that there were bunches of oaks running around trying to avoid the fires. There were so many to hunt. The oaks that were gathered in Justin Point started to run, but Yi Wing just walked like normally. He was a bit tired just seeing how many they were. Compared to him, the oaks could run much faster. After a short rest, Yi Wing finally got up again. It was time. Woo! He took a deep breath and got out his arrow. This time it was a simple and smaller than usual arrow. Instead of shooting dozens at a time, he decided to be a little more cautious this time. Can you help out a bit with this one? Sure. The spirit gladly replied to Yi Wing's request. He slowly pulled the arrow back and launched it. As he launched the arrow, he could feel the energy flowing through him. It was a small and simple arrow, but it wasn't a simple launch. Magic arrow. As soon as he activated the skill, it was like he became a new person. Usually humans couldn't handle the power when using a skill like that. It took a lot of strength to use. However, it made the arrow powerful and surely unstoppable. Jajajik pang pang pang. As the arrow flew through the air, it became surrounded by mysterious energy. It was covered in a bright white light. Yi Wing had never seen anything like it before. As the arrow was still flying to the air, building up its energy, Yi Wing began to become weak and get tired. I'm a little tired. Spirit, can you help finish this off? Okay. The spirit then used her strength to try to finish building up the power of the arrow. However, that wasn't even enough. They were saving all their energy to finish hunting all of those oaks, but they couldn't imagine that using the magic arrow would take up so much energy. This would usually be enough for any other arrow I've used. Yi Wing gave up on using the arrow. Maybe it would have been a good idea to test beforehand. But it wasn't that he just couldn't use it. Even though he stopped during the middle of the process, it was still able to be used. It didn't have as much power as it should have, but the energy that it already gathered was very strong as it was. It was time. Swoosh pang. It was Yi Wing's most powerful skills, but without the right build-up the effects went the same. But the speed didn't slow down. The arrow flew at the speed of light right before the oak's eyes. Hello, old enemy. The end. Chapter 161. Hello, old enemy 2. Chapter 161. Hello, old enemy 2. 1. JJ Kick suddenly felt something on his shoulder. It must have been a sign of something dangerous about to happen. He could feel the energy rushing through him. He turned his head and he briefly saw the arrow quickly fly right by him. Halkan didn't have any armed weapons with him to protect himself. But somehow he must have gotten lucky. The arrow went right past him. Crash! A loud explosion erupted as the arrow crashed. Halkan became covered in fragments from the explosion. Although he was in pain, he was amazed at what he just saw. Jajik. The arrow then started to make a strange sound. Just then a painfully bright white light appeared to cover the entire area. Honged. The arrow and everything around then broke into dozens of small pieces, flying all over the place. How could one simple arrow do something like that? Halkan shouted in fright. He gathered his two hands together and focused on them. Soon black energy started to form in his hands. Then, ponged. The moment he tried to get close to the arrow, it exploded. A light started to emit from a pendant necklace he was wearing. It was a necklace that Bikran gave him when both of them parted ways. She gave it to him to help make him stronger and to block monsters away. A black light began to come out of the pendant and shine onto the arrow. With the two of the energies mixing together, they made an even stronger energy light. And, Piong! The pendant exploded into tiny little pieces, flying everywhere. No! Halkan screamed. That pendant meant the world to him. There was no way he could fix it or anything. He was torn. The arrow then started to make strange noises again. JJJJ kick. Halkan was already regretting everything. He wished he just stayed out of the fight. Everything was being ruined because of his greed. The arrow wasn't even done yet. It still seemed to be in the process of something. Halkan screamed again and tried to quickly run away to find safety. Pong! The explosion caused him to fly into the air and then crash into the ground. Luckily, he didn't die, but he was feeling a sharp pain in his right arm. 2. Woo. Yi Wing kneeled down on his knees and watched the sight. He was completely exhausted after using all his energy on that arrow. Wow, that takes a lot. The spirit said. You're still alive? Yi Wing asked. It seemed as if she died, but after hearing her voice he couldn't believe that she was still alive. Of course I am. It was a pretty intense process, but I'm fine. The spirit replied. A lot of the oaks did die from the attack, just as they planned. Blood was everywhere. I'm still not too good at this, Yi Wing said. Instead of feeling sad, there was then a smile on his face. He still had a long way and needed the spirit by his side every step of the way. The oaks seemed to be pretty much defeated. All of them were bleeding severely. Fragments were piled up on the ground everywhere. Even the oak leader, Halkan, couldn't fight back. But Yi Wing was surprised when he realized that he was still alive. How could he have survived that attack? JJJK. Something beside Halkan began to start making a strange noise. It was the same sound that the arrow made during the attack. Something then came walking out from behind the mess the chaos made. They were carrying a big backpack on their back. The person looked around as if she was wondering where he was. It was Bikrin. The moment she looked and saw Halkan, she ran towards him excitedly. How did this happen? Bikrin asked as she looked at Halkan in shock. The pendant he was given was made to protect him from all harm and danger that he encountered. Bikrin couldn't believe it when he saw him. How could this happen to him? He knew Halkan as a very strong person, so seeing him in such a situation was very surprising. You need healing, fast, she said and rushed to heal him. A bright light emitted from out of her hands and surrounded Halkan. Other oaks were trying to get Bikrin's attention so she could heal them, but she was only focused on Halkan. Darn it. It's not just any normal wound, she said after trying to heal him, but nothing was working the way she wanted. At first she thought it would be a wound that would be easy to heal. However, it was much more severe than she thought. What is going on here? Bikrin said in surprise after looking around some more. She saw a young adult male with long hair standing there. He had a beautiful face. He was wearing earrings, a necklace, a bracelet and rings on his fingers. He appeared all of a sudden out of thin air. Who are you? There was a paper in his hand that he dropped on the ground. Halkan then picked up. We have to analyze this. It was time to take a rest from the fight. Stop them, he shouted. Bikrin then tilted her head and asked, why not? You have to go, please get out of here, he's coming back, that guy is coming. Halkan was afraid that Yi Wing was coming back to attack him again. He didn't want Bikrin anywhere near him, fearing that she would get hurt. If anything was to happen to her, he would never be able to forgive himself. It's not safe here. Hurry, escape. He continued to beg her to escape. He could feel that he was coming back to attack again. Goosebumps started to show up on his arms. What his ancestors told him was right. He was going to show up one day. Unfortunately, he was not prepared for it. I can't leave you here alone like this, Bikrin said. She was determined to stay by his side no matter what. You can't stay here, it's too dangerous, I'll handle it, you need to leave. It's not safe for you to be near me, Halkan said with a terribly worried tone in his voice. But Bikrin had already decided that she was staying and she stuck by that decision. She was not going to just leave him to die. She then looked around and noticed something. The secret weapon. It was on the ground covered in fragments. How did this happen? I'm telling you, someone's after me. It had clearly been through a lot, but there wasn't even a scratch on it. It was basically invincible. He probably doesn't know that you're here, so you have time to escape. Halkan said, trying his best to make her leave before something terrible happened again. But of course she denied that again. I'm not going to leave you. Let's take a look at this, she said, picking up the secret weapon. 3. Yi Wing tilted his head as he wondered why he could feel the energy of more oaks. He was surrounded by lots of them, but he couldn't find them. Thankfully the spirit was able to track them down when he was ready to hunt them. Their movements were very careful and quiet. They seem to be very skilled. The spirit said. Damn, yay, I can feel it. I finally found them, just the person we were looking for, the spirit said, and Yi Wing's eyes opened wide in shock. They finally found who they were searching for all this time. His heart suddenly started racing. It's been so long since they last faced him. Are you sure? Yi Wing asked, and the spirit was certain of her senses. Yi Wing would have to fight face to face with one of the powerful ancestors. He's been spending a long time preparing. There was no way that he could lose. He then briefly checked his skill status window. Energy level 190,012,000. Darn it. That's not enough. Although his energy level went up during the fight with the oaks, it still wasn't enough. Even the spirit wasn't fully prepared. He needed to rest and let himself recharge. Yi Wing thought that maybe it was time to practice using the magic arrow. He was very disadvantaged in various ways. Can't you just go? The spirit said. Yi Wing shook his head and replied, I'm not ready. I have to wait first. Use a spell so you can escape. Spells are blocked. And if they're not, then they can be tracked. I see. You have to be really careful fighting against him, the spirit said, and Yi Wing nodded his head in agreement. He wasn't sure about what to expect at all, but he was going to prepare as much as he could. Well, first let's go over there and make a plan and rest. Okay. They went over to a place where they could rest and think. Yi Wing took off the Nightmare King armor and discussed a plan with the spirit. Armor set, Nightmare King set complete. Set effects. Energy used refilled by 30%. Attack strength refilled by 20%. After a few minutes of resting, the armor set was successfully recharging. Now that its strength had refilled again, its attacks would be more powerful than they were when he was exhausted. The oaks should be out of our way now. I haven't noticed any nearby. Really? Yi Wing asked in reply, and the spirit nodded her head, confirming the news. If the oaks were dead, then that means their plan was finished successfully. If Yi Wing still went so tired he could cheer. That's a relief. If this plan goes well, then I should be fine in this fight, Yi Wing said. They just had to hope for everything to go well. Yay, he's gonna get it, the spirit said, telling off the ancestor. Yi Wing then smiled, but he felt disappointed. He couldn't let the spirit help him fight this time. This time he had to do it on his own. Now we just relax here, Yi Wing said with a smile on his face. Waiting was like a hunter's best friend. Hello, old enemy 2, the end. Chapter 162 in exchange. Chapter 162 in exchange. Whoosh! There was a strange silence that covered the entire Justin Point. Oak soldiers and citizens were still heading towards Justin Point, but they had to be very careful. They heard a loud scream, but there was no way to tell where it could have come from. Are there's someone in the neighborhood? Beekrin and Halkin were wondering if it could have the enemy he faced earlier. Beekrin and him had been close for a long time. After knowing him for a long time, she could just look at him and tell what he was thinking. Beekrin stayed by his side to help him just in case the person that attacked him came back again. Of course they weren't going to just stay waiting around for him to come back. They went to meet their leader to talk with him. I need to talk to the human just once. If he listens to what I have to say, then maybe he can come here by tomorrow morning and we can sort this out. I'm sure I can convince him. That's funny. He won't come. Even if you're bleeding to death or crying, he'll still keep hunting you down. I know, but I have to do something. I don't know. Me either, but I'm 83 now. I've experienced a lot by now. I know that these things aren't going to be easy. You're 83, but you still read comics. Of course. How can I let those go? Beekrin replied with a laugh. He couldn't believe it, but he was 83 years old. This is difficult. You need to rest. Don't worry too much. Sigh. Between all the oaks that are running, are the ones in armor in danger too? Even if there's tens of thousands of oaks at once, there's still no use. Aren't you overestimating this person? You don't understand. Listen closely. He's the last line connected to your ancestors. I know, Beekrin answered after he mentioned her past ancestors. It was on that day. She was going to get something special to remember the soldiers. Even back then she went to the comic store many times, but that time there was something specific that she was dying to see. Although she wasn't even sure if she would like it, she kind of just wanted to leave the training center. There was nothing that she was expecting to happen that day. She planned to go see Yasukuni, but nothing more. She didn't know that it would be the last day she saw her family. After she arrived in Tokyo to see Yasukuni, she went to Tokyo Station and opened a gate. It was the time of the generation mashup. She ran into 3 dimensions that day. A giant gate opened and there were monsters slaughtering the Japanese people. After a long life of training all the time, she thought that maybe she could help the Japanese people escape. However, the monsters were far too powerful. She rushed to her destination to see Yasukuni in an ancient palace. Somehow she knew exactly where to go. It was her first time there, but it felt as if something just kept pulling her and showing her where to go that day. Fortunately, later that day she found some weapons to protect herself. They weren't much, but it was enough to help her get to her destination. Soon she found a giant door. It was where the Japanese treasure was stored. On that day someone called her saying that they had something to ask her. She quickly got up to find a way to find her ancestors. They were the last of her family, but they weren't on very good terms. Their meetings together were never peaceful. It had been almost 10 years since they last saw each other. Clearly she didn't go there to meet with them that day. If she saw them, then she could have gotten killed. On that day she realized she was cursed. Maybe if she had ignored the call and just stayed with her family during that day, then her parents and her brother could have lived. But it was too late. All of it's already in the past. What nonsense are you thinking? Hurry, let's go. Hey, do you remember the day I left training for a few days? It turns out that I never actually got called there by anyone. It was all a trap. What could I have done to make someone do that? I've done some bad things in the past, but they weren't so bad to deserve that. She still couldn't think of why it happened. To research the spell, she would need lots of power, and she would have to discuss it with a Japanese clan. However, the church members have been doing their best to help her figure out what it is. The church members and the Oaks help her a lot during those days. Are you sure you've never met with them before? Maybe you can just talk to them. I don't know. I just want to know why this happened. Bikrin wondered. She never actually thought of going to ask them why. Would something so simple be the answer to something she's wondered for all these years? The dimension mashup and the monsters appearing. If I go back, then they could take my soul. Choices are unavoidable in life. If I died, then the spell would be broken. So you're not even going to try to approach them. I have no regrets in ending this spell. It will not affect my life any longer. This is it. I understand. You need to go back to them. They can remove the spell and they shouldn't need a reason to do it. Right. And don't worry, I can't die. I know, you can't get old. Thank goodness. Although Bikrin was in her 80s, she didn't look old. She never aged. The first time she tried to meet her ancestors was near the treasure chamber, and that's where the spell was formed. She felt like the spell took her life away from her. Even though she was in her 80s, she's never met the one in life. Halkan was the only person that stayed by her side throughout everything. That's why he was so important to her. Anyway, we can figure this out since it seems like we'll be sticking together for now, Halkan said, and Bikrin smiled. They were going to work together and lift the spell. All right. But first, how do we leave this place? Not sure yet. I have no idea how that other guy left. You're so stupid. Luckily I'm here. Let's go that way. By the way, that guy who was hunting you, he didn't seem to have everything figured out. I mean, he didn't even use the magic arrow correctly. What a relief. You could have died. I know. I wasn't prepared to fight him. Well, we will make sure he regrets it. 3. Is that Bikrin? Shhh. Keep it down. Yi-Wing and the spirit were sitting and eating chocolate. All right, the spirit said and disappeared from her human form. Yi-Wing then took a deep breath and looked ahead of the valley he was resting in. To plan the best attack, he would have to choose a place near Justin Point, near a steep cliff. However, to Yi-Wing, the person he was fighting had a strange attack range. Tax and tracking. He locates the city and then find a safe place to plan during the actual fight. Do you think he's on his way? Would he call me after a while? I doubt it, the spirit replied. They had lots of materials for the fight, but those were prepared for the fight with the Oaks. Maybe the ancestor they were fighting was close to the Oaks. Maybe when the new Oak soldier arrived, they'll go on a group hunt to find him. I wish he would come quickly. Why? I'm just ready to get this over with. Yi-Wing simply replied. Let's go. He got up, and just as he said that, Bikrin showed up. All of a sudden dozens of pillars started to fall from the sky. Oaks then came surrounding them from every direction. The Oaks' skin had turned red and they started to grow bigger. Much bigger than how Oaks usually were. Looks like it's time. The Oaks obviously came very prepared. What are they here for? Yi-Wing asked. He didn't think that the ancestor would bring Oaks to help fight. They're here to protect. Fights for them were like that in the past as well. Really? Yi-Hing asked in reply to the spirit. She was right. They all traveled together. It will just be pathetic if they ran away. He thought. During that long time they must have been preparing all this. Duke. Yi-Wing took out a baby arrow and prepared to launch it. Although he couldn't use the magic arrow, he had other arrows up his sleeve. Strong arrow shower. Pang, pang, pang. A strong sonic boom erupted the ground as the arrows fell from the sky. Yi Wing shot them towards the sky and they all continued to fall back down onto the ground just as planned. Unique arrow and strong arrow shower. Pang pang. All of the arrows fell from the sky like a heavy rainstorm. When he fought with Sasaki he wasn't as powerful as he was now. His skill has gotten much more powerful since then. Arg. The Oaks tried their best to shield themselves from the attack, but, of course that wasn't working out so well for all of them. Pang 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 pang. Energy light trailed behind the arrows as they fell from the sky. Blood was everywhere from the Oaks that were attacked. The attack killed dozens of them, but Yi Wing didn't feel satisfied. That wasn't the direction that he wanted to go with this situation. What are you going to do next? With the second attack he thought of using a flaming arrow. An exchange, the end. Chapter 163 in Exchange 2. Chapter 163 in Exchange 2. They got shields during the second attack to help, but the impact was enough to kill many Oaks. Trails of fire were everywhere. The location could have been a trap, Yi Wing thought. He then flew into the air for a better view. It seems they weren't putting much effort into protecting themselves. Wash pong. Unfortunately, he thought a little too late. Just as Yi Wing suspected, it was a trap. Something shot into him as he was flying through the air. Strange energy began to surround him to the point where he couldn't see anything. Yeah. The Oaks saw that the plan was working and cheered. What's going on? What do we do? Yi Wing asked. There was no way that he could have fallen into a trap. It's a spell. You can't use your hiding skill until it wears off. Darn it. I guess I have to do something else. He couldn't use his hiding skills for sneak attacks. It was a bit of a disadvantage. Stump, stump, stump. The Oak leader then came from Justin Point. He came charging at Yi Wing, who didn't have any attacks prepared. A light was emitting from the palm of his hands. Checkmate. He wasn't just running. It was like he was flying. With Yi Wing's hiding skill being broken, he was unable to find a way to defend himself. Instead of fighting back with an attack, Yi Wing decided to just try his best to dodge it. It was simple, but all he could do at the moment. Darn it. Yi Wing said in frustration. So how was it? Aren't you still a rookie? Beekran's suggested plan was very risky. In the past the Oaks used to follow orders from Beekran. Let's catch him first, then we'll talk about this. We'll die, we can't go like this. Sigh, I guess you have a point, Beekran said. She clearly wasn't feeling as worried as Hawken. Their secret weapon was broken, but it still had lots of strength left in it. Maybe they could just put the pieces back together to try to fix it. Wait. Pong. Beekran used the secret weapon for the first time and sent Yi Wing flying into the ground. It worked perfectly. Unfortunately for her, he seemed to be fine. But it was the perfect thing they could use to protect themselves. Pong pong pong. This is crazy, she said as she continued to shoot arrows from the machine. The machine then created a transparent shield in front of her. This is great. At the same time it created black fog that covered her completely. For the first time, they had something that was close to the skills of a high-level hunter. Wow. Pong. Beekran started to sweat inside the protective shield. It was very protective, but it was still possible for something to get through it. Yi Wing tried his best to fight back. The Oaks will protect me. Quang, quang, quang. Just as she said that, the Oaks quickly ran to her side with their shields. Shield. She then summoned the shield spell. It started off with a circle forming bigger and bigger from under her feet. Whoosh! It began to surround them as Yi Wing's arrows shot towards them. However, lucky for them that the shield wasn't getting damaged at all. Shortly after that the arrows lost their strength and disappeared. How could we escape even now? There's nowhere to go. Bikren looked ahead to see the ancestor they were fighting. He seemed like a scary person. Could he really be thousands of years old? She kind of doubted everything about him. He couldn't have been hundreds of years old. That's just a person. His face turned so pale as he was really scared. She stepped a bit closer to him. Not to attack, but just to take a closer look. She didn't care about the shield. As she walked towards him, he was still shooting arrows. "Are you crazy? You're still going to shoot arrows at me, har," she said with a laugh. She tried to walk towards him as harmlessly as possible while also trying to block off the arrows. "I'll take advantage of this time." The human started to get tired. He decided to think a little while the rest of the arrows shot at them. Two. Swoosh! Arrows were shooting all over the place. Yi Wing put on his armor and ran to a safe spot. Quang, quang. The oaks were still attacking as well, so he had to dodge them as she ran. Something almost hit him in the head. "It's dangerous here. We have to take the others to safety." "Okay," the spirit replied. Yi Wing wasn't doing so great as the oak's secret weapon had a lot of impact on him. Ugh, it won't break. The spell was wearing off a little, so his attacks were able to get much stronger. He had a little wounds from their attacks, but they weren't too severe. Finally, he was able to find a place to disappear to. Their secret weapon was still blocking most of his attacks. This is so annoying. They have some type of strong protection. Quick, dodge it. Bikren's spell still hadn't worn off yet, so all he could do was avoid their attacks. The spirit then looked over towards Bikren. She was inside a shield watching them with a smile on her face. Look at their faces. How typical. The spirit hated seeing their annoying faces. Yi Wing then stopped moving for a moment. Crash, pang, pang. Org. The moment he stopped, he was hit in the leg by an arrow. Pong. Yi Wing felt his mind go blank. "We got him." The oaks cheered as they never really thought that it would happen. A few oaks then gathered around him with some kind of stick in one of their hands. They must have been preparing to cast a spell. "Good job." Yi Wing lied anxiously on the ground looking up at the sky. Blood was all over his leg. He then began to float into the air. By miracle he was able to get a hold of himself and get another arrow to shoot. Strong arrow shower. Pong jjggiak pong pong pong. The moment he pulled the string and let go, the arrows began to heavily rain down over the oaks. Dozens of oaks died at once due to his attack. However, he didn't stop there. He used the arrow shower attack one more time, making things even more intense. He even kept attacking through his intense leg pain. Later, Yi Wing opened the skill status window. The status window. When Yi Wing opened the window, he was surprised to see that his archery skills had leveled up. Before, he already saw that his level percentage was increasing, but he was still surprised. Level up. Skill point 0.2 increase. Level 10 arrival starting now. Rank increase. Yi Wing then became completely surrounded in white light. Finally, he had leveled up row rank A. Strength point increase 1. The analysis of his strength and skill then started. Lots of writing started to appear on the green translucent skill status window. Eventually there were just 3 short paragraphs of writings left on the window. Showing rank increase. There are 4 options for you to choose from. 1. Strength increase by 3 points. 2. Skill upgrade special skill limit. 3. Skill training special skill limit. 4. Random skill special skill limit. Darn it. Yi-Wing said in frustration. Choosing was always the hard part about leveling up. I'll take the 4th one. Random skill. Searching for desired skill. Search complete. Great. After the skill search was finished, Yi-Wing gained the skill. Yi-Wing was currently at a bit of a weak point. He felt like he made the right decision for his situation. But the status window system gave Yi-Wing something completely different from what he was thinking. Tracking skill unique skill. Traces back up to 1 month. Tracks up to 1000 km. How to use it analysis by DNA when close enough. Perfect to use when using a hiding skill. Skill successfully installed. This is crazy. Luckily Yi-Wing was able to get something he was happy with. A tracking skill. Obviously a tracking skill wasn't completely useless. The spirit had a tracking skill, but having one of his own was really convenient. Done. The spirit said all of a sudden. With what? That Beakrins has funny worn off. Really? An exchange to the end. Chapter 164 in Exchange 3. Chapter 164 in Exchange 3. 1. The spirit said, and Yi-Wing had a shocked look on his face. No way, how could you break the spell so fast? It was kind of easy. The spell may be gone, but it's still in my head. Your head? Yi-Wing's head went blank again. You didn't notice there was a spell to block my hiding skill, and then there was on to make my mind blank. Clearly the spirit was unaware of the mind spell. Luckily she had enough energy to work on removing the other. However, the mind spell seemed to be more severe than the other one, so removing that one was going to be a bit of a challenge. Yi-Wing didn't understand what the spell was supposed to do to his conscience. Thanks. Something's strange. If he didn't have the spirit with him, then that would be a big problem. Yi-Wing was first going to heal his wounds and then see what's wrong with his conscience. The spell was much stronger than he thought. Can you break the spell? Of course, the spirit said. Red energy light covered Yi-Wing's wounds. They were being healed. A little after that he was lying on the ground trying to figure out what was wrong with his conscience. Woo! Yi-Wing took a deep breath and closed his eyes. It's Chaejun. 2. Beakrin gathered glowing energy emitted into her hands. Screaming yellow dust. The dust made a low screeching noise as she held it in her hands. It was her favorite thing to use when she cast spells during fights. When the energy died down, then the spell could be broken. What's going on? Are you not going to speak first? Did you make peace with your ancestor? If I was going to try and do that, I would have died. I guess you're right. Halkan agreed. Wow, Beakrin said in surprise as she looked at her hand. The magic dust flew into the air along with an amulet she was wearing. What's going on? Shortly after that, the magic dust broke the amulet. Beakrin didn't understand what was happening. Beakrin quickly gathered the remaining of the dust and the pieces of the amulet. This is not good. How do I undo that spell? It would take hours to undo the spell, especially since she didn't have the amulet that usually helped her with those kinds of things. It was completely broken. After a moment, the two of them were able to talk and find out what the spell was. What? A spell like that was for a monster, not for the mind of a human. It was supposed to be a spell to just keep them away for some time. You didn't know this? Ugh. No wonder the guy looked a bit strange after that. Maybe you should find him and help undo the spell. What, no way. He's not on our side, Beekrin shouted. Let's make a spell protection shield. It was impossible. They gave up on trying to undo the screeching yellow dust spell. After thinking about that guy and his powerful arrows, they decided that they had to make a powerful shield. Is that good? Wow, you're done already. That should do it. When we see him again, we'll be able to block out those arrows. It seems we only have about 5 minutes until we get there. Wait, there's something else I have to do first. Okay. Beekrin added more magic to the shield just to be safe. It was the type of spell that would need lots of strength and effort to undo, but she knew exactly how to undo it. Maybe if the spell wasn't so complicated, then they wouldn't have to help him. Swoosh pang. Beekrin used her shield to block away the shots. However, the shield started to get weak after so many arrows. That way. She then detected where the spell was. It wasn't an easy journey. An intolerable light shined brightly into her face. Obviously the spell was where the arrows were coming from, but there was just so much light. Ugh! She looked around and realized that he built the protecting shield as well. Swoosh pang! He continued to shoot arrows and she started to get frustrated. How am I supposed to do anything like this? Beekrin shouted. Arrows were shooting from everywhere. There was no safe direction. The magic connected to the spell was everywhere, but that didn't help. She had to get close to undo the spell. Ouch! The attack was fatal. She was hit by an arrow that got through her shield. Although the arrow got through her shield, it was weakened by the strong shield, meaning she wasn't nearly as injured as she would have been without the shield. Beekrin ducked lower on the floor, doing the best she could to avoid the attacks. She looked around with a vain look on her face. Apparently this was much harder than she thought it would be. The arrows are moving like hands and feet. What is he doing? Just try to block them out. Don't you think I would do that if I could? Why does it seem that the detecting skill isn't working? She didn't notice that the detect skill seemed to be gone until then. The main purpose of the spell was so he wouldn't be able to use his hiding skill. I put a detecting spell on him so I could know where he was and the fight would be easier. But I can't detect anything right now. He must have found a way to undo the spell somehow. I can't even hear the sound of him using the arrows. Seriously, that means, he said with a pause. Beekrin was thinking the same thing. He must have found a way to undo the spell and fix his conscience at least a little. But how could he have done that on his own? That can't be. I'll try to detect something else. I think I can hear something, she said as she thought she saw him. After that she tried to use another spell, but darn it, I don't have enough energy. She could wait until she had enough strength, but that would take a while. Thankfully we have the secret weapon. With their secret weapon they could do something similar that they were going to cast the spell. Before it was a little broken, but it still worked just fine. Detecting spell. All she had to do was say the name of the spell for the weapon to get to work. After the spell preparations were finished, it was ready to go. Now all she had to do was find him so she could aim it at him. But even after waking and waking, he didn't show up. Just a little while ago there were arrows everywhere, but as soon as she got the weapon ready, they're gone. She then looked around trying to find him. Ugh. Hey. What? Look up. What? Why? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tack, 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 tack. Suddenly dozens of arrows began to randomly fall from the sky down on them. There were hundreds of arrows heading their way. She quickly got their magic shield to protect them, but there were just so many. It was like something she experienced before. The speed of the arrows. However, that arrow attack was much stronger than one she's ever known. She still couldn't spot the person who was shooting the arrows. "We're in trouble," she shouted over the sound of exploding arrows. In one hand she was holding the weapon with a detecting spell ready, and in the other hand was the shield. However, the spell the weapon was set on became weak after a long time of not shooting it. She looked around to find any of the oaks, but most of them were already dead or terribly injured. "How am I supposed to do this?" "I'm trying my best to help. Look down." "Huh." She then looked down and saw something. She saw a reflection of him in the puddle. He was flying in the air surrounded by white energy light while continuously shooting arrows. "Get ready," he said as things were about to get even more dangerous. Yi Wing was exhausted shooting arrows continuously due to the spell that was still on him, but he had to protect himself. An Exchange 3, The End. Chapter 165 Unknown Hunter. Chapter 165 Unknown Hunter. 1. Yi Wing wondered how they could sense his hiding skill, but it was known that it was a skill with a few weak points. He had to move carefully and quiet when using it. However, it still came in handy a lot. Every skill had its weak points. He continued to launch arrows as they floated above the ground. Soon he noticed that he had been using the same arrows for every attack. "It seems that we can't capture them," Yi Wing realized as he looked down on the oaks. There were still a lot of them to hunt. The answer was clear. Everything wasn't because of Bikren, it was because of the oaks. Bikren used the oaks as protection, so they were his main problem. They were very dangerous creatures, so Yi Wing didn't have time to any mistakes. He had to think about things very thoroughly if he wanted to defeat them. Looks like they aren't using any more spells. There are many choices for us to choose one if we're gonna use one. Okay. Is there some that will handle everything that we need? They discussed their plan and what they needed to do. Everything sounds good, but there's no way we can do that for sure. Instead, we should fix all of the weak points. There seems to be a lot of them. Okay. The spirit said in reply to Yi Wing's suggestion. After lowering their least favorite options, they were able to see common ground. Everything will be fine if we can't see any weak points. They began to start with their plan while still floating above the ground with a full view of everything. With all the experience they've had with spells before, everything should go smooth. Let's begin. He gathered all of his strength and got started. First he looked around at all of the oaks. They were very strong as a group. The spell would have to be very impactful to reach and destroy all of them. All they had to do was make one fatal shot. Yi Wing then stood completely still. Luckily, the oak's effects had worn off a lot, so they had nothing to worry about. "How many arrows do you have left?" "About 1,000. "Great," the spirit replied. "Let's try one." "Okay." Magic arrow. The spirit prepared the arrow and Yi Wing began to launch it. It was time to show them what he could really do. He was ready to use the new attack. Strong arrow shower. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Wing's hand moved faster and faster as he launched more and more arrows. He was just as fast as before, but since this was a new attack, it was still much stronger. There were about 20 arrows flying at once. Of course it took lots of energy, but it was worth it. It was a very severe attack. Yi Wing then began to launch a few different arrows. He aimed the all down towards the ground. Silent arrow. It was an arrow that wouldn't make any noise when it lands or exploded like a sneak attack. Unique arrow, exploding strong arrow. Whoosh! Ewing watched them as flew quickly towards the ground. He watched as they exploded, taking out dozens of oaks at a time. The arrows were surrounded in bright energy light as they fell from the sky like a heavy rainstorm. Although they tried their best, there was no point in even trying to block them. They were more unavoidable than last time due to their thorough analysis with his hunter-thinking skills. As the attack lasted, they began to feel satisfied with their work. The first attack might have not gone so well, but the second attack was perfect. It seemed as if something was trying to block out their attacks, but thanks to the help of the spirit's magic that wasn't possible. Quang, 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 quang. Bikran did her best to find a safe place as everything began to explode. Ewing knew that the attack would surely be able to reach all of them there. Then, Ewing suddenly started to feel doubtful. He could hear all the chaos by the explosions, but then he heard something that sounded a lot like a giant vacuum. Swoo! In that moment something suddenly came rising upwards. Eventually they were able to see what it was exactly. Ahoo! It let out a loud roar. The oaks were scattered across the ground trying to escape. It was a gigantic monster with red skin. It stood almost 20 meters tall and clearly looked very strong. The monster looked around with its big eyes. It also had fur like a bear and giant sharp teeth. That's called a demon monster. Should we use a spell? A demon monster. Yes, a demon monster. That means you should be really careful. The spirit replied, and Ewing stopped his attacks. Is it strong? He asked in an anxious tone. Of course. They're one of the most dangerous monsters. I see. They're very strong, but the more they kill, the stronger they can get. Wearing armor is very important when you are fighting one of them. That's about all you should need to know. This isn't going to be easy, Ewing said. Although he's hunted lots of monsters over the years, he had never encountered anything like that before. It was more important that he knew how to defend himself from it than learning the best way to attack it. Now that the demon monster had showed up, neither Bikran or Ewing were thinking about their fight together. Bikran lifted her head and looked over towards Ewing, who seemed to be distracted. Next time, instead of taking soldiers, let's just fight one-on-one, you and me, Bikran declared, and then left the scene, and the monster that was there disappeared as well. Poof! The oak soldiers and Halkan disappeared as well. However, there was something that Bikran seemed to have left behind. Ewing looked at the red blood on a silver fragment. It was Bikran's blood that was on the silver fragment. Do you have a minute? The spirit said. What is it? Ewing replied. The spirit then appeared next to him in human form. She looked at the blood for a second and then looked away. Of course. What? You're looking at that person's blood. And the blood of the person who put a spell on you. Their spirit stopped speaking for a minute and took a deep breath. She seems a little old. Maybe 50 years at the least. It's strange. She could be a time stopper. A time stopper? What is that? A type of spell that can be used to stop aging at a certain point. She's almost 100 years old and doesn't look old at all. Really, an eternal youth spell? No, just a change in fate so she doesn't die or get old. But when she does die, she could maintain herself. She has to be older than 50, though, the spirit explained. Ewing then fell into thought, thinking about it. If what the spirit said was true, then that must have been the reason why he could barely harm her during the fight. It's a tough situation. 2. 2 days later Yi Wen went back to the hunter headquarters in the Alaosu. After reporting what happened to the others, he was given a vacation to relax after all of his hard work. Although that's what he was supposed to do, he decided to spend his time tracking down Bikren instead. At first he thought that tracking her down would be easy. He was using his new tracking skill, but it still wasn't so easy. Suddenly something big happened. His tracking skill was able to track something, and it was only a few meters away. But Yi Wen ignored it, thinking it was just a mix-up because he hadn't gotten a chance to train with it yet. Insignificant training cannot track. Try looking for something within 10 km. Just stupid. Yes, I agree with that. He then showed up at the suggested location. Although Yi Wen was sure nothing was around there, he had a weapon prepared. Let's go eat. Okay. Maybe they could have missed a clue of where to look to track her down. They made it to the restaurant and ordered their food. The second they opened the door and walked into the crowded restaurant, a random person got up out of his seat and politely offered it to Yi Wen. Everyone recognized him as the famous hunter. Yi Wen greeted him in return and politely took the seat, offering. Unknown Hunter, the end. Chapter 166, Unknown Hunter 2. Chapter 166, Unknown Hunter 2. Yi Wen was very popular when someone asked him why a famous hunter like him were eating at that restaurant. He just simply answered, "So annoying." "Yay. This new popularity you have is annoying." The spirit agreed. It wasn't any 5-star restaurant. It was just a simple place for them to eat. Obviously everyone there noticed who he was and glanced at him many times as he sat at his table. It was really annoying. The spirit usually went into human form when they went out to eat, but she couldn't because of all of the staring. "I said I wanted to go to a bakery." "This will do." "Well, at least it's better than being back at headquarters training." The restaurant was much better and spacious than the training in the HQ that Yi Wen was always spending his time in. Even the other members of the clan liked to go there to eat over the food at Wen Yi's mansion. Besides thinking of the people in the restaurant, Yi Wen just chose it based on the food. He could act like a king with all the new attention, but he really just wanted everything to feel like normal and be able to talk with the spirit in human form as they ate. After sitting in their chair to eat and suddenly noticed the TV in the room, another show went off and then a new program came on. On screen were crowds of oaks retreating a battle. There also was someone there. It was a hunter, but his back was turned so no one could see his face. On his chest was a yin-yang mark. He was fighting off all of the oaks. Yesterday something strange happened at the Pyongyang Gate. The area was dominated by armies of oaks, but there was a hunter from Justin Point that came and saved the day. He was able to succeed in the battle all on his own. The news anchor on the TV then continued to explain more. This was an especially important task to take on. Apparently it was a secret mission for one individual. With tons of oaks and soldiers from Sanjian's church, it was clearly a challenging situation. This type of thing happens every day. One of the hunters in the restaurant said and got the remote to change the channel to something new. Almost every channel was playing the same news that they just saw, so he just turned off the TV. If it was a secret mission, then how could it have gotten out to the public and reporters like this? There was always a new hunter story on the news all the time these days. Obviously Yi Wen wasn't interested in any of it. As they were all watching the TV program, he just focused on eating. Someone else then turned on the TV again, and the same thing was still on. These days everyone has been talking about hunters a lot. Today especially seems to be like one of those days. For the past 2 everyone has been talking about the chaos happening in Justin Point. Are they talking about me now? Yes, the spirit replied. As the reported explained everything, there were lots of misinformation they were sharing. In Justin Point there was actually an insignificant amount of hunters in detainment. Lots of them have already broken free or have been rescued. There was a mistake in the incompetence of the information. But when some ridiculous story comes out, it's best to just not react rather than getting angry. However, Yi Wing wasn't the only one angry at the misinformation of the report. The other hunters who were watching also didn't seem too happy about it as they were watching. Tang! What are they talking about? One of the hunters shouted as he slammed his spoon on the table. This is crazy. What are they trying to make the public think? Every hunter had great honor in their clans. Any kind of disrespect towards any of them would make them all understandably angry. Keeping their reputation clean was very important. Of course the clans did have their weak points in the past at some points, but they always worked hard to fix anything that doesn't go well. The information just shared to the public was just plain lack of investigation. Quiet. It's originally like that. Doesn't it make sense why they would say that let's just not worry about it? We can't do that about this. This could do a lot of damage to us. I'm not even sure, but there was a few hundred people that were saved from the unit. We did a good job, but why could this be happening? Maybe this is because they want to control us. Hasn't this been going on for like 2 days now? It's ridiculous. As everyone continued to talk back and forth, Yi Wing just focused on eating his food and then left the restaurant. It seemed as if he didn't care, but he was actually a little worried after seeing the report on the TV. Usually he didn't care about things like that, but it could actually bring them lots of trouble. He would often go training after eating, but instead he decided to go meet someone. Yi Hang. Standing right in front of him was Yi Wing's lodging roommate, Jiang. The moment he saw Yi Wing, he reached out his hand for a handshake. How have you been? Fine. There's something I need to speak to you about, Yi Wing said as he shook his hand. At first he was a bit worried, but luckily it was easy to find him. All right. There's also something I need to apologize to you about. Apologize? Yes. Remember the time when I went into your room? Right. I remember, Yi Wing replied. He then handed him a cold bottle of water and Jiang smiled. Wow, you didn't have to. This is a really important matter and I can see how this could really affect the clans. I haven't talked to any other clans about this yet. I see. Jiang could understand with just a few words of explanation. After being his roommate for some time, he was able to understand him well. However, Zhejiang's reply stated that things might not go as they want them to, so they should be prepared for whatever it is they're worrying about. How can you say that so calmly? Listen carefully, Zhejiang said. Do you know that even you are now being talked about in the media even more than before? Yes, Yi Wing replied. He had seen himself on TV a lot lately for his hunter skills, but he didn't know that there was a reason for exactly why. Something then suddenly crossed Yi Wing's mind. Are they purposely trying to put pressure on us? Yi Wing asked. You are correct, Zhejiang simply answered. Are they from the American side? He asked, and Zhejiang then had a surprised look on his face. You may be on to something. No. Yi Wing shook his head. That was something he needed to think about. Zhezhong had lots of influence, so Yi Wing didn't want any possibly false information being spread. He wanted to know for sure. Zhezhong then nodded his head and replied, "All right. Looks like we should just keep an eye on America for now. Wanna team up and get to the bottom of this." Unknown Hunter 2, The End. Chapter 167 The Spirit's Rage. Chapter 167 The Spirit's Rage. 1. Swoosh. The sharp wings of an airplane landed on the runway of the Newport Airport located in Virginia. A plane flew off, going to its destination. The airplane was much faster than the one he arrived in. After it finally landed, all of the passengers got off one by one. "What a nice travel," he said, smiling while looking at the view. Walking through the sun, he slowly walked through the passageway, taking his time. One hand was holding his suitcase and he was also wearing a backpack. He was an Asian man in his mid-20s. "What are your plans for this visit?" "Just business," he answered. "How long will you be staying for?" the lady helping him asked. She continued to ask him various questions until he was finished there. "Have you received permission from the boss to watch that?" "Yes," he replied. "Mr. Han, come welcome Bonnie," a lady said, and he turned his head. He soon left the airport and went on his way without the big luggage that he had before. It had been a while since he's been back in the airport. Whoosh, click, whoosh. Two soldiers then walked by him. They were wearing a power suit and were armed with weapons. All around them were lots of young kids staring and pointing, but the soldiers kept walking without paying attention to anyone else. They were completely focused. "They're really special, aren't they? How can they just walk, not thinking of anything else but what they're here for?" "Right. They're completely focused on their duty. They must be fighting monsters somewhere, telling by the armor on them. In our country it's kind of hard to walk around like that, but here it's a normal thing," answered the spirit. Yi Wing then walked out of the gate without slowing down. Next to him at the entrance was a black American female soldier. Telling by her uniform she was of a group of hunters that suffered from neuritis due to so many enemy soldiers in the past. Everyone had a normal wavelength of a human. This wavelength was shared by every person, but that clan had to register for one. He wondered if she knew the basics and could enter the wavelength data. But she was a hunter after all. Yi Wing caused trouble in the place, and the police caught onto that, observing him with a watch drone reading their wavelength energy. They instantly thought of Yi Wing as a criminal and searched up all the information on him that they could. One of the hunters moved over a bit, and then Yi Wing's face was clearly seen on the panel. He remained calm. "Where do we have to be the first one to?" "We have to take a taxi and drive 10 blocks," the spirit answered. 2. Yi Wing arrived on the south side of Newport and walked a few more meters. He arrived at a small corner of a remote area and saw a small meat bakery that was empty. After taking the taxi, Yi Wing took the bakery as a warning. This place must have been a resting place for the occult system. But of course, to Yi Wing it was a nice place for a snack. No one was there, so he chose that place. He walked down a narrow path nearby, and the spirit then appeared next to him in human form and shouted, "Are we here a candy shop?" They walked up a flight of stairs and walked into the shop. The owner, who was very old, smiled at the spirit. "Welcome to Mama's candy shop. You're so pretty." The spirit felt as if she was in heaven. Her eyes were sparkling, and she had a big smile on her face as she looked around at all the candy. She looked over towards Yi Wing for permission to buy something, or a few things, and of course he couldn't refuse. He promised her. He took out his wallet and prepared himself. Before he knew it, her hands were already filled with sweets. "This will do." "Yes," the spirit replied enthusiastically with a big smile on her face. Even Yi Wing smiled as he was happy to see her happy. After paying for everything, they walked out of the shop with the spirit already eating chocolate. "Wow," Yi Wing said in shock at how much she was eating at a time. "Where are we going now?" "1 second, I'll check," she replied, putting all the chocolate down for a moment. "Let's go. There's a place we have to go that's a few blocks away. We have to meet the leader before it's too late." "Okay." She then went back to eating as they walked. Usually they would be able to get help in meeting with the leader at the airport, but he didn't want to schedule a meeting with anyone. "Is it good?" "Of course. Do you wanna try some?" "I'm fine," Yi Wing answered, nodding his head. He planned to eat when they reached a destination they could rest in. He then looked back and saw someone. They were wearing an entirely blue outfit and was noticeably full of muscle. He didn't seem so happy when he noticed Yi Wing. Suddenly he began to walk faster. Freeze. Maybe he saw Yi Wing's high-quality suit and thought he had a chance to steal it. They had been getting weird stares since they showed up there, but they didn't think that they wanted to fight him or anything. He looked over at the spirit, who had bloodshot eyes due to all the chocolate. "This guy." Suddenly 2 guys were then coming at him, and they both looked very angry. Luckily they didn't seem to have any weapons on them. However, they were currently in a dangerous place at the time, so there was no way they were up to any good. One of the guys then looked at all the snacks in the spirit's hand. Oh! All the chocolate and snacks then fell out of her arms and she became completely stiff. She felt as if she couldn't move at all. After the chocolate fell on the floor making a mess, but to the spirit, who wasn't feeling so good at the moment, thought it was a crowd of dead oaks. "Arr!" she screamed. Everyone else was confused as all they saw was fallen chocolate. "Hey, I said don't move. This idiot. What is he trying to do?" Yi Wing said through his headset, but the spirit wasn't even paying attention. Or maybe she heard him and just ignored it because she was only focused on one thing. Pong! One of the guys walked up to them, and the spirit instantly punched him. The other guy then began to step back. "It's a hunter." Suddenly dozens of people begin to rush out of hiding spots from every direction, seeming to be working together with the other 2 guys. The worst part was they seemed to have recognized him from the internet and all the news articles. "It's that guy." But the biggest problem Yi Wing was worried about was the spirit. However, she seemed ready to fight. "Pong pong 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 pong. Arsh's a monster shoot." One of them shouted about the spirit. Their fighting back was no use, she was much stronger and faster. Suddenly they all heard a siren, and a blaring blue light show up. Something that looked like an arrow then shot from a black and white drone. In that moment the difficulty of things increased. The spirit's rage, the end. Chapter 168 Unknown Hunter 3. Chapter 168 Unknown Hunter 3. 1. Why can't they just directly approach us? Jejong said. Must be easier said than done. It's not originally this complicated, though. It is a simple matter to sort out. The media turned everything inside out with their mistake. Since then everything and everyone has been in a bit of a crisis. Something like this can put a bad name on all the hunters in every clan known to the public. What about what you learned at the academy? It wasn't anything new. The most useful thing he did was go on a few raids, and everything else was just common sense being a hunter. Okay, maybe we can think of a plan to work this out. We can come up with a plan to change the public's mind despite what the media says. After that, everything should die down, and you shouldn't have to worry about your face being everywhere. We can't give anything away. Give anything away. Yes. Isn't the American can giving it away? Yi Wing didn't understand exactly what he was talking about at first. In the past, a group of talented American hunters were very greedy for power. Since the generation mash-up, they were the fastest to gain lots of powerful hunters on their side. Their skills were unbelievably. Other countries weren't necessarily envious of them, they just wanted to know their secret. Until now they haven't gave away any hints, but we're not sure if they're responsible for this. Justin Point. Yes, the first time Justin Point had such a big industrial accident was when they happened to be close by. Maybe they could have done something to cause it. You're right. The Earth and the Laosu was not completely the same. However, there were lots of similarities. Even their shape was similar, but their similar geographics had changed. That was it. Korea's southeast was in Japan. However, Japan still didn't have access to the same dimensions as Korea. I see. I recognized it when I saw it this time. They talked a lot about the group of clans in Justin Point. When the Dion group came crashing down, everyone seemed to be keeping a closer eye on them than usual. Isn't it funny they can do whatever they want because of the clan's rights? It is something. Judge Young said in agreement as he tied his arms and sunk deep into thought. There was no telling why the media could be doing what they were doing. It was very frustrating. However, Judge Young felt the answer was right at the tip of his tongue. This wasn't any kind of insight to help them get any hints. Because America were the ones who blocked off approach to the incident, that could be a big clue. Yi Wing said, and Judge Young's eyes then grew in surprise. So you're saying that they may have not purposely kept their mouth closed about the attack? In that moment everything became silent between the two of them. We've caught them, Judge Young said, breaking the silence. Yes. There's still a few missing pieces, but now I get it. With the information that Judge Young had, it was a lot easier to find some of the missing pieces to the story to figure out what was going on, but Yi Wing's conclusion was undoubtedly spot on. He had to stop the damage that those stories were doing the Justin Point clans. There was something quite simple. It's a plan made directly by them. They must be having a big celebration at their headquarters right now. But how did they know something's not right here? It's because they've had lots of experience with this in the past. Experience? Yi Wing asked. Yes, they've helped a lot of other clans with their plans in the past, and now it's time for them to request a favor in return. But that doesn't explain everything, Yi Wing said as he tried to make sense of everything. But they didn't seem to have any grudges held against anyone or any clan to do something like this. I guess we'll have to find out what their motive is. Yi Wing was determined to find out more until he knew the whole truth. In situations like this, Gwenny would give me some kind of advice to motivate me. Yi Wing then closed his eyes and he could hear his voice. He would always tell him how all the clans were one, and in the end they all should work as a team. Every hunter shared the same passion and struggle. I feel ashamed. He looked down at his hands that had turned red. He was very ashamed. He felt as if it was his fault. Although he was trying his hardest to fix it, he still felt ashamed. What was the reason for things to become this way? What could they gain from this? There had to be some kind of reason. Wanny's advice was never really anything special. He always go by on his own. It wasn't anything new. Ever since he became reborn again, he became stronger. He couldn't think about disappointed his clan team or anyone that had his back. Even Jejong began to felt the feeling of embarrassment for the first time in a long time. It's okay. I know, it's just I've realized something that I haven't thought about in a long time. Tomorrow everything should be calmer. I'll make sure of it. And I'm sorry. Jejong assured and got up from his seat with a happy look on his face. After he walked out of the door, Yi Wing took a deep breath and reflected. Yi Wing then sunk deep into thought. What was the reason for America to try to ruin the reputation of so many talented hunters? It was simple. The world was now in a need for hunters. In the past, everyone relied on police, and America wanted to bring it back to that time. Why do they care so much? However, he couldn't think of a way to stop it. He couldn't ask Jejong for too much. He already had so many things to deal with. Yi Wing then took the tablet and searched for something. What are you doing? I'm trying to find information on the American clan leaders. Yi Wing said, reply to the spirit's question. 2. The next day Jejong was a bit quieter than usual. All the topic of the latest hunter drama had suddenly disappeared from the internet. Although they were still receiving some criticism, everything overall had died down. Jejong successfully completed his task. Suddenly Korea made such a pro-American act, and that they couldn't go back on. An American spokesman announced that Justin Point would be sent American Army troops. Because of that decision, the country had a cold feeling. That was the reason why Justin Point is still under control by Sanjin church members, and Oaks. Everything went downhill when they decided to send those troops. It was obvious that what happened was on purpose, and the reason for it was clear. It was because America wanted to tame Korea. However, they did also send help to join in on the reclaimment of Justin Point. There was almost no hope left for it, but looked like they decided to try again anyway. Let's see what we can find, Yi Wing said to the spirit. 3. Yi Wing went back to the clan HQ after a month of a vacation. He told them all the new information he found over the past month. Everyone seemed to have turned their heads from the situations that were being talked about. Good work. Well, be sure to check into everything and take care of the rest. No problem, and thank you, sir, Yi Wing said in reply to Mr. H. Wang. Other members of the clan was going to work on some of the other things to leave them with more time to sort and work out the more important things. Okay. Thank you for your continuous support. You're welcome, sir. Unknown Hunter 3, The End. Chapter 169, The Spirit's Rage 2. Chapter 169, The Spirit's Rage 2. 1. Come on. Okay. The spirit said, still a little uneasy. Her and Yi Wing quickly escaped out of there quietly. Later, after all of the police left, they were able to go back on their way. However, there were still a few people around looking for him. There's a hunter around here somewhere, one of the people mumbled while looking around. Darn it. He seemed like a very skilled hunter. We need to call for backup. A hunter? One of his colleagues asked in shock. Yes. He was here a while ago. Wow, will we be able to handle him? He said with his hand on his gun holster, looking around. We'll be fine. We can track him and plan a sneak attack. Why did we have to run into such a powerful hunter? Don't worry about it, we can catch him. The two of them were talking while they were looking around the area for clues with some kind of sensor. Yi Wing could look up from where he was and see a drone flying around. He was using his hiding skill so they couldn't find him. However, the police officers seemed to be pretty suspicious whenever the drone would fly over Yi Wing, despite him using his hiding skill. "There's nothing else here," he said, still looking a bit suspicious. In that moment he was watching the CCTV footage of what just happened in the neighborhood. Due to constant trouble in the neighborhood, there had been many CCTV cameras put in everywhere around there. Watching the footage, all they could was him suddenly disappearing with no idea how. The sensor could catch his steps, but they would have to turn up the power. "The code is MH9. Darn it," the police officer said after getting an update through his radio. It's 1451. It is now in MH9. 1451. Check the patrol car. Check MH9. It shouldn't take long. Make sure everything is okay. 1451. Looks like there's nothing here. Let's get going. Okay, the police officer said, and the both of them at the scene got into their car. After the police finally drove off in their car, Yi Wing was relieved to be able to finally come out of hiding. The spirit had a terrible headache and clearly wasn't feeling very well. "Sorry," she said, feeling terrible that she didn't do much to help. "It's fine. That attack was very unexpected. It was my responsibility anyway," Yi Wing said. "If they went prepared, they could have died." They signaled for a taxi and continued on their way. Yi Wing was feeling a little regretful that he couldn't do much but hide. He had no choice since he couldn't get into much trouble due to the bad news of hunters in media these days. The taxi was approaching a building where they saw many people gathering on the outside of it. Yi Wing then saw that there was a screen playing the CCTV from the fight he had with the police officers. He got out of the taxi and stayed out of sight to avoid causing any trouble by someone recognizing him. Shortly after that, he took out his phone and logged onto the taxi app. He requested another taxi to pick him up. Suddenly a loud monster warning went off. Obviously that could only mean that our monster was nearby. When the alarm went off, everyone in the area began to run away screaming, trying to find safety. For the first time, even Yi Wing tried to flee away with them. However, soon he started to think that there wasn't any monster around. He then suddenly stopped running. As he looked up into the sky, he could see 5 things approaching the area. Yi Wing was a bit confused. He knew that he would be able to recognize any monster, but he had no idea what he was looking at. What are they? It seemed like it could be one of the monsters he fought while he was in the Alausu. They weren't very powerful monsters, but it still took some work to fight them off. Besides, it was 5 of them. It was definitely going to be a tough fight. Everyone was still running around panicking, trying to find somewhere safe. "Move it, gosh." Yi Wing was getting ready to fight off the monsters. As they flew closer and closer to the ground, the people were starting to finally clear away, giving him the space that he needed. Tommy," a mom shouted as she quickly turned around to pick up her kid that tripped. The monsters were swooping down towards the ground. Everyone screamed in terror as they ran away. There were a few police officers there shooting at the monsters, but they were doing a good job dodging them while flying through the air. "This isn't good," Yi Wing said. The monsters' goal was clear. They came to hunt for humans. He couldn't even imagine something like that happening in Korea, but America would be the last thing he would think something like this would happen. The monsters did a strange call, and soon their children came flying with them. Hunting them were of course much more difficult and dangerous than hunting a wild animal. Suddenly in that moment, a military bus showed up speeding to the scene. It was much bigger than the ones seen in the Alaosu, but their machine gun on the top of it was similar. The military bus then came to a stop and the machine gun began to shoot towards the monsters. Took, 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 took. The machine gun shot violently everywhere, causing the monsters to have to fly faster. It looked like the monsters were still doing well and the machine gun wasn't helping so much. A door to the military bus then opened and hunters holding protective shields came running out. Hey, how long until the backup is here? 20 minutes. We can do this. We have to be very careful, said a tall muscular guy. Everything will be fine, just stick to the plan, said another guy. Dad, how are we supposed to do this? We just have to do our best until the backup shows up, he said. They all did their best to defend themselves and keep the citizens safe until their backup showed up. In America there weren't any hunter teams as powerful as Korean hunter teams, but they had lots of equipment that they were able to borrow. Korea lent them a few weapons to help with their monster invasions. Odd, one of them said, trying to prepare their gun, but it was already too late. The monster was already on its way to attack some people, but just then, swoosh pong, he shot the monster out of the air and fell into the ocean that was right next to the area they were fighting them. However, after that it disappeared. Splash! One of the monsters hit the side of the building. It looked as if their head exploded and then it suddenly disappeared along with a one that fell into the ocean. What is going on? The fighters were very confused. They took a close look into the sky at the remaining monsters that were flying around. Obviously they could just shoot them while they're in the sky, but then they could possibly fall down on people or buildings. Dad, his son said, calling out to him. He then turned his head, looking a bit frightened. The last 4 monsters looked very angry. In that moment he then quickly refilled his gun. Took took. We won't lose, declared the boys further. After that he stood up from his seat and aimed at the monsters. After shooting at the monsters a few times he got into the military bus and drove. They wanted to get the rest of their squad to help fight the monsters, but there was no time and they couldn't take that risk. He kept shooting randomly with his gun in the car while they drove to avoid getting hit by the monsters. Pong, 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 pong. The 4 monsters were roaring and making screeching noises as they shot at them. Quang, quang. One of the monsters then fell onto the ground. Luckily there weren't any people in the way. How are we going to get them all? He asked, worried about how could they ensure the people's safety and take down the monsters. I have no idea. As things started to get more difficult they began to lose hope with no plan on how to deal with the monsters. At least everyone in the area were gone, so they no longer had to worry about the danger of the citizens. One of their team members then seemed to have come up with a plan. They were going to have to get through it on their own. He looked over at the monsters for a second and then nodded his head. It was clearly going to be very difficult to capture them. They got out another machine gun. Looked like the leader found a possible way to deal with the monsters. If they could pick and choose, they would get a 5th-tier monster for a job like that, or maybe even a 6th-tier monster would be even better and sure to save them. There was no one they knew to call, as there weren't any necessarily high-level monsters on their team. Do you think it would be a good idea to set the car on fire? The leader shouted at one of the members. The monsters could fall and crush the cars. The member lowered his head in shame at the leader's reply. It would really help if they could at least get the backup team already. Just then someone suddenly showed up next to him. Do you guys need some help here? He could hear the voice clearly, but he couldn't see anyone. There was just a shadow in the spot that he seemed to be standing, but was somehow invisible. He would be very shocked to know that it was the high-level ranked hunter, just as he was wishing for. "Wait inside, guys. I'll take care of this." "Yes, sir," the members said in reply to their leader, who planned to talk to the invisible person. "Are you that amazingly powerful hunter?" The spirits rage to the end. Chapter 170, A Son's Mistake. Chapter 170, A Son's Mistake. 1. After the generation mashup, many monsters roamed the cities of the earth, destroying everything in sight and killing humans. Soon they were able to get rid of them, and the people could finally relax and feel safe. Thanks to Yi-Wing, who came to the rescue, they were able to relax in the military bus. Of course, they stuck around just in case he needed some help. Everyone was watching Yi-Wing in shock. They've never seen a hunter like him. He was very powerful and he looked very young to them. He showed up out of nowhere like a hero and saved them all. "Over there is my son Caleb, and that's my daughter Jenny, and next to her is my daughter-in-law Ally." The leader introduced him to everyone, and Yi-Wing nodded his head instead of answering with words. The daughter-in-law then came to him and handed him an orange juice. "Thank you for helping us." "You don't have to thank me," Yi-Wing said as she received the orange juice. He looked up into the air at the monsters flying up above. They seemed to be very prepared with food, drinks, and even a container was set for the monsters' course. The two kids seemed to be very talented, even though they were just level 3 hunters. The family tried their best to show their appreciation. Their grandfather then asked him a few questions. "What's your name, Im-san?" Their grandfather. "Their father is wearing armoring, but why aren't you? Where is your weapon? Do you have to go get them? How are your eyes so piercing like that? You're a handsome person." Yi-Wing was silent for a moment, not really knowing what to say or what question to answer first. "Don't worry, Mr. San. I can do this," Yi-Wing assured. "Grandpa, everything's going to be fine." The little boy, Timothy, shouted. "I'm sorry." No, it's okay," Yi-Wing said. "Anyway, did you say you were from Newport hunting area?" "Yes." "All right, we believe in you." Timothy took 5 small bags that were tied around his leg and gave them to Yi-Wing. It was a bit of cash that he decided to give to him for helping them. "It's fine, you don't have to," Yi-Wing said, shaking his head. "Did you say you came from the Huntington airport?" "Yes." "I see. You're gonna need this," she said, handing him a few more dollars. He would need enough to take the bus. The young boy sitting in the back seat of their military bus looked at the money in his hand. "It's okay, it'll be fine," Yi-Wing said, denying the money again. "We understand how you feel, but don't worry, we just want to thank you for helping our family. Hunting takes a lot of work, so we want to show our gratitude. So please, take it." Although he still didn't want to take it, he decided to accept their gift. "Great. We can't thank you enough for helping us," the lady said as she bowed politely again. "It's my pleasure," Yi-Wing replied. He wasn't the type of person who cared about money or material things, but he decided to take it to be polite. The little boy named Timothy then got something out of his bag and handed it to Yi-Wing. It was chocolate from the shop Yi-Wing and the spirit went to earlier that day. Obviously the spirit was very happy with it as she smiled with sparkles in her eyes. She then put the chocolate in her pocket and disappeared back into Yi-Wing's head. Timothy then smiled seeing her so happy. Before driving off, the kid then said something. Dad, check the National Guard, the kid said, and Timothy tilted his head. Usually the policemen around the city didn't check the National Guard. The National Guard hasn't been used since so many monsters started to show up over time. It hasn't been checked. I don't know. The hunters in the National Guard should all be armed, his son said as he got onto the bus. He said to Yi Wing, who was also supposed to be on the bus but he could no longer see him. Suddenly, after looking around for a few seconds, he saw a line in the air. Are you there? Yes. Wow, Timothy said in surprise. He never saw a hiding skill like that before. Are you trying to avoid the hunter since there's a secret space back there where you can hide? Can you help him find it, Ali? Sure, Dad. Ali then went towards the seats in the very back of the bus and showed Yi Wing all the space in the secret hiding area. Here's a place for you to hide and avoid monsters. It's a little stuffy in there right now, but it will open up a bit more after the National Guard inspection. Thank you. But are you sure this is okay? Yi Wing asked. He wasn't really afraid of the censor, but he didn't want to anger their grandpa by not getting his permission first. It's okay, but you could ask him. Okay. Yi Wing replied and moved towards the front seat of the car to find him. The military bus then made a quick stop in front of the valley gate. Timothy then asked the soldiers around, what's going on? The code is MH9. Can we see your hunter license and driver's license, please? Here you go. The guy then shook his head and handed back his stuff, letting them pass through. JJ. The door of the military bus then opened and the rest of the soldiers came onto the bus. One of the soldiers then shouted from the back of the bus, wow, there's 5 monsters. The face of the driver of the bus then turned red as he shouted, what, is that too difficult? Although they were only third-tier monsters, they were much bigger than usual. Don't annoy me, Timothy shouted. We are currently going through inspection. The hunter in the passenger seat alerted. Good. Then Timothy looked at the back of the bus and noticed the other hunters talking quietly to each other. Did someone die? I heard that about 18 people died. Wow, he exclaimed in surprise as he heard that 18 people had died. Goosebumps began to show up on his arm just thinking about how dangerous their mission was about to be. A hunter from the back seat whispered. What is it? Someone who's not on our side, the billion perhaps, is actually on this bus with us. A son's mistake, the end. Chapter 171 A Son's Mistake 2. Chapter 171 A Son's Mistake 2. 1. One of the soldiers then had a shocked look on his face. He took off his seatbelt and pressed the button to try and silence his weapon a few times. Immediately after that, they were able to see their surroundings more clearly. Everyone there began to quickly surround the military bus. The leader, Clark, looked over to his children and saw something he had never seen before. Their bus was filled with his entire family. Everything had to be safe. He then quickly got up and went towards the back of the bus. When he got back there, he saw his father and a scuffled paper with something written on it that they couldn't figure out. Suddenly he then heard an unfamiliar voice from somewhere behind his father. Oh, Dad, they're going to hurt them. I don't know what to do, his son said, worried about the upcoming fight. Seeing the anger and fear in his eyes, his father knew he couldn't ignore his worry and he had to help him relax. We won't be able to do anything with an attitude like that. We can do this, just trust me. Although he assured his son that everything was going to be fine, he still felt a little anxious himself. His son was a little reckless at times, but he was a hunter as well. "Son, come with me." "Dad, shut up, our family is in trouble. How can I relax?" Timothy shouted. His father understood his anger and nodded his head and hugged his son. With the entire family on the military bus, they were able to get closer and understand each other better. "What are we going to do?" he asked a soldier next to him. He took a moment to answer his question. "Well, carefully make a plan for code MH9 billion group. With all of our skills, we should be able to do this. Also, the bus isn't doing very well. Prepare for an explosion." "Yes, sir," everyone said in reply to the commander's update. Shortly after that, a few things began to explode near the bus, and they did their best to protect themselves from some random shrapnels that were ripping through the air. Explosives. Quang, 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 quang. The person on the bus responsible for the explosives went on with what he had prepared. He sent the bus flying 10 meters into the air, and when the bus fell down on the ground, a follow-up attack was given. "Keep attacking." Took, 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 quang, quang. Everyone began to attack and do whatever they could. The military bus had its own shield, but it was really weak due to the explosions that it already took. Timothy calmed himself down and took a few deep breaths. His parents and the team were the town's saviors. If it wasn't for them, everyone would have been in serious danger, even more than they already were. However, one mistake could kill them all. "Ag!" A son in the arms of its mother shouted. Their house had burned down, so they were riding on the military bus with the rest of them. "We have to do this. For the other families here." "Ugh, this is all because of that guy," Clark said while sitting on the floor. He was getting quite frustrated. They had to end the battle and get their enemies arrested, but of course that wouldn't be so easy. After some thinking, Timothy got up and walked out of the commander's seat. He then went and talked with one of the other soldiers. "There's been evidence found of where the billions could possibly be hiding. We may not have captured the MH9, but we still have a chance to get enough of them," he said, but that's not what Timothy was thinking about at the moment. "Wow, did 18 people really die?" Timothy asked. The other soldier then tilted his head and answered his question. "If my guess is correct, then the cause of all this trouble must be Hector's gang. That's who it usually is, but some of the people that died were on their side," the soldier said, and Timothy then began to think. If the billions really were as cruel as they made themselves out to be, he won't believe it. This stupid idiot. Timothy then turned around and saw someone. That mysterious person looked at them before he started to march towards Clark. "Huh. You're going to die." "Pong pong." "Dad, I'm sorry, I made a mistake," Timothy shouted. He had no other choice for his family. "Idiot, do I have to teach you a lesson?" his father shouted as he continued to walk towards him, and once he got close enough, he started hitting him. "Dad, I'm sorry, I did it for them," the son shouted with his shaking voice. His sister Jenny then heard all the noise and shouted at their father. "That's enough." She hit him and he fell onto the ground. Ally then heard what was going on and she soon saw them fighting. "You guys stop it," Ally shouted as she looked at them, calling up a few moments of silence that soon calmed everything down. Fu Yi-Wing then looked at Timothy with a bitter expression. They've only just met each other, but they had a fairly good first impression. Although he felt like the son was a part to be blamed, he could understand why he did it, and he didn't want to make any trouble between them anyway. "That's it, you're going to just leave them alone." "Yay, we shouldn't bother him." "Why, if it wasn't for you then many more people would have died." "Why are you trying to be nice?" The spirit shouted, but Yi Wing just ignored it. His decision was final. It doesn't matter. Yi Wing's 20-year-old face changed its appearance so that he could look like in his mid-20s. That change was caused by the spirit's spell, however, Yi Wing wasn't bothered by it. It was now time to show them his skills. Maybe if their leader knew about the spell, then he would have been kicked out by now, but it seems that they didn't mind him there. Today, they lost a lot of families, but the hardest thing for them was losing their boss. Their leader was angry and none of them knew what to do. And the worst part about it was that Timothy lost his trust in his family. "We're going back." "Wow, you're being such a nice person," the spirit replied. Yi Wing then turned around and started on his way back. Suddenly, he heard a loud scream coming from the direction that he was walking towards. What's going on? Clark, Jenny, and their leader were surrounded. There's nowhere to go. The code MH9 of the Billions must have been responsible for this, their leader shouted. Dad, Timothy shouted for Clark, his dad. That idiot, Yi Wing mumbled to himself. That family didn't seem to be done with causing him some trouble. Whoever is at fault for this incident would pay, and Yi Wing would now make sure of it. It sounds like they're in trouble. What's going on? Just give me a few minutes to come up with a plan. Okay. As the spirit prepared a plan, Yi Wing quickly ran towards where the family was by following the sound where it came from. He took a look at the situation when he got there, and with a pitied look, he whispered into Timothy's ear, "I'll help you guys, don't worry." Just as Yi Wing spoke, the boy's eyes opened in surprise. "You came back." "Of course. You'll be safe, so don't worry," Yi Wing said, and Timothy then smiled. Thank you. 1. I am the one to blame for your misfortune. Everyone, take cover, Yi Wing said to the family. Sir Yi Wing, you have already helped us so much, we are very grateful. No problem, Yi Wing said in reply to the family's leader. They were thankful that things went as severe as they could have been. It was all because of Yi Wing. There's something I remembered when he telling me when he had given him a lot of advice that has been useful to him recently. He was ready to go into the fight without any doubt of fears. I'll help, one of the soldiers from the family's side said. What should I call you? My code name is very complicated since it is from overseas, just call me Derek. Okay. Nice to meet you, Derek, Yi Wing said with a short but appreciative smile. Although he actually wanted to refuse his help, he decided to let him in. A son's mistake to the end. Chapter 172 Yi Wing reveals himself. Chapter 172 Yi Wing reveals himself. 1. We came here to sort things out. It should be easy to get everything we need through hacking, the soldier on the driver's seat said as he passed a big tablet to Yi Wing. Yi Wing took the tablet and thoroughly checked all of its information. Their plan was all set up and they were ready to go. Everything was planned out so that they would be able to handle any inconvenience without that much trouble. Especially because everything had already been turned inside out. Everything looks good. Thanks. Now we should be ready to get started. Good, Yi Wing said, shaking his head in satisfaction. Okay, let's get going. We'll start first thing tomorrow morning. It'll be perfect. Sounds good. I'll review the places where we have to go. However, I don't know how freely we'll be able to get going tomorrow, Yi Wing said, and the soldier in the passenger seat nodded his head. It seems that there would be a lot in store for tomorrow, and they had to keep a lookout for surveillance. Got it, but there's a lot of things that we can expect. It could also take longer than we thought. That's fine. Okay, let's begin, he said, speeding up the bus so start their long drive from sunrise to sunset. Derek prepared to enter a tranquil lake in the area. I did prepare for a safe arrival, but now there's no need for that. We'll just continue on as we please. Okay. They were near a villa, and they could also see a mansion just a few feet away. It was located deep within the middle of the woods. Things didn't seem to be what he had expected. But isn't this too expensive? It looks like we'll need a lot of time to set everything up, Yi-Wing said as he looked around in surprise. There were people casually walking around the neighborhood. It seems that they wouldn't be able to get their plan started since this place looks like it was filled with people that were discharged from the military. There was about 140 military personnel that were scattered around them, and there could be someone strong among them. Yi-Wing knew that they had to be careful. However, after looking at all of the nuances for a moment, he felt like he was able to understand them. Of course, that didn't mean he liked them, but it made things simpler. He knew that he didn't have to worry about them. All right, this shouldn't be too hard. Good. We'll get started first thing tomorrow. All right. 2. That night, they found a place for them to park the military bus and relax. After alerting the team of all the information that they knew so far, they got back up and moved on. It was a special American and Korean relationship that kept the information hidden. How's everything going? Just as planned, the soldier replied. It wasn't anything too difficult and they were moving pretty fast. All they had to do was to finish things up and then disappear without leaving any tracks behind. Would they be able to do it? The tracks that they gathered weren't that bad, but they almost got themselves in trouble. Why didn't you tell me before we came all this way? I didn't know either. Now after we finish this, we're going to have to get moving right away. Look at this. Does it look like we'll be able to get out of here? It looks like they're ready to chase us down at the moment we do something. Ugh, how could this have happened all of a sudden? He was 24 years old and was known as a very popular hunter. Of course, people would be on the hunt for him. After that, they weren't sure about what to do next. His only guess was that it could have been someone in the military bus that secretly gave out his whereabouts. But that didn't add up either, as they had only just met, so there was no way someone could have ratted him out that quickly. His skills would be reduced if his information were to be revealed. If they knew about all of his skills and the details on them, Yi-Wing would have to change the plan completely. They had to be very careful. We'll be able to go over everything eventually, he said, looking at all of the security equipment in the room. But even so, he seemed to be very calm. Wow, our American protective system is really slacking today, he followed. It came from the airport. You don't know how to register to the Oracle system. If you were to go through a normal route, then you won't need to register to that, right? The Oracle system was made to help others find hunters more efficiently than any other system. It could track them down even if they were using a hiding skill. However, the hunters did find some way around it. Although it took a lot of work to figure out, Yi-Wing was able to bypass it. There used to be a top secret entry on my side where we could use our energy limitlessly. With the data that we have, we can only check the entry to clear everything. What? Tack? He said in shock as he instantly stood up from his seat, causing it to fall onto the ground. We should be able to hack the Oracle now. Get ready. Okay, I'll make sure they can't find our tracks. The Oracle system is currently in its normal operating conditions. Their capabilities in terms of hacking was limited since the military team has turned analog, and of course, they won't be able to deceive them permanently. They would be found out eventually, but luckily, their deception has lasted long enough. I can't believe this. He felt that they were going to be perfectly safe. They had already discarded all of the unnecessary information that they had gathered through their scientific and systematic systems. The worst part was that if they failed, then he would have to report it back to this Hunter Team HQ who had their trust in him. But luckily it seemed that that wouldn't be his fate, as everything with the Oracle system was going fairly good. Don't you think that America could be responsible for all the troubles happening in Korea right now? Yi Wing asked, although he was a bit unsure. His smart thinking and small movements already made him a target for danger. Obviously, that fact did scare him because there was an extremely simple way that they could take. Although they did make a mistake with their very broad interpretation of their protection system. Why did he come? I don't know, he replied. Wait, what happened? His grief then grew deeper. The Virginia military team in America had a lot of important installation and industrial incidents. Just hearing about those places sent a shiver down his spine. First, we'll meet them. Let's go get ready. All right. First, we'll try to figure their intentions. We still haven't even met him personally. That might be a good thing. Yeah. His security level is even higher than Gwenny's. He's even a lot more dangerous, the soldier said, and his assistant looked surprised. Gwenny's current security was supposed to be the most sophisticated one he had ever seen. Only a level 8 hunter could beat that. How is that possible? His assistant replied, as he had a hard time understanding what it meant. The soldier then replied saying, Gwenny is very safe. He's an unbelievably talented hunter. This definitely won't be easy, but that Yi Wing person is someone that we definitely had to look out for. However, it shouldn't be that hard to find a way to defeat him. He is just a young 20-year-old hunter after all. But even so, he is a level 8 hunter. Do you think he could be as dangerous as we think he is? No way. All right, let's go see. Okay. As his assistant opened the door and walked out of it, he walked to the left side of the room and opened a drawer which he had some trouble pulling. He put on a pair of gloves and reached for something inside it. It was something sharp with a dark brown wooden handle. Darn it, I thought this would be easy to use. Tack! A cloud of blue dust began to surround his hand. Whoa! He then closed his eyes to enjoy its feeling, and with a bitter smile, he said, This is making me feel kind of nervous. I had already predicted that something like this would happen, he mumbled to himself. There was a lot of important information and top-secret files that he had to sort through, but he was too stuck in his head at the moment. In conclusion, assassination could be totally unavoidable. Darn it, I hope that it won't be as bad as I think it would be. We're going to be really careful this time. A message then showed up on the monitor in his office. Level 8 hunter has arrived in Virginia. Yi Wing reveals himself. The end. Chapter 173. Yi Wing reveals himself 2. Chapter 173. Yi Wing reveals himself 2. 1. Click Jick. Yi Wing got up from his seat a little late in the morning and got one of his weapons. He picked up the usual and went on to set it up. We're going to use this one, Yi Wing said as he picked up the weapon from the set. The Nightmare King armor glowed as it sat on the bed. He prepared the special artifact weapon for another battle. Do you think I could use my hiding skill this time? Of course. The skill got weaker, but it's not completely gone. Compared to before, his skill was noticeably weaker. It is different from before. Try to take it easy. the spirit suggested, and Yi Wing nodded his head. How about this? That should be fine. Yi Wing then begins to put on the armor set. Shadow Hell set completely installed. Special set 55. Set effects. Hiding skill increased by 20%. Hiding skill system energy increased by 30%. This armor set has been given to him by Mr. H. Wang. He then put his hood over his head. It's time to flip the switch. I have to wear this. Yi Wing showed an unsatisfied look on his face. After going to America, he was provided a new suit for battle, and he had also gotten many weapons. It was a little overwhelming for him, and the weapons also take a lot of energy to be used, but of course, they were very useful. At least it was free. I guess so. The good thing was that it was all free. Although that didn't really matter to him. They were made from expensive materials, so he had to be at least grateful about it. At the beginning of the generation mashup, teams of hunters had worked together by sharing their weapons and talents. They made many special artifacts together for their teams, and they all had one goal: to have something with power beyond a special artifact. To master their craftsmanship so that they could make themselves unstoppable. That was their real goal. Some had said that it was for their souls, but of course, it wasn't. It was the goal of those who came before them, and out of all the weapons that they had made, their most powerful weapon would be chosen as their own special artifact. This is going to be difficult to handle. I know. The spirit replied. Neither of them had no idea what to expect. However, they still had to get the permission, so they didn't worry too much. They were determined to not give up, and Yi Wing was ready for whatever would come their way. They're so sparkly. Aren't they always that way? Yi Wing said in reply to the spirit about the weapons. The metal on the artifacts was shining quite brightly. It seemed to be made out of high-quality material. This is like a piece of art, he said, looking at the armor after putting it on. Of course, the fanciness was useless, but it was still nice. It was perfect, and Yi Wing felt very confident in how things were going to go. Overpowering set. High-ranked set. Overpower helmet. Overpower shoulder blades. Overpower gloves. Overpower boots. It was clear to see that it had a high rank. It seemed to be a very special set, and obviously, that's what made it so powerful. If there was any problem with it, it would be the glossy polished look it had. That kind of feature made him stand out, which wasn't a good thing for a hunter. Let's borrow these too. Okay. He took out a few weapons to use as well. Yi Wing then went to eat breakfast with Derek, and his phone suddenly started to ring. Derek then looked at his phone and asked, "Who is it?" Yi Wing then smiled and replied, "It's a number I don't know, so I'm not sure if I should answer it." "I see," Derek replied. He was feeling much less stressed about things than the previous day. After breakfast, he left out of the door. He then stopped in front of the weapon room they were in yesterday. The military bus was in the big yard in the back of the building. There were guards there who were lined outside of the truck to escort Yi Wing. There were 12 soldiers that were wearing matching uniforms with long capes. Although they were only 12 of them, they looked very powerful. All of them were together as a clan, and they were helping Yi Wing. Here Derek handed Yi Wing a long cape to match the others, and Yi Wing politely took it and put it on. It was just like the rest of the soldiers, however, it did have some gold printing on it. "Today we have to," Yi Wing said as he looked at the other soldiers. He stopped talking before finishing his sentence as he noticed the worry in their eyes. "Today we will give it our all and succeed," Yi Wing said with a shrug. Derek then laughed a little and shouted, "We will win." Yes, the other soldiers shouted in reply. 2. Did you make the call? It failed. He said in reply to his assistant as he stroked his chin and began to worry. Things weren't going as he planned. This isn't good. I don't know what we should do. Originally, he was going to get a job in Virginia, but there was no way that he could miss out on this chance to destroy that high-ranked hunter. He wanted to try even though there was a chance that things could turn out badly. We need all the information that we have. Yes, sir. Do you think it's possible for us to get through? It won't be easy. We're going to have to work very hard. I understand, the boss replied. America was currently in the process of claiming Justin Point in Korea while attacking the Korean soldiers in the process. We're going to have to plan out everything down to the last detail. How will we protect ourselves from the monsters that we could run into? Of course, that's going to be the hard part. However, the most important thing is that everything we really need is in the basement and they're safe, the soldier replied. All right. Don't worry, sir, the soldier assured him. They were doing their best in order to prepare to go up against a level 8 hunter. They wanted it to be perfect with every single step. Do you think you can ask someone a favor for me? Sure. Yi-Wing reveals himself to the end. Chapter 174 Invincible. Chapter 174 Invincible. Jake. A white light could be seen from the 8th floor of the building. Yi-Wing stood on the outside of the building for a moment. The window looked very old. It looked like it was once a Red Cross hospital. However, it was clear that it has been destroyed and abandoned after the generation mashup. The building was in a terrible condition, but because America still really needed the hospital, it was still in use. People were inside, receiving treatment by the employees that could be found anywhere. It was just as busy as it once was despite its current circumstance. Yi-Wing, Derek and his soldiers lined up outside of the building. I feel kind of terrible after seeing this place like this. It was like a scene out of a movie. He felt a bit uneasy even though he was the leader. It's strange, but well, get used to it. I can't do this. They walked onwards as if they're there to capture the ones inside, but then they felt a strong force acting as a barrier for the people inside the building. All they had to do was to walk through the door, but, of course, even that simple thing was not easy for them to do. It feels as if we're in Gwenny's presence. Why, you're right, one of the clan members said in reply to Yi-Wing. The moment he called Gwenny his grandfather, Derek faced his head to the ground. Yi-Wing didn't know this, but at that moment, he was thinking of all the things Yi-Wing and Gwenny had in common. Well, let's get going. Yes, sir, the other clan members said in reply to Yi-Wing. Today, Yi-Wing was leading him because of the great power that everyone knew he had. Wait, Duke, Derek said before he slightly opened the window so that he could see what's inside it. Jick, jick, jick. The floor would make a creaking sound every time Yi-Wing would take a step forward. The rest of the clan members followed right behind him. How are we supposed to get to the office in here? Give me a moment to think about it. Also, can you guys do me a favor? Sure. One of the clan members waved their hands, directing Yi-Wing into the right direction, while Derek went a different way with the other clan members. Later, they reached the 3rd floor and arrived in front of a hospital room. Yi-Wing slightly knocked on the door before he went inside it. There were 4 people inside the hospital room. Ally was sitting in one of the chairs and behind her was an injured person. It was Timothy and he was lying on the bed injured. Who, she said as she heard the door being opened. She looked back to see a person standing at the door who was still wearing a hood over his face. "It's me, Timothy," Timothy replied, tilting his head at the strange voice that he just heard. Yi-Wing took the hood off of his head and Timothy then immediately recognized his face. It's you," Timothy said with a shocked face. A lot of thoughts began to run through his head at that moment. They were all currently in a very difficult situation, and he thought Yi-Wing was dead. "It's you," he said happily. Timothy then placed his hand on Yi-Wing's shoulder and his face then turned red. "I'm sorry. This is all happening right now because of me," Timothy said to Yi-Wing regarding the incident that happened the previous day. He didn't know that Yi-Wing already knew everything. "I know, I heard about it. Don't worry, I'm not gonna hate you for it," Yi-Wing said, and Timothy nodded his head. He took a deep breath of relief and asked, "How did you get here? Isn't it dangerous?" Timothy asked in a low tone as he looked around. He didn't want any of the nurses to come in and see that Yi-Wing was there. "At first I was strongly against the billions, but now we have to work with them," Yi-Wing said with a shrug. "Really? Wow," Timothy replied. Ally, who was sitting next to him, then stood up and greeted Yi-Wing. "Sorry, you can't see him right now." "It's okay, I understand. I was just on my way out." Yi-Wing then followed. "Is he doing okay?" "The bus exploded and he got badly injured. Although the nurse said that he will be okay in time." She couldn't say any more as tears started to form in her eyes. Yi-Wing began to feel terrible once he saw how hard things were for them. Maybe if he could have done it better, this wouldn't have happened. Yi-Wing was an orphan, and even if he had missed her song, he felt alone after losing his parents in a car accident. Although he was healed, that didn't really make him feel any better. He no longer wanted to hide behind that sad little child anymore. "I'm sorry," Yi-Wing said. No, this is all because of my stupid son," she said, and Timothy's face turned red in shame once again. Just then, they heard a knock on the door and Derek walked into the room. "Yi-Wing, everyone's ready." "All ready?" "Yes. First, we'll finish up everything we have to do here, then we'll move to a bigger hospital with a better service. Also, we've already talked about splitting the hospital fees amongst everyone." "Good work." Timothy listened as Derek and Yi-Wing talked. "What's going on?" he asked. "It's the reason we came." "Really? We didn't want to just leave you here. We had to do something." "It's okay, you don't have to do this," Timothy said. "Don't worry, we can do this," Yi-Wing assured him. The biggest problem would be taking the entire family home without the help of a military bus. The country did owe them some compensation, but it would be difficult to deal with that at the moment. It would take at least a month of waiting, and they definitely did not have the time to wait, although things would be a lot easier if they had it. They didn't have any money at all because all of it was on the bus. They were in a difficult situation. "You and your son will be moved to the same hospital so you two will be able to stick together." "Where are we going?" "First we're going to get what was taken from us," Yi-Wing said with a smile, and after a little bit of thinking, Timothy nodded his head and said to Ally, "Mom, can I leave for a moment?" Ally then nodded her head. She trusted Yi-Wing. Timothy followed Yi-Wing outside of the hospital room and down the hallway. He was surprised to see the other clan members standing there. Yi-Wing and Timothy then continued to walk with the other clan members following right behind them. "Who are you?" "I'm a hunter." 2. They arrived at their destination in Virginia and went through a dimension gate. The first gate was close by, but it was very crowded. Although the one that they went to was still crowded, It had fewer people there compared to the other gate. A lot of dead monsters were scattered around the area. More and more hunters then began to gather around the area. "Wow, there's a lot here," one of the hunters said as he looked at his phone. "Yeah, with all of the other hunters here as well, this should be easy." "That's right. Should we go somewhere else?" "No, we should stay. There's still a lot we can do here." "It's what the boss ordered." "Of course." The assistant then left and checked his secret bank account on his phone. 20,000.00. Great, everything's going well. He had been saving up as much as possible from his raids and his other jobs. Since he was in his early 20s until now in his mid-40s, he only had a third-level hunter license. With such a low rank, it wasn't easy for him to make much to save. Click. "Sir," his assistant shouted as he ran into the room. "What is it?" "Well, Teether's breath. Talk to me slowly." The boss then stood up from his seat as something like this was unusual for his assistant. "They're here." "What? You have to go." "What are you talking about?" As the boss didn't realize what he was saying, his assistant quickly rushed to get his things and quickly went out of the door. "What is he talking about?" "You know that kid's old parents, right?" "Yes, I know them. They seem different than usual. It's like they have some kind of power on their side. It has to be someone new." The boss then took a moment to think about what his assistant said, and then he seemed to have realized something. "We have to go." Invincible, the end. Chapter 175 The Chase. Chapter 175 The Chase. 1. They received the money to install the facilities on the northern side of Virginia. After a problem came up, they simply dealt it over with their money so that they would be able to buy some new equipment for hunting. Once they captured a few monsters, they went to the place where they could trade its corpse for cash. On the northern side, there were a lot of complaints in that building, and inside of it was filled with strange and unusual energy. Usually, when a civil complaint happens, all they had to do was to get a government official to handle it. However, they were all in a difficult situation and couldn't fully focus on that problem. A 20-year-old person stood quietly in an office with Yi Wang, Derek and Timothy. They went there to find a lawyer. "I'll see what I can do. Can you show me your certification?" "I don't have it," Yi Wang replied. The lady then folded her arms and said, "Sir, this would have been much easier if you had just called here first." "Why would you just come here out of nowhere? It must have been a really big emergency." "I don't want to make this problem bigger than it already is. There is nothing inside of these documents right now, but I don't want to waste any more of my precious customers' time, so I'll just give them to you." The lady then went to get the documents. "I can't specifically find what you're looking for, but you can take these and look through them." So far, they were unsuccessful in finding that lawyer. "As you can see, there is nothing we can do." However, the code MH9 billion said that this was the place to get it from. "This is the Federal Bureau of Investigation." "Good. Here's my certification." He found his certification in his bag and handed it to the lady. "You can see the details on this situation yourself, so please, tell me what you think," Yi Wang said while they again waited patiently. "Did you find their corpses? That's all I would need to see to believe you." "Did you report the sighting? Where is it?" "Tack." What? The lady then stood up and walked away, causing her chair to fall down onto the floor. All of the soldiers felt very offended by her lack of respect. A short lawyer then took a few steps back, but they noticed him. He knew who they were. He was a part of a Korean clan. The reason he left and came to America was that he was offered better pay. He was on illegal confinement and received a message saying he was pushed out of the National Hunter Association. After that, all he wanted to do was find them. At moment he began to say something. Huh. He then heard some footsteps. Duke, Duke, Duke. Suddenly his knees started to shake. The footsteps had stopped. It seems that Thave wanted to keep going but couldn't go any further, and it was as if he was being blocked. It wasn't like any legal force. He suddenly had a hunch that he should be quiet. I could die if I take another step. He felt as if he couldn't control his own body, and soon an angry feeling began to well up inside of him. He felt a numb feeling slowly making his way through his body, starting from his feet and at the tip of his fingers. It was something that he had experienced before, and it happened every time he came close to a monster. Tack! He then felt something on his shoulder. His knees had gone completely weak, and when he looked back, he was surprised at what he saw. Sir, step aside. But looks like there could have been a big problem even if we were just a little late. Yeah, what's that? I would alert the national defense of the country, but there's an important visitor there at the moment, one of them said as he took a few steps back while his commander walked forward. He looked at his commander with a face full of anxiety. Obviously, he was very worried about what they could possibly encounter, especially after all the news broadcasting about the monsters around them. They came through the 7th gate to get to Virginia to complete their task. The military patrol there were very strong, but his commander was even stronger. He could easily tear them in half as if they were just a piece of paper. Monsters didn't even stand a chance against him. After looking around for a moment, Ewing reached out his hand. Derek then stepped back even more. A lot of things have changed with the American army and those who were in charge. Just like the battle before, it wasn't exactly a war against monsters, but it did contribute a lot to it. 3 people stood right before them, and they immediately recognized one of them. If they had enemies in Virginia, then they could not risk disobeying their leader. As long as they did what he said, everything should go well. He then handed out his hand. I heard that the hunters in this neighborhood gave Alexander Hamilton their responsibilities. This could be some kind of trap. A free-spirited looking guy then walked towards them. Ewing then recognized him and smiled. How's your head? It's fine, better than it used to be. Good. Everything was going great at the time. The friendly atmosphere was a little suspicious, so they decided to relax as they kept up their guards. My name is John Ewing, Ewing said as he reached out his hand. The guy looked at him with an expressionless face. Of course, he was very surprised on the inside, but even so, he just calmly shook his hand. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you, he said. Ewing was clearly a young hunter, so he was too surprised by his strength. So, what brings you here? He asked Ewing. Yesterday a group of defense hunters for the state harmed our friend Timothy, so we're here for an apology from them and get them punished legally. I understand. The files? The guy replied as he handed over the files. He opened it up and read a paragraph of a page before he closed it once again. I want to say that it's because of my carelessness, but it's clearly the fault of the tragedy of the American hunter system. He shook his head and Commander then smirked. How strong is he? It was kind of obvious for him to see how strong he was just by looking at him. He seemed more powerful than he could even imagine. Pong pong. Suddenly, the ceiling started to break immediately after a loud explosion. The marble floor began to break into pieces as the commander stepped onto it. He was quietly using a skill on Yi-Wing. Strength restriction. His skill acted as if it was a spider web trapping him. It seemed as if it was far too strong for him to break. However, Yi-Wing just placed his hood over his head. Just as I heard, you're very confident. Whoosh! Immediately he became surrounded by energy. He began to use his legend skill that took a lot of his power. Yi-Wing was only more powerful than him by about 1%. Everyone watching then turned pale in fright as they continued on, and the first one to finally speak was the commander. Phew. Okay, that's enough, he said in a tired tone. The commander reached out both of his hands and made his floating energy disappear. A crowd of hunters then rushed through the door. The hunter in the lead instantly stopped as soon as he recognized Yi-Wing. He the reason for the accident. Yi-Wing wasn't completely sure about what was going on, but all of the hunters that entered the room looked at him. Who are you? The commander said with an angry look on his face. I'm a hunter for the Virginia defense team. Pong-ponged, quang. Before he could even finish speaking, they attacked. Oh, sorry. My hand often speaks before I do, he said as he took a small towel out of his pocket to wipe the blood off of his hands. Soldiers. Yes, sir. Let's get to work. The Chase, the End. Chapter 176 The Chase 2. Chapter 176 The Chase 2. There was an American flag on top of an antique wooden shelf, and next to it was a head of a dead monster hanging on the wall. It looked like a level 5 or 7 monster with horns sticking out of its head along with its big sharp teeth. Thanks, the commander said to Yi-Wing, who then sat on the sofa. After they found Timothy, the commander requested a private meeting with Yi-Wing. It was now time to start their real plan. The room was filled with a piece of quiet country music coming from the radio as the commander took a sip from his coffee. All right. Why would a monster like you come to a place like this, can I ask you honestly now? He asked, although he already knew what his answer would be. Yi-Wing nodded his head and then commander said, well. Yi-Wing then took a pair of earphones off of his head. What? Just a moment. It was the set that he used to communicate with the other clan members. Nothing much but. Click. He pressed a button and started a new machine. It would be great if he turned off the Oracle system, Yi-Wing said, and the commander then asked, The American Oracle system can be blocked, Yi-Wing said, making the commander stroke his chin as he thought about it for a moment. They don't know who to contact for this one, so they couldn't do much about it. Nevertheless, he didn't know what to say. The door was then opened. A soldier came in and placed something onto the table before he left the room. Can we talk seriously now? The commander said in a more serious tone. How do we gather everything first? He asked. Yi-Wing then took a deep breath and replied, I don't know where to go after this. I see. Yi-Wing then took a sip of his coffee. The door was then opened once again, and this time 4 people walked in. 3 of them looked to be in their late 20s, while one of them seemed to be just a few years younger than the rest. She was a young woman with a pure appearance like the spirit. Hey, we don't look that much alike, the spirit said as soon as he heard his thoughts. She looks a lot like you. Don't you think so? PSH. Hilarious. I'm the chief of the National Defense Team, Niall Howard. This is the chief of the Informations, Ronald Kyde, and these are my 2 assistants. My name is Yi-Wing. I want to know about the machine, but... I know. You're not even a part of any American clans, Niall said with a laugh. He said it with a smile, although it wasn't much of a compliment. He had actually gone there to gather more information on Yi-Wing. His attitude was a bit overbearing, however. To Yi Wing, he was more polite. Of course, Yi Wing wasn't the same towards him, and after meeting a lot of people, he learned how to deal with a lot of them. "There's a lot that I wanted to know about you," Niall said with his sparkling eyes as if he was obsessed with him. "You're not more sorry than curious. I understand, things have been very complicated lately. It seems we have a love and hate relationship, but maybe we can get past this and work together." He seemed like a person that talked a lot. Yi Wing then heard the spirit speak. "She is really powerful. She has a special skill." "What is it?" "Friendship, affirmation, and a captivating charm. Something doesn't feel right," the spirit said, and Yi Wing then glanced over to where she was sitting. She then smiled back, and he found him to be beautiful. "Isn't it fascinating?" the spirit asked as she used a skill to help protect Yi Wing from her captivation. "Isn't it strange? Look at that person. Doesn't it seem to be affecting him?" They then looked over towards the commander, who was staring at her as well. Yi Wing then began to look a little fired up. "1 second," Yi Wing said, and Niall looked at him with a strange expression. "Isn't that enough?" Yi Wing then followed as he lightly waved his hand. Just then, energy began to well up in his hands. Whoosh! The moment Yi Wing's energy passed by them, they secretly used a spell that made him scream as he held onto his head. It was a mind spell that made him feel the pain. Niall then said, "I came here because I wanted to have an honest conversation with you. But it seems that you had doubted me. I'll ask you this one more time." Yi Wing didn't tell them everything. "Ugh! Home cough." Everyone sitting on the sofa then groaned. The commander was a level 6 hunter, and when Yi Wing faced him, he looked very angry. His face was now covered in blood and sweat. Please stop. Don't answer that," Niall said in a frightened voice. "I forgive you," he said, giving up. "Let's not do this again." Depending on if Yi Wing agreed or not, their energy could be restricted. Yi Wing then looked at the commander and asked, "Isn't that an easy question?" He replied with his voice still shaking. He was so nervous that he felt like he was going to throw up. Clearly, he thought things would be simple enough if he brought his agents here with their special skills. He was very powerful. Luckily it didn't affect Yi Wing too much, as he wasn't in a bad condition. Although he didn't know about the skill, he could tell that it wasn't something that anyone could have or easily use. It was very powerful, and obviously he had to find out more about it. "Both of you leave." "Yes, sir." Niall sent his 2 assistants out of the room. Maybe if he were to try and trick him again, the easy question that he mentioned would turn difficult. Only 4 of them was now left in the room, and of course, the atmosphere was still very tense. "You want to know why I'm here?" Yi Wing said as the first one to speak. "Yes, that's what I want to know," Niall replied. "Are you thinking that I'm not satisfied with the recent politics of America and Korea, and I'm here to protest about it?" "That's true," Niall said with a nod. "Well, I actually came here to warn America. It's in trouble." "America is in trouble?" Niall asked in shock. If what he said was right, then he would totally have to get rid of his information assistant. However, before that, he wanted to hear what else Yi Wing had to say. "Can you explain it a little more in detail?" Niall asked Yi Wing, who then replied, "Did you hear about Caroline, the girl who snuck her way into the National Hunter Association for an invasion?" Yi Wing asked. Niall then nodded his head as he remembered that incident. He knew her well. She was quite powerful and led a lot of missions to victory. "That incident also happened because of the church members," Niall said. It was still complicated for a lot of people as there was not enough evidence for the investigators. Therefore, they couldn't find out who was at the bottom of it. Actually, it was the Samjian Church who was responsible for it. They were working as spies in the National Hunter Association. That can't be true, Niall shouted as he stood up from his chair. The information found during the investigation was sent directly to him. He remembered all of it. He couldn't believe that Caroline could have been a spy. She seemed so loyal. You should apologize. The only people spotted at the scene of the accident were you and your clan, he said, implying that Yi Wing could be the one at fault. Yi Wing then shrugged his shoulder. What was the purpose of you coming here to deceive us? Niall asked. Although they seemed to not believe him at all, they were very confused on the inside. What if what he was saying was true? Yi Wing then smirked. Because I ambushed them. But you don't have to believe me, Yi Wing said. Niall did think that it could be true. Are you sure? I'm positive. Niall felt a chill go down his spine as he thought of all the information that was given to him. If what Yi Wing said was right, then a lot of changes needs to be made. As much as he didn't want to believe it, he couldn't deny it. After Yi Wing told him everything about what happened when he caught her, he knew it had to be the truth. Well, looks like we're going to have to go through some cumbersome steps. The chase to the end. Chapter 177, a Level 9 Monster. Chapter 177, a Level 9 Monster. 1. Niall tiredly sat down onto the sofa. Why was he having such a hard time believing everything he was being told? It was because of them. It was so he could escape the public's gaze. He wanted to hide from the church members. You don't have to explain any further. He came to a conclusion. Everything was his responsibility from the beginning. The surprise attack was his fault. Maybe everyone who was in the hospital was because of that attack. He would have to take responsibility to handle career. Another clan was now standing before his eyes with a secret weapon. They seemed to be quite loyal. While avoiding the eye of the American public, they're using bait to get the information they need. They've been lying low until they were able to send the secret weapon. Thank you for your loyalty in being the representative of America. Thanks for letting me know about all this. Yi Wing then smiled. I'm also sorry for telling you this so late. He took a deep breath and nodded his head. It was just a relief that they were able to sort everything out. Niall, sir. Yes. Can you listen to me for now on? Yi Wing asked very politely. Okay. Niall replied. He lost faith in the nation. It was time to reveal their true self. As he spoke, he thought very cautiously. Looks like the Oracle system is doing a much better job protecting the society than those who are responsible in America. Read, his information assistant said as he nodded his head. He was a bit confused and didn't trust Yi Wing at first, but could have been just a misjudgment. Do you know anything about that guy named Beekren? Beekren? Who's that? Niall replied with a confused tone. He's the terrorist behind all of this. Yi Wing replied. Niall's eyes then changed to a sharp gaze. Anyone associated with the word terrorist was the most hated person in America. Go and find as much information as you can about him, Niall said to his information assistant. Yes, sir. His assistant replied and immediately took out his phone to start searching. There didn't seem to be anything useful besides the fact that he had access to a lot of things in the Oracle system. After a few minutes of searching, nodded his head and said, I can't find anything. Niall then took a deep breath in and out in disappointment. Looks like he really doesn't have a clue about who he is, the spirit said to Yi Huang. It did seem that they were clueless about who Bikren was. Yi Huang slowly began to tell them about Bikren. He knew that telling them about him was very rudimentary. However, Yi Huang knew a way to tell him while also not revealing too much. After Yi Huang finished the story, they looked at him in disbelief for a moment before shouting, "Are you being serious? It's all true. Unbelievable. Not only the church members and the Oaks, but also the Japanese clan. Was it really Caroline that used that spell?" "Yes. I had to team up with a few people just to stop what they were doing. She was one of the best soldiers in the National Hunter Association. Clearly she's had a connection with the Japanese clan to use that spell. It's clear that Bikren helped her as well. This is so hard to believe. If what he's saying is true, then Bikren isn't just a part of the Sanjian church, but then he's also a part of the Oaks team," he said, and Yi Huang nodded his head. "From what I've seen, he's also individually very powerful." "Wow," Niall said as he was completely shocked. The story was very difficult to believe. He knew the Oaks very well. They helped them get battle weapons. However, a lot of the Oaks soldiers who were led by Halkan did die with no explanation. They were going to need a new Oak leader. I don't know what to believe. Bikren helped us a lot here in America. Maybe all that is now in the past. However, even though he came to America, he could have done all that to earn him a better position. "Alright," Yi Huang replied, and then began to tell him a little more about Bikren to help him figure things out. After a few minutes, Yi Huang picked up his coffee that had already gotten cold. "It's time to put an end to all of this." "Yes," Niall replied with a stone expression. Everything Yi Huang had been telling him was so shocking. When they went to the Alaosu, there was a very dense obstacle. Things still weren't easy and were only getting more difficult. Yi Huang then looked towards his information assistant. "Information assistant, sir?" "Yes." He was a little surprised at Yi Huang's question. "Do you think that the spell could still be affecting without us noticing? If you've already did something to undo it, then I don't think so," he said in reply to Yi Huang's question, but there was a slight look in his eyes that made it seem as if he knew something. In that moment, the information assistant sat down onto the sofa. Yi Huang wasn't surprised by the suspiciousness. He had a hunch on what was going on. Maybe he doesn't mind if this is excluded out this time. Besides him being very powerful, he's clearly a person filled with greed and lots of aspiration. But looks like he can't risk making any more mistakes from now on, Niall said with a melancholy voice. It was true that he had to be careful from now on. Even they've been quite lucky so far. "Yeah, but we shouldn't have to worry too much," Yi Huang said. "Maybe that person was going to be the first to leave that place on that day and never come back." Yi Huang decided that it wasn't something worth worrying about. Niall then asked more questions about Bikren. Yi Huang then took a deep breath. Usually he would keep things like that a secret, but it wasn't the time for that. The sorcery wasn't even Bikren's specialty. With the help of the spirit, Yi Huang could create spells just as strong as his. Although he would have to do them in a different way, it would still work. He trusted Niall more than he did when he first met him, and he got more information on the Oracle system, therefore he had a better chance of tracking down Bikren. Someone then busted through the door calling for Niall. "Sir, what is it?" He went to Niall and talked to him quietly so no one else could hear. Niall seemed to be getting angry as he listened to what he was telling him. Something big happened. Someone came from the Stony Hill Gate recently. What are you talking about? Niall asked in an angry tone. These are the results of the report. A 9th-tier monster was spotted near the gate. What? Niall shouted as he looked at the report in shock. It was a 9th-tier monster. They were in serious trouble with a monster like that on the loose. Are you sure about this? I'm completely sure. Niall was speechless. He had already decided to shut down his colony. Obviously that wasn't such a good idea. They also had to evacuate all of their immigrants. Until their colony was fully protected, they weren't able to fight any monsters. Luckily, there were soldiers from the Hanwoo that could help them. He looked over towards Yi Wing and told him the news. Do you think we'll be able to protect civilians from a 9th-tier monster? It's going to be difficult, Niall said with a serious expression on his face. The people in the town were going to much harder to protect than the colony. They were going to have to come up with a plan to lead the people to safety. The Hanwoo could be somewhere they could take them until the monster is taken care of. It'll help, Yi Wing said. Niall then had an apologetic look on his face. The fact that Yi Ying was ready to get in such danger to help them meant a lot to him. It made him feel terrible about what he assumed about him before meeting him. Yi Wing was a very powerful hunter, so he knew that he wouldn't have to worry about him. He felt very thankful. No problem. I'll gather a team from the base and bring them here. It's okay, don't worry about it. I'll set off by myself, Niall said, and Yi Wing agreed to let him go. Weighing between 100,000 and 150 tons, it was the strongest monster they've ever gone up against. I'll get going now, he said. I'll go and prepare and then I'll be right behind you, Yi Wing replied as he needed to get his weapons and the proper armor. A level 9 monster, the end. Chapter 178, a level 9 monster 2. Chapter 178, a level 9 monster 2. The National Guard sent their soldiers to help Yi Wing on his raid. He began to prepare as the helicopter came to a landing and the soldiers waited for him from the ground. Derek was given some directions through his headset for them to make a safe landing. Whoosh! Right before the helicopter took off, someone quickly ran into the helicopter. It was one of the soldiers that were sent to help him on the raid. I was sent here by my boss, she said to Yi Wing. Yi Wing then nodded his head, and as she took her seat, Yi Wing turned around and asked her, "What's your name?" "My name is Jane," she replied. Okay," Yi Wing said before he turned his head to face the window. The pilot flew the helicopter towards their destination as fast as possible, and she then went to suit up in her hunter uniform. She sat down as soon as she was finished sorting through her equipment. Everyone inside the helicopter had shared the same blank face when they saw a girl coming in. They didn't expect much from her stills, but no one denied her beauty. "They don't seem to be pleased with me being here." She noticed someone sitting in the passenger seat while wearing a hood over his face. It was still easy to see that he was quite handsome. Yi Wing then suddenly turned his head and noticed her staring at him. Their eyes met for just a second before she turned her head towards the window with her face reddened with embarrassment. "Show the topography for Colony 22. "Okay," one of the soldiers said in reply to Yi Wing. He picked up the tablet and began to search for the information with a few taps of his fingers before he gave him to Yi Wing so he could memorize it. "What is this guy doing?" Jane said to herself in confusion. 2. They arrived at their destination 30 minutes later. After the helicopter landed, everyone got out of their seats and off of the helicopter one by one. Everyone had their weapons in hand and their power suits on. This way Jane led them through the gate. She swiped a card and was able to let them through. Swoosh. The gate showed their reflection like a mirror. The world inside of it looked exactly like the one they were leading. They soon went through the portal and it felt so much different from the ones they had in Korea. It reminded him of the gate that they had in Justin Point. Jane then led them into a neighborhood where a car soon showed up. They all then got onto it and headed to their next destination. We are now going to hunt the monster with a special raid team. One of the soldiers on the bus then handed the tablet to Jane. What's going on? There's not enough people doing the hitting and falling formation. Of course, she knew that they would encounter some problems on the way. She handed the tablet back to the soldier, and that's when she noticed something. What's this? It's tracking the movements of the monster, the soldier replied. A city appeared on the tablet. There was a building with a red line coming towards it. This is not going to be easy. Jane wore a more serious expression than before. She got up from her seat to look through the window, and it did look like as if a monster has been here before. There were 5,000 people living in the colony, and everyone was doing their best to take that monster down. Of course, there was a possibility of dislodgement for those who didn't take up arms, but going in to fight that monster is obviously a risky mission. Suddenly, a guy covered completely in red armor appeared in front of the bus. Stop the bus. SKRTTT. The bus came to a quick stop. The colony is in trouble, he shouted. Get out of the way, Jane shouted to the guy standing in front of the bus. Darn it, I said to bring a high-ranked hunter here. How are we going to be able to get anything done like this, he shouted as he took his helmet off of his head. He was a Caucasian man in his mid-40s with a shoulder-length hair. We have to get going, move. I can't move even if I die. I need to protect the colony, the guy said with determination in his eyes. Just push him out of the way, Jane shouted to the driver who was now covered in sweat. The guy standing in front of the bus was someone he knew very well. He was a friend that he haven't seen in quite a long time. Come on. Go ahead, push me out of the way. I will stand by people, the guy shouted, and the driver couldn't just run him over. Move him out of the way, Jane said before she went towards the driver's seat to take care of it herself. She was just going to push him out of the way. Jake. The door of the bus was then opened. Yi Weng went out to approach the man who was standing in their way, and when he saw him, he couldn't help but show the nervousness in his face. Reynolds felt strange energy from him. That's what made him nervous, and he didn't expect Yi Weng's words at the moment he approached him. The monsters in the building are very powerful, so we'll handle the monsters out here. All right, we'll handle the ones inside. Great. Yi Weng said, nodding his head as both of them came into an agreement. Ask him if he can join us on our mission, Jane shouted. It looks like he has important work to do here, Yi Weng replied. 5 minutes. What? I need 5 minutes, Yi Weng said and disappeared right before her eyes, leaving a cloud of dust. After he disappeared, she looked around to find him and saw him in the sky. His speed was insane as he went up of the building. It was like a scene that could only be found in the movies. Yi Weng ran towards the top of the building and he looked down at the moment he reached it. There's more of them than I thought. The situation wasn't looking too good. He could see monsters everywhere. Spirit, can you search for how many are there? Sure, the spirit replied right before she started searching for the monsters around them. They found out that there were hundreds of them there, and they finally understood the reason why Reynolds couldn't move in front of the bus. Monsters of varying ranks were all over the place. They could be blocked, but it would take too long. The most important thing was protecting the people in the neighborhood, and it would be difficult to get them all to safety. Done. Thanks. Yi Wing then started to think of a plan. 2. How are you going to do this alone? Jane asked him. Can you give me 5 minutes? I can handle this. She couldn't believe what he was saying. There was no way that he could take care of every single monster there in 5 minutes. She just checked their numbers, and by that alone, she knew that time would not be enough. It was plainly ridiculous, and Yi Wing seemed like a drunken man for even thinking that was possible. However, as she began to doubt his plan more and more, a red light started to glow at the top of the building from where he was standing. Quang, quang, quang. The red light then fell from the sky, shooting down all of the monsters below. Yi Wing also took his time to shoot them down by himself, killing them with one shot. Giard. The monsters shouted in pain as they couldn't escape the attack. Some 4th-tier monsters were able to endure his attacks, but nevertheless they took a lot of damage, and that bought enough time for the people to escape without worries. Wow, she was speechless, just like everyone else who saw him. A level 9 monster 2, the end. Chapter 179. A level 9 monster 3. Chapter 179. A level 9 monster 3. 1. They saw a monster on the 2nd floor of the building. It had purple scaly skin and big sharp teeth. Everyone, escape. This is a warning alert. A level 6 monster has been spotted. Tack attack. Pong 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 pong. They began to attack the monster. As soon as they heard the alert, the soldiers got to work. It was time to start the raid. There were more soldiers coming through the gate to help them fight off the monster. Took took took. Arg. Monster shrieks were coming from everywhere as Yi Wing shot his arrows. Crowds of people were still running away to safety. Escape. One of the soldiers said, stepping back away from the monster. Usually a hunter could easily handle a situation, but this wasn't an easy fight. Grghh. The monster had a pleased look on its face as it looked around. It looked around as if it saw its lunch everywhere. Suddenly it reached towards the ground to pick up one of the people. The person shouted. It planned to make him its first meal. The person's mind went blank and couldn't think of anything to do to defend himself. He was even too afraid to move. The moment the monster wrapped its hand around the person to pick it up, it was shot multiple times. Swoosh pong pong pong. Arrows flew out of nowhere and exploded as they hit into the monster. The monster roared in pain as it let go of the soldier he was about to pick up and eat. Quang! The monster collapsed onto the ground. 2. Phew! After the attack there was dust surrounding the area. The number of monsters were continuously decreasing. That's the first time I've ever seen that person. What's his skill? The spirit curiously asked. I'll tell you about him later. Yi Wing replied as he continuously shot arrows. The progress to a rank seems to be increasing very slowly. How many monsters have we caught so far? 361. We have to catch stronger monsters. The stronger the monster is, the higher the rank progress increases. That is right. Looks like we have to start hunting stronger monsters. Yi Wing replied. There was a lot more work left for them to do. Suddenly he then heard a loud scream from the bottom of the building. So many eyes were on Yi Wing during all the chaos. It was up to him to make sure everyone remained unharmed. So this is what you were talking about? Yay! Yi Wing said in reply to the spirit. Fame, anticipation, interest, admiration, time, jealousy. There was only one thing that he was worried about. We're losing time. There was only one positive thing. Have any ancestral tablets shown up? That would come in handy, but the ancestral tablets help his skills have a stronger effect. But sounds like things weren't working out as well as they should have been. He looked around at everyone, focusing on him. Everyone was counting on him. This is quite burdensome. Yi Wing then remembered something that Gwenny asked him. Then he remembered his answer to that question. I will try to become stronger. I'll become stronger, so I'll be confident in myself, no matter what happens. At that time he was confident in his answer. However, he realized how difficult it was to actually follow through with what he said. Many people were cheering for him from down below. His father always told him not to be afraid, but things felt so different since he was on his own. From now on, we have to go down the path of great morale. Let's not try to define it. We don't want it to be tied down to one meaning. You have to see the people in higher places. You're right. Thanks. Don't be nervous. No matter what happens, we can handle it. I'm always here to help. Okay, Yi Wing said in reply to the spirit's motivating words. Shouldn't they be on their way? I thought they said there was only 5 minutes. It felt as if it had been more than 5 minutes already. It had been 6 minutes. They went 1 minute over. We missed the time. What happened? Not much, Yi Wing said to the spirit. People began to crowd around Yi Wing, but he tried to signal to them to go onto the bus. Is this not so urgent? He asked. Jane was standing blankly looking into the distance. She quickly came to her senses and led everyone onto the bus. Let's go, she said with a shaky voice. Although she seemed really tough earlier, things were getting more dangerous. This should work, too. Hey, I said to go that way. I know. Look, I don't think the attack can be blocked. It's coming. Pong, 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 pong. A bright blue light came shooting out of nowhere. You're right, we can't block it, it's too powerful. It shot through the sky like a thunderbolt. After that, even more shots came flying through. There's more. Darn it, work harder everyone, he shouted. One of the soldiers got a big shield to hide behind. This is really difficult. Things weren't looking too promising at the moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The attacks didn't seem to be doing much harm to the 9th tier monster. Dozens of arrows were being shot at it at once, but the monster wasn't backing down anytime soon. We can't do it, we have to retreat. Commander David, people are getting bitten. All right. Be careful. Grag. The monster ate one of their soldiers who were lying on the ground injured. We have to concentrate. We're going to have to do more than this, he said, thinking of a way for them to get out of that place. Pong pong. He felt a special artifact break. Arg. Pong. He used his shield to protect him. There was a 7th tier monster flying as it attacked him, but his shield was able to block it. Geez. The monster's attack were very powerful. He couldn't even think straight as he was blocking them off. Pong pong pong. Duck duck. Suddenly there was a gigantic explosion that almost injured a few of their soldiers. Darn it, I told them to be careful, he said from behind his shield. Gunshots from the machine gun could also be heard shooting the monsters. They then heard a loud, dangerous roar from a monster. It was a monster flying through the air. Swoosh! A white light then appeared out of nowhere, covering the entire area for a few seconds before slowly disappearing. However, the light left more than 50 meters of land covered in flames. A level 9 monster 3. The end. Chapter 180. What monster? Chapter 180. What monster? Lure it here, the commander shouted. All of the other hunters followed his orders. However, a problem occurred. Their military bus needed maintenance. One of its wheels were in larva. Realizing the bus was stuck, the monster began to head towards it. "It's coming! Help, help! Out of the bus, everyone!" The larva was spreading onto the bus. Everyone was screaming at the top of their lungs. The monster then soon heard all of the noise and began to slowly make its way near the bus. "Use the mirror fortress," the commander said, trying their best to block away the monster. Jig. He was holding a big shield in his hand to try to protect as many people as he could. Quang, quang, quang. Shots suddenly came out of nowhere, attacking the monster. One of the soldiers were using their skill. The mirror fortress was doing a great job protecting the people from the attacks. It was a very strong attack that didn't just harm the monster, but was so powerful that also harmed anything near him. Just a little more, he told himself, trying his best to continue the attack. Suddenly a monster flew over his head with a loud roar. Pong pong. More gunshots attacked the monster, sending it flying off. However, there was another monster that was sneaking its way towards the bus. Quang, quang. There was now a monster headbutting into the military bus. Its attacks were very strong and violent, but suddenly there was terror in its eyes. It was time for a switchover. All the monsters seemed to look afraid all of a sudden, except for the most powerful, 9th level monster. Get ready. A gold light began to surround the powerful monster, and it began to grow even bigger. He was using a special skill from an armor set. Hercules Strength. Its power instantly increased by about 200%. After 5 minutes it seemed to have become stronger. Pong pong pong. They shot at it continuously to try to destroy it as fast as they could. However, that was basically doing nothing to help. Quang, quang. The hunters and soldiers in the military bus scream as the monster continued to headbutt into the bus. Duck. Pong. He warned them to duck and covered their heads as the glass from the windows were breaking. Pong 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 pong. Whoosh. Ponged. One of the attacks made an explosion that caused lots of impact, and was able to injure the monster and slow it down. Phew. Phew. After the attack, Yi Wing then stopped to take a few deep breaths. Clearly it wasn't easy to kill a level 9 monster. Yi Wing was floating in the air, glowing in red energy light. After gathering all of his energy, he was ready to attack the monster again. Done. He had finished preparing his attack for the monster. Quang, quang, quang. Look out, boss, it's dangerous. David shouted. Their protective shield was getting weaker, meaning they had to quickly find a new way to take cover and defend themselves. Pang, pang. Lightning struck the ground, making the fire worse. The lightning hit a pillar, causing the building to slightly crumble. Pang! More lightning struck the ground, and this time, it hit into the monster. Quang! It fell onto the ground. Its whole body was sparking from the lightning. But, darn it, it was still alive. Even worse, it was even angrier than before. The commander was at a loss for words. They never expected anything like this. Clearly what they had planned wasn't going to be enough. They needed more time to come up with a better plan. Quang! One of the soldiers tried to use their skills and charge towards the monster. It didn't help at all. That wasn't a good idea. It felt as if they reached a dead end. Luckily, they had a healer with them to help heal the soldiers who had gotten hurt, so they couldn't lose too many people. The monster began to move its arms as if it was about to get up. 2. This is definitely not good. The monster was only getting angrier, and they were becoming even more unprepared. And to make things even worse, more monsters were showing up. Thousands of the monsters that were once further away on the radar began to surround them. It's not safe here for any of us. The good thing was that they had a stronger shield. Nothing could break through it. Attack! The commander shouted. Pong pong pong. Quang! The giant monster fell, causing the ground to shake. Grad! For the first time, the monster shouted. It seemed to have sprained its foot. One of the soldiers then started running towards the monsters. Where are you going? The commander asked. He ran towards the monster and brushed by it only slightly, but the monster reacted to the touch. It was time for the crisis to begin. Grrgh. The monster got up slowly. The soldiers were obviously feeling very frightened while hoping that they have enough power to fight it off. One attack from the monster was fatal enough to kill them. Their healer was trying his best to help everyone, but him being the only one made it very difficult to take care of everyone. Ugh! No! The commander shouted, but was too late. His attack had already been planned. However, he was too slow. Whoosh! The monster then flew up into the air again. His plan was for the monster to fall onto the ground again. He was going to aim at the monster as soon as he saw its giant shadow flying over him. And just at the right moment, pong pong pong, huh! His eyes suddenly opened wide in surprise as if he saw a ghost. There was a screeching noise he heard that hurt his ears. Instead of falling from the sky, the monster flew next to him. He quickly made his attack while it was near. Gigrar! The monster shouted in pain. The soldier instantly went onto its next attack. Quang! The monster fell to the ground with a loud thump. It seemed to be down for good after it slowly closed its eyes. What monster? The end. Chapter 181. What Monster 2? Chapter 181. What Monster 2? 1. Quang quang quang. Gurud. The monsters roared in pain as they attacked. It seemed as if things were progressing for the raid team as the number of monsters decreased. It gave them a small light of hope. Acceleration S. Penetration S. Indoor defense S. With a special set of arrows, he was able to increase his shielding ability, and Yi-Wing was able to easily fight against anyone or anything that came his way. He looked over and saw someone staring into the distance. It seemed like he had already done a good job fighting off the monster. That was a good thing. Where are you going to shoot? He asked him as he looked around, and when he looked up into the sky, he saw his arrows flying. That. The commander then realized that he was the hero that came to save them. He remembered watching him on a few videos online, and he admired him ever since. His technique, power, skills, strategy, and positioning, everything was perfect. He was flawless. Grrrud. The monster began to look angry, and at that moment, it understood who to attack. He then began to run towards the monster. Then, let's go. Another soldier ran beside him. What are you talking about? He asked, confused. For a moment he thought that they were losing their minds. Where are you going? Just follow me, he's coming. We have to get out of here, he said, and the other soldiers then followed him. They were running from a level 9 monster, and although they haven't heard or seen it yet, they knew that they had to get out of there before it was too late. Hurry, come with me. All right. We don't have much time. Okay, he replied. 2. Swoosh quang. The commander vented his anger by punching the boulder in front of him. Quang. Something struck his head, and he instantly turned around to see what it was, but he couldn't see where it came from. 30 minutes had passed since an arrow flew by and everything had turned silent. This is boring. Are you still confused about where to go? He sat down on the ground to watch what was going on. The soldier beside him just nodded his head as a reply. It didn't go the way he expected it to be. He originally thought that it was close by, he could easily use a long-distance attack, but he didn't know exactly where to aim. So, what was the answer to his problem? There wasn't one. It wasn't going to be so simple. He was unprepared. The moment he thought that he was ready to fight, he got lost and didn't know what to do. He took a moment to stop and look at his surroundings before he ran off in a different direction. He soon found the tracks of his enemy after running for a little while. It seems that the monsters would be back, and that's the time where he could vent his anger towards his enemy. Was that all? Do you think we can sweep the monsters in this area? Using an arrow didn't seem to be the answer to their problems. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flock of arrows came flying out of nowhere. Everyone looked around to see who shot it, but they were unable to see who it was. It seems close. It's like an outrage is going on. All right. Be careful around here, the commander said to the soldier. They haven't come up with a plan to fight that monster. They've never been in a raid as dangerous as this. They had no idea where the monster was, but they knew that they needed to find it before it finds them in this place that seemed to be too quiet. Quang, quang, quang. Swoosh, quang, quang. An arrow flew by which shot one of them in the head, and about 10 minutes later, he finally saw them. He ducked down to hide, and instead of hunting the enemy, he tried to run from them. Then, swoosh, quang. More arrows came flying by. Arg! He heard someone shouting in pain, and it made his body shake in fear. It's alive, I can hear it suffering. Did you hear that? It was a rare scene. Did you hear that, Commander? We could upload this on YouTube. We could get 1 million views, one of the soldiers said with an excited tone. We can't do that. We just need to focus and take care of this, the commander replied. Guys, I saw it too. We're going to have to change our position to attack, one of the soldiers said. Have you called the healer? The commander asked. Of course, but it seems that he has gotten himself hurt. He's no longer capable of helping anyone else, he replied. How are we going to do this? The commander thought to himself. We have to escape. What? The soldier asked, but then he started to see it and was forced to step back. It's alive, I think we got it. They thought that if they kept going like they were, they would see more progress. That's what they thought, but that wasn't true. The raid wasn't going so well. Let's get out of here, the commander said. Finally, the long raid was coming to an end, and the soldiers were clearly relieved about it. They knew that they could hunt a level 9 monster on their own. Thus a hunter, a soldier shouted in shock. He saw one of the most famous and well-known hunters coming in to help them. What are you talking about? The commander then turned his head, and then he saw it. Swoosh, swoosh, pong, pong, pong. Arrows then came flying by. That hunter was there. They tried to escape from his attacks, but it keeps getting stronger. Arg! He was hit by an arrow, but he kept moving, and soon he finally realized. Running away was impossible. What monster? To the end. Chapter 182, a level 9 monster. Chapter 182, a level 9 monster. 1. Took swoosh. A rain shower of arrows filled the sky. What are you doing? Snap out of it. It was the first time where his arrows seemed to miss its marks, but he also got his focus back after the spirit spoke. Oh, I was just thinking about the skill. Why? He didn't know how he was going to fight against a level 9 monster. It's hard to explain. Swoosh. He went on until his hands had gone numb, and after a little rest, he pulled the string once again so he could resume his relentless attacks. Quang! A giant explosion came out of nowhere and the arrow disappeared in the sky. Did you just use a skill? No, Yi Huang replied. They looked ahead and saw the soldiers running towards their safety. They must have been running because of him, and one of them had an arrow sticking out of his head. It's strange, there's something else I've been thinking about more than training these days. What is it? There's a skill that the others have been learning. You'll know about it soon. The skill that I earned is stronger than that, so I don't think I have anything to worry about. Right, you can handle them just fine, the spirit replied. There's a lot of people over there, Yi Huang said. I get it now. After taking a moment to think, he finally realized something. Everything made perfect sense. They're not going to show us a skill. They're going to show the skills seed and share it amongst each other. Pong. I didn't think much of it before. We have to stop them as soon as possible. They haven't finished the process yet, right? Yi Huang understood why he didn't see anything like that in the skill status window. Now he had to find out how to stop it in time. It was a skill that they made on their own. He then realized that he had to be careful about what he said. Ponged. My guess is right, isn't it? Yi Huang asked. You're asking me? Wow, you're not confident in your guess. That's new, the spirit said with a shocked tone. No, it's just you'd always realize it first before I do, right? I don't know. Skill strength, you're the expert at those things. Fine, Yi Huang calmly replied. Now that the spirit had helped him take that first step, he was now more confident in his own thoughts. What now? The spirit asked. Now that he was more comfortable in his decisions, it didn't take much from him to think up a solution. Let's get back to reality. They're almost here. All right, Yi Huang said in agreement. They're coming. He could feel the ground vibrating because of their footsteps. Come on, Yi Huang said, and something flew towards the nearby boulder and made it explode in an instant, leaving a thick cloud of dust that covered the area. Those guys are really noisy, Yi Huang mumbled. At this rate, if they were able to combine their skills, they would be able to at least hunt a 7 or an 8-year monster. Okay, it looks like things could go well if we keep going like this. Yi Huang knew the reason why they were looking for him. He had been driven way over his limit. He had become a powerful warrior. Someone then came in. He was also wearing his overpowered set of armor. Let's do this, he said. He started to feel a bit nervous. Yi Huang then reached out his hand, saying, Come on, let's fight. Ggrad, the enemy's commander, David, then charged towards Yi Huang. 2. The other soldiers stood by and watched them closely. Why, you're crazy. Stay here, the commander's assistant said. Is he trying to kill himself? I have an idea, a soldier said. Obviously, it seemed as if he didn't understand common sense. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was wearing an expensive armor set with a simple t-shirt and tights as undergarments. Clearly, he felt very confident that he could defeat a 9th-tier monster. His shiny gold set was very showy and slippery for an armor. However, no matter what happened, he knew that it was a fight that he brought onto himself. He had no plans of backing down. Everyone were already counting on him, and they all looked forward to their fight. Maybe things will turn out better if I use more short-distance attacks, he thought to himself as he went over through the battle plan in his head. It seemed that everything would go smoothly for him. But there was one thing that he had to do. He needed to get rid of his armor to be able to run faster, but that decision wasn't easy. He would put himself in danger if he does so, and he could not just simply rely on his experience on reading those monsters to survive. Occasionally, hunters would memorize the monster's pattern, and in most cases, it didn't end well for them. He never noticed how useless it was, but then, he soon realized that raids can never be treated as games. He had to take things more seriously. Soon, he began to observe the monsters on his own and noticed their patterns. However, it wasn't easy. Although it was a long and hard journey, he gained more and more experience as a hunter. As he was lost in his thoughts, he heard a loud noise. Quang! He felt the ground vibrate. What was that? What's that? The commander said. What kind of skill is that? How am I supposed to know? Darn, I can't even see where it's coming from. They looked around, trying to see what was going on, but they couldn't see anything. Swoosh pong swoosh. Something flew by them, but they couldn't identify what it was since it was too fast. They looked at the direction they came from to see who or what it could be, but they still couldn't see anything. He got frustrated as he tried to think about what was going on. He used his special detection skill, and that's when he finally caught a glimpse of his enemy. He's stronger than me. At that moment, he was able to admit the truth. It was clear to see that his power was much stronger than his. Then finally, he was able to see his face. It's that level 9 hunter, the commander said, and all of the soldiers turned silent. They realized who he was in that moment as well. It really was him. The level 9 hunter. A level 9 monster. The end. Chapter 184 Level 9 Hunter. Chapter 184 Level 9 Hunter. 1. Yi-Wing got onto the military bus and the ride back was quite peaceful. While he was on the bus, he was given the equipment bought from the Newport airport. For the first time, he was annoyed by his goodwill, and it wasn't the fact that he arrived at the airport. There was a crowd of people waiting to greet him at the airport. Thanks to the Colony 22 drone that recorded everything during the raid and saved Yi-Wing when he needed help. Afterwards, the video was posted online and the video was seen by lots of people. As time continued to pass by, the video gained more and more attention. Everyone on TV and the internet has been talking about it since it was uploaded online. He was still known by his nickname, Fatal, so many people recognized that it was him. Now even more people from before wanted to meet him and interview him. People were even following him around with cameras, and there were others asking for his autograph. Yi-Wing. Yes. The President of America, Jack Linton, wants to give you a call. Tell him that him resting and healing right now. All of your treatments will be finished soon, so you will be ready to talk and move around then. Rumi said. Okay. Yi-Wing replied. Rumi then gently smiled at his reply. In the past, Rumi used to be a little rude to him. Why was she taking such good care of him? It was also the first time he saw her smile. It was like she was a different person. So many are praising him right now. A monitor on the ceiling turned to face Yi-Wing. Click. The TV turned on, and there was a news channel talking about Yi-Wing. We are now reporting in Virginia. A video by Colony 22 has caused an amazing reaction among the citizens of the state. Someone named Yi-Wing is being worshipped like a god. There has been a video going viral that showcased him on a recent raid fighting against a very powerful monster. He saved us all from a great danger. Every channel was talking about the news. Everyone was watching the video of the raid. No one had a hard time identifying that it was Yi Wing in the video even though he was wearing a hood. His name has been everywhere ever since. Even more so than before since he was already known as Fatal. It couldn't have been done without you, Yi Wing, Rumi said. Ever since Yi Wing became wildly popular, her attitude towards him changed. Yi Wing heard that her parents died hunting monsters. It was a case similar to the situation that he was just in. They opened a wormhole and a monster came out and attacked them. After her parents died, she had to live in an orphanage. She felt helpful knowing there was someone like Yi Wing around who could also understood her situation. Is she normally like that? She seems happy. I don't know. I guess it is a little different. Maybe she's trying to trick you. You think so? She is being strangely nice all of a sudden, but I don't think it's nothing like that. Anyways, don't accept any kind of fanaticism, the spirit said. Yi Wing then nodded his head in agreement. If he were to show how sad he was, then people would pity him, so he rather just put on a brave face. But, of course, there was another reason for that. I have to catch him. Yi Wing's number one target was Bikren. After a few analyzations, he found out that Bikren had many more years of fighting experience than him, making him very powerful to compete against. He had to find a way to get stronger, and that was exactly what he was going to use his powerful influence for. His plan was to take advantage of that and lure Bikren into a trap, but before that, there was something he had to do. Let's take a rest for a little. I have to get going. Duke click click. Rumi left the room and closed the door behind her. Yi Wing then checked the skill status window. New archery skill high rank. Possessor John Yi Wing. Effects. Present skill attack rate all increased by 30%. His new arrow skills were very unique. The effects had increased and a pretty decent rate. Just as the spirit said, it was very limited to magic use, but it had the effects to make up for it. It was really going to come in handy when hell fight Bikren again. Money is the biggest problem, Yi Wing said. They were very low on money and didn't even have what they needed for equipment. The more a hunter's level went up, the more expensive the equipment would be. $50, 5,000. Yi Wing thought about what he needed to get and how much he needed. Okay, let's hurry, he said. 2M here. Great. Good job, Wanny said to Yi Wing. Yi Wing then sat down in a chair across from Wanny. He looked at Yi Wing with a delighted look on his face. For a moment there was nothing but silence that filled the room. Yi Wing then smiled and said, I've gotten stronger now. Wow, really, you're improving fast. There's been someone else from your raid team who I've been training with. They're doing a really great job so far, Wanny bluntly replied. But how's everything going? I've seen the videos of you everywhere. You're basically a world-known hunter now, Wanny asked. It's strange, Yi Wing replied. Your grandfather hated attention as well. I just wanted to see how you were holding up. It seems to be cameras around you all the time these days. It can be difficult to deal with at times. I know what that's like, Wanny explained. His acknowledgement actually helped Yi Wing. It wasn't one of his usual rambling speeches. How long are you resting for? I don't know. After the fight with the monster, I really haven't been in a good condition. That's unfortunate. Wanny noticed that he didn't seem like himself. How much do you think it'll go for? He asked, changing the subject. It is really big. We planned to sell it at an auction, Yi Wing answered. Sounds good. You did a great job, as usual. Thanks, Yi Wing said politely. There was a big age gap between the two, but they were always able to enjoy a conversation together. Although he was an unmarried person, he thought of Yi Wing as his grandson. Level 9 Hunter, the End. Chapter 185 The Day the Japanese Clan Collapsed. Chapter 185 The Day the Japanese Clan Collapsed. 1. What are you going to do now? Train. Even though he leveled up to a level 9 hunter, training was still the only thing on his mind. I thought since you became a level 9 hunter you would take it easy and rest more often. I need to improve my battle skills. Yi Huing replied. Wow, you're really always working hard, aren't you? Wenyi said in a bit of a tiresome tone. He hated constantly hearing the story over and over again. Could he talk more coy? He had been persuading Yi Huing for many years. But Yi Huing never let it get to him. Wenyi was a successor, a team leader. When Korea and America merged together, the impact on the world caused everything to become numb. Even the presidents and others in charge didn't know what to do about it. All the power that could be given was worth all of the wealth and honor. In order for Wenyi to gain the position he had to work every day until he reached the top. Of course, Wenyi was just suddenly promoted to that position. Every day was a challenge. If he won, everything was his. Wenyi's words unknowingly caused a lot of trouble. For example, what caused the most trouble was the Dark Knight Master, Hyudum. He's the same age as Wenyi and has just as much power. Wenyi and his clan team were hated by the Dark Knight clan for that reason. They were each other's sworn enemies. However, as time went by, they weren't a challenge to Wenyi anymore. After he had grown to the old age of 80, he decided it was time to spend most of his time resting and taking care of himself. On the other hand, Yi Wing was very capable of taking his role of taking down the Dark Knight clan. Considering how powerful he is and all his years of experience, he should be able to fight against them with a clan team with no problem. Although Wenyi was the one who was a genius in martial arts, after years went by he wasn't so consistent with it anymore, therefore he would need to brush up on his skills if he were to use it again. The best thing for him to do would be to just use magic. Wenyi was the kind of person who never wanted to forget to be kind. In the past, when he first met Yi Wing, he found that as a chance to hand down his martial arts skills to his grandson. With that being said, Wenyi wanted to hand down everything he knew to Yi Wing. Of course he was a bit hesitant, but Suddenly he took a deep breath with an unsatisfied look on his face. From now on, everything he was about to say was only something he would tell to someone very close to him, but he felt like saying anything more would make him seem pathetic. I have a present for you. Huh? Yi Wing asked, tilting his head. As he saw Yi Wing's confused expression, Wenyi felt more proud. Maybe the fact that it was something he wasn't expecting would make it even better. Well, I have to track down that Beakran guy. Wenyi said as he got the present, and Yi Wing's eyes opened wide in surprise. After Yi Wing came back from the Alaosu, Wenyi felt like family to him. He told him everything that happened and even everything about his past family. In the past he always knew exactly what his goals were. What were his goals? It was to carry out with his family's fate and break them from their curse. He was determined to go through with achieving that goal so he could meet his ancestors again. Yi Wing decided to fix their bad relationship on his own. If no one else were to offer any help, then he would feel a bit anxious. Actually, maybe it would be okay for someone to help only halfway, but that was all he could accept. But even with that, things were tough with his family. It wasn't just the fact that they were nothing like any other simple, efficient hunters. they were very strong. Therefore, he had to make a little modifications to his goal. I'll use all my power to track them down. He felt like he could reveal everything to Gwenny. Look at this picture. Tell me if you can figure out who I am in the picture, Gwenny said, handing him the photo. It was a picture of him in the Alausu with a group of hunters. He then noticed someone besides Gwenny in the photo. It was Bikrin. A few moments later he then found Gwenny. There. Haha, right, that's me. I was there on a mission with a group of hunters. 5 years after the generation mash-up, hunters from Japan came over to Busan to join the clan. One of the newcomers was someone named Baek Junsung. He was actually native Korean, and not from Japan. I see, Yi Wing said, nodding his head. Even though the picture was very old, his face still didn't look too different from now. He was a bit of an untalented hunter during those times. When we went on a trip to Japan, we met a lot of other hunters before returning to Seoul. A family coming from Busan making their way to Seoul ran into a monster on the way there. The Busan clan went there as soon as they heard about it, but that was the last day they were seen, Gwenny said, and handed Yi Wing a document. When he opened it, there was information on Baek Junsung. It wasn't much, but of course anything helped. After reading it, Yi Wing tilted his head and said, he mostly used a sword. Yes, it was a big and sharp sword. He never really used any other weapon. The documents stated that he usually used a sword and magic. It seemed that he had other skills to use as well, but he preferred to use a sword against monsters. It said he had caught 27th tier monsters so far in his lifetime. That is correct. He didn't have many goals and he was very secretive. There aren't many official records on him. This document is a rarity. I understand. It wasn't a lot of information, but until then he knew absolutely nothing about him, so it was helpful to find out a little information on him. Although it was dozens of years old, he had witnessed that he still used the sword often, so the information seemed authentic enough. There was especially an amount of writing regarding one topic in the document. It said that he tried to study the monster's way, but he didn't completely succeed. His research wasn't enough for his mission. And couldn't he have died in one of the 3 dimensions that he went through? Yi Wing asked. 2. Bikrin, what's going on? Just relax. Click. There was a scar on his forehead from Bikrin's sword. Bikrin, what is the cost of loyalty? He said with an angry voice as he stood before Bikrin. Bikrin then looked at him with a bitter look on his face and said, of course not. I have to think about myself as well. I can't believe you. The giant meeting room was filled with the scent of blood. Maybe those guys are at fault. That's right. He threw a few charms on the floor and they melted away onto the floor like water. The Japanese clan will sort everything out. Is there anyone else somewhere who is aware of my existence? There was a memory that he couldn't forget, but there was something he had to ask someone else. Just as he said that, Bikrin slightly swayed his hand under the meeting room table. His assistant tried to use his hiding skills, but he couldn't escape Bikrin's gaze. Save me, he said. Why did you betray me? Roman, too, was on the opposite team. Those guys were there for the Japanese clan. I had no choice, he said with a shaking voice. So you're trying to say that this isn't your fault? Yes, he replied again in a shaky voice as he breathed heavily. Time went on and he continued to shake in fear. Is there anyone who knows about me? Bikrin asked him again. Of course not. I would never let that happen. I think everyone died the moment you cast that spell. Good. Well then, I guess maybe I can spare you. Pong, Bikrin said just before kicking him in the stomach. Since you're such a traitor, I don't think you'll be able to relax. The Japanese clan guys won't be able to believe this. The meeting room was currently empty with no other clan member present. I thought I taught the soldiers better than this. 100 level 5 hunters. Can you believe that number of hunters anyway? Thanks. You have a lot of energy. I can appreciate that. Huh. Pong. Bikrin then kicked him again. After that he picked up his sword. So, maybe there are more people, who knows. Whoosh. Suddenly he heard the sound of a spell gathering around. It appeared and absorbed into the flaw and its speed to begin to spin around little by little. Let's hope nothing happens within the span of 3 days, he said. He needed more time to make a dimension gate himself. However, he would need a lot of energy power for a gate like that, especially since he was making himself that time. The day the Japanese clan collapsed. The end. Chapter 186. The day the Japanese clan collapsed. 2. Chapter 186. The day the Japanese clan collapsed. 2. The team of hunters were divided by their levels. The department had groups of 4 hunters perfectly equipped for the job. All of them who helped on the job were going to get a cut of the profits made from the monster they've hunted. It was a team with a total of 70 hunters. They were an unstoppable elite. Having a level 9 hunter on their team made them even more powerful. Thanks to him they had no problem capturing any monster. The amount of their monthly payment was basically all dependent on him. But only 20 of them were picked for each mission. So, not everyone was so successful each time. Some of them not being able to make it through the end of the mission was a common thing, but they were in a contract so they couldn't deny any missions. Today was another day for the team of hunters to gather. They all took a moment to talk with each other. Choi Park, it's been a while, hasn't it? Jong Park, this is a group of the most talented hunters in the country. It's a miracle that we were able to recruit such talents. Har. I know, I'm very lucky. There hasn't been a raid that they weren't able to completely. Of course. The monster situation in the country is very out of control. It's very concerning. Thank goodness we have the hunters. I agree. I wish them good luck on the raids to come. Thank you. No problem. See you later. After their talk, Jong Park went into the hall with a team of hunters. How are we supposed to take care of all of this? He said with a concerned tone in his voice. I know someone. He's a very smart person with a doctor's degree. Never mind that. The clan recruitment process cannot be known. Our university's talented people are resting. That's right. However, we need to attract more younger scholars into our realm. I understand, he replied. As his voice grew louder, everyone around felt a bit anxious. Jong Park and Choi Park were both great monster researchers in career. It seemed like they were always trying to one-up each other. And, Dudak. As they were talking, a lady walked into the room interrupting their conversation. She was in her early 30s and had a cold look on her face. She was wearing a black office suit and black heels to match. She politely greeted everyone in the room before speaking. Hello Jong Park, Choi Park, Lee Saman said that Group J laboratory belongs to him. Choi and Jong greeted her and nodded their heads. They knew the lady very well. She was a very well-known person in the J Group Monster Lab. However, she didn't work there much for a while now and they haven't been seeing each other very often since then. The group of hunters in the room were intimidated by her sharp gaze. Jiang, have you met with H. Wang, Filiang? I heard that he was here earlier, but you two didn't meet, she said. Asked. I don't know who that is, he said in reply with a shaky voice. Really, that's strange. H. Wang used to join in on meetings with you two all the time. You don't remember all? You even went to college together, she said, bringing up memories of them and H. Wang. Well, I guess things are just different now. He was a close friend to us. Yes, he was also an expert with the monsters at the gate to China. Really? Har. I remember in that college as well. There were a lot of students, so I couldn't pack properly. But things were still great, the lady said in reply. Okay, let's stop going back and forth with this, Choi said, but Jiang's voice then began to grow louder. She's stuck in a dream to think that we would still be friends. Let's drop this topic now. What? She said, raising her voice. Things then started to become even more awkward for everyone in the room. Jiang then quietly said, what will you think about this place after today? Har, that's something for only me to know. Isn't there something to believe in every corner? The truth could always be shattered. Did H. Wang ever mention that to you? How cruel is that? Wow, you're so confident in yourself, aren't you? Maybe you're in my corner with my beliefs, she said in reply. Her gaze on them was like a tiger preying on a rabbit. Everyone in the room was silent for a moment. Well, the clan team's leader Wen Yi was a powerful hunter who had been on their side for a long time. She was also a powerful hunter, and other hunters were intimidated by her. She was even powerful enough to compete against Wen Yi's guards. Soon she decided to team up with Li Xiaomin. Jiang and Choi still couldn't believe it. Rumi, who was also in the room with them, then finally spoke. Didn't they tell you not to come? Rumi said, speaking for the first time. My contract with J Group isn't even over yet, so it's true that I shouldn't be here, but what can you do about it? I'm sure Filiang is aware of how difficult it is to deal with you. Who isn't aware of that? He doesn't seem to care much about that anyway. Shouldn't you get going by now? Aren't you busy tomorrow? Rumi then turned around and saw Li Xiaomin. And Jiang's face turned pale in fright when he noticed he was there. Indeed, there is a corner of truth, he said, agreeing with the lady. He was a level 9 hunter researching monsters. They were expensive monsters. The higher the level of the monster, the more expensive they were worth. Obviously his skills were quite advanced and gotten even better over the years. All the monsters he researched were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, it was a difficult job. Even if the monster was made of organic matter, it would decay, and if that happened, it wasn't worth anything. Therefore, he had to finish as much research as he could before it could decay. Is there much difference in a 6th tier monster than a 7th tier monster? About an 8th tier monster? Would a level 9 monster only be capable of defeating a level 9 hunter like Yi Wing? There is a reason to get out of control here. He lowered his head, but not in an apologetic way. There was no way he could ever let go of his self-pride. He did seem to be a little angry when he looked at Jiang and Choi. I guess that if I wasn't here, then I think that I wouldn't have anywhere else to be, he vowed to himself. Although would rather step back from the humiliation, he could cry tears of blood next time. The true reason that he came back was to criticize them. We all got along in our college years, but that trash is in the past now. That simple word was the mistake that caused the problem. Yi Wing and I both dropped out of high school, and you have the nerve to call that time trash. Jiang was then completely covered by a tall shadow from behind him. The day the Japanese clan collapsed to the end. Chapter 187 The day the Japanese clan collapsed 3. Chapter 187 The day the Japanese clan collapsed 3. 1. What's going on? Jiang said with a shaky voice as he began to step back. The height difference between them was very big. He couldn't even see the person's face. He was 180 centimeters tall and his height only reached up to his chest. After taking 2 steps back he was able to see his face. Instantly he felt nervous. Obviously he had an advantage over him with just his height. To make things even more frightening, he definitely did not have a friendly look on his face. Tack. Say it again. What about college? That's not what I meant. He replied, shaking in fear. This was totally out of his character, so he tried to keep things calm and not start any more trouble than he already did. Dongshul is a normal person. Rumi walked up to Dongshul and said, well, not exactly, he's now. Dongshul said, but Rumi then cut him off and said, that's what Yi Wing knows. I understand. Dongshul replied and then quietly walked away. He decided to keep quiet so things wouldn't get worse. I'm sorry that the public is getting angrier, Rumi said to Jiang in an apologetic tone. He nodded his head accepting her apology. Everyone saw there was a problem. Her acknowledging the problem helped him a lot. He then replied in quiet and shy voice, yes, this time I will form a complaint about the social levels. I'm sorry. Every out, he said, and everyone instantly made their way out of the room. Finally, the meeting came to an end, but he then became lost in thought before he could finish his sentence. His problems would now follow him out of that place. His face was red as he felt embarrassed. Let's keep an eye out. The more they went to that place, the more they realized how fast things were changing. They had to hurry and break out of that place. After keeping a lookout, they began to push their way through the exit, but the moment they opened the door they saw someone standing there. Jiang instantly lost his temper and pushed him out of the way. He had waited too long to leave that place and wasn't going to waste any more time. However, trying to push a person was like trying to push a giant boulder out of the way. He wouldn't move at all. What's your problem? Jiang said to the person who was just standing in the doorway. Although he was trying to put on a brave face, he was still very frightened. He was a person in his early 20s with shoulder-length hair. He was wearing a shiny armor suit. Go away, who do you think you are? Jiang raised his voice at the guy, but he still didn't even make a move. Maybe he would have behaved differently if he knew the person standing in front of him was a hunter. He was noticeably strong because of his visible muscles. I'm never coming here again. Move it, Jiang said, and decided to just squeeze through a space beside him to get out. But before he could even attempt to make it through, there suddenly was a hand around his neck. What did you say? He wasn't holding his neck tightly, but it was still enough to scare him. Let go. Say it again. Do you know who I am? Who are you? I am the vice president of this research team. Do you want to die on this floor? He was the vice president of the Korean Monster Research College. Obviously Yi Wing wasn't aware of who he was. Research College. Ugh, just let go of me. The vice president thought he would listen to him now that he knew who he was, but instead he just laughed. Jiang then turned over to Rumi. Only she could convince him to let him go. Surely she would quickly come running to the rescue. However, his eyes then opened wide in surprise. She then walked up to the guy and said, "Sorry Yi-wing." "Why, because of this rude person?" Yi-wing asked in surprise. The door then opened and someone walked in. Well, Rumi was very hesitant to speak. She actually didn't even know his name well. She couldn't remember all 70 people from the raid team. It was mostly because she's been very busy recently. "You know him, Rumi?" Yi-wing asked. Rumi then nodded her head nervously. "Are there any more people here who's a part of this research team?" "Why yes, there are a few more. In Korea you had to prepare for years to join a team in that place." Yi-wing then firmly said, "Everyone out. It's obvious that no matter what I won't be able to meet anyone here ever again. Do something now," Rumi answered. Yi-wing then nodded his head and let go of Jiang's neck. Jiang then fell onto the floor and fainted. Everyone who remained in the room wondered why he listened to Rumi and not him when he was in a higher position than Rumi. Yi-tang. There was something he wanted to say, but he decided not to say it. He wouldn't listen to him anyway. A lady then whispered to him, "Wow, I don't want to make this problem bigger than it already is, but I'm really sorry. I just wanted to try to get revenge, but it looks like Jiang already got what he deserved." 2. Wu. Yi-wing sat down and took a deep breath. There was more he wanted to do, but he felt like he couldn't bring himself to do anything at the moment. 2 hours passed by and still felt bored. He went to an individual training room and soon saw Rumi standing at the door. "I thought you were busy. I have something to report to you, so I came. You could just knock and come in. I saw that you were training, so I decided to wait," she replied. "Next time just knock and come in." "But what if you're training?" "It's fine. All right, I do that for now on." "Good. Wanna talk in my room?" Yi-wing asked. "Sure." The both of them then left the training center and went to Yi-wing's room. Yi-wing sat on a sofa in the room and Rumi then joined and sat next to him. She then handed him a few documents. Yi-wing then read the documents and asked, "There's going to be a new department building?" "Yes, recently there has been a lot of preparation for construction going on for it. The construction is scheduled to start in about a week." "I see. I didn't think you would be too happy about it." "Well, I guess it has to be done." "Yay," Rumi said as she nodded her head in agreement. There was no need to complain about it since he couldn't stop it. Yi-wing looked at the document some more and saw a lot of writing on one of the pages. "What's that?" Yi-wing asked Rumi as he looked all of the words on the document. "It's receipts of all of the monster raid requests from today since 7 a.m. Raid requests." Yi-wing then took another look at the documents. There was so much writing. There were requests for all types of monsters, even some as powerful as 8th tier and 9th tier monsters. Have all of them been answered and completed? No, the hunters couldn't take some of the raid requests. Rumi replied, "In the future, instead of not accepting the raids, don't accept the parties and events." "Yay, that's a good idea." Jaewing was referring to all of the interviews the hunters were spending time attending. In the last paragraph there was something regarding Yi-wing. The Japanese government of the World Hunter Association requests a summoning of Hunter John Yi-wing. Yi-wing tilted and asked Rumi, "What are the Japanese clan talking about here?" When Yi-wing came to America he tried to lay low so he would stay out of the news. That. Yesterday the Japanese clan's leading members lost a group of hunters on a raid mission. "Really?" Yi-wing asked in shock. He hasn't told the story to Rumi yet, but he was looking for Bikrin, who was a part of the Japanese clan, and he was looking for him. Yea, but the problem is that in the past they were suspected of doing a terror attack, but the Japan's government suspected Yi Wen was the real suspect. Although Yi Wen wasn't even aware of the issue, he was being suspected for causing it. He then smiled and replied, "That's a good guess. What makes him so sure it was me?" he asked, trying to find out the reason on why they would make such an accusation. "They seem to be sure of it. I'm not really sure why, but don't worry, no one believes them anyway." "I see," Yi Wen replied. He was still feeling a little disgusted. Dongshul was part of an evil clan in the past and became one of his enemies, but thank goodness that's over. But now it's the Japanese clan who's after him. What did the Korean Nation Hunter Association say? Guan Yi preferred to protest with them against it, but I think it's still being decided. However, there are a lot of Japanese members. Who's on your side? Really? Yi Wen asked, and she nodded her head. There seemed to have been a lot of raids requested on the Japanese side. There were especially a lot of 9-tier monsters that seemed to have been showing up in the requests. I see a lot of raid requests on the Japanese side. Maybe I could help them with a few raids in the future. Sounds good. The day the Japanese clan collapsed. 3. The end. Chapter 188 The Story of the Fisher and the Fish. Chapter 188 The Story of the Fisher and the Fish. Rumi walked fast down the hallway. She wasn't that concerned about the fact that there were many raid requests on the Japanese side and cancelled mostly all of them. They could have talked about it at first, but she didn't even want to consider it. She didn't care about it at all. The thief turns away from the hunter. The structure request is right there. Does a level 9 hunter know how to teleport? What does the Japanese media know? The Japanese citizens are suffering due to the monsters. Is this true information? Do you think the Prime Minister stepped down? There were lots of stories going across the national media. The Japanese government even started to rebut the stories. Obviously the conflicts calmed down and they were able to have a smooth conversation with Korea, but they spoke in a criticizing voice. For this situation there was one simple speaker. Japanese number 1 clan team vaporizes the Japanese government members, and now the Japanese hunters are in mayhem. With things going how they are now, Japan's citizens are suffering even more than before because of the monster invasion. It was a problem that they couldn't just turn away from. In conclusion, the Japanese citizens were very angry and the news reached other countries and became an intriguing news to everyone. Could they ever forgive the life of a fellow citizen? It was Japan's dual behavior. Should they just let them get away with it? Would Korea be able to live with that? When will the most powerful hunter of humankind apologize? Korea then began to plummet, and the media all across the world began to report on it. Besides, now they were in a friendly competition. The reason for that was that Korea currently were the only country able to hunt a 9th-tier monster since they had a level 9 hunter. 2. The reactions are very intense. If things start to get too crazy, then we're in trouble, but I'll make sure that doesn't happen. Guan Yi calmly with a laugh. He then looked across the room with a sharp look in his eyes. You're finding joy in these difficult times, he said with a sigh. What ugh. Choi Yoongi was at a loss for words. I thought it was more unusual than usual, but a monster like this is just unimaginable. After an hour of silence, the Virginia government received the calculation details for the raid. Choi Yoongi helped with everything and knew that the best person for the job would definitely be Yi Wen. In the past he even revived Pyongyang Providence. He had no choice but to come to the realization that Yi Wing was the only one that could save them from such a powerful monster. Do you think he'll be able to make it through hunting down this monster every day until the job is done? Days? I was thinking more like 5 minutes, Wenyi said, and patting Choi on the shoulder. Of course 5 minutes was an exaggeration, but his hunters were good at getting things done in a fast amount of time. But what was more scarier than hunting monsters was becoming one of their appetizers. Originally, they weren't worried about the monster eating any humans, but after seeing the recording from the drone they decided it was a good idea to take more precaution. What about that mysterious speed and range of his? If he could keep that up all day, then wouldn't capturing the monster be a piece of cake? Just the thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. If only it was that simple, then Yi Wing could easily complete the raids on his own in no time. Hunters usually moved slowly and carefully, but Yi Wing didn't move slow at all. He's very brave. Indeed. All right, so, do you need some help too? Well, Choi asked Wenyi. Are you sure you can do that? I thought you were retiring. I wouldn't want to ruin your plans. No, don't worry about that, Choi Young-gi said immediately, as he knew that Wenyi didn't actually mean retirement. Retiring and being forced to retire were clearly two very different things. He had to be very careful, not knowing the mess he could be in. Choi then reached out his hand and said, this is the payment. Okay. That was fast. And the information on the others? Wenyi asked, as Choi seemed to have forgotten something. The both of them then smiled. The situation in the village caused the water to leak. Right. Now is the time to answer the clan's call of condolence, Wenyi said with a smirk. He's been waiting for a time like this. 3. The level 9 hunter's arrival was being celebrated by the entire world, and Yi Wing woke up to a peaceful morning. Of course, when he walked down the hallway, everyone could recognize his face whenever they saw him, and freaked out. The only peaceful place for him was the personal training room he always went to. After he finished his morning training, he went to the cafeteria with the other hunters. The atmosphere was a bit different than it was the previous day. When Yi Wing walked into the room, everything went silent. After about 30 minutes, Yi Wing went back into his own room and smiled. It finally felt like home to him. Suddenly, the door then opened and a giant shadow covered him. Hey geez, I'm out of breath, Donchul said exhaustedly after walking through the door. Yi Wing picked up a glass of cold water and drank from it without acknowledging the person at all. You idiot, you seem like a terrible person. Yi Wing then turned around and said, can't you knock? Knocking? What's that? What are you going to do about it? He replied, What's going on? You've been really busy since this morning. Well, I've been having a lot to do these days. Like what have you been spending all of your time training? Donchul asked. Yay, that's basically it. What about you? Yi Wing asked. Not much, but I am having a baby. He's been living with his girlfriend for a long time and they're already having a baby. The two of them haven't even gotten married yet. But Yi Wing didn't really care about it. Wow, congratulations. Thanks. That's not all I came here for. Yi Wing's congratulations didn't sound so exciting, but he was happy for him. What are you watching? Donchul asked, looking at Yi Wing's tablet screen. There were dozens of articles about the Japanese clan. Looks like Yi Wing was reading all of them. You're looking for clues for something. Sort of. The Japanese clan's house was destroyed by a monster that secretly came through a nearby gate. As he continued to read on, he was finding out more and more information on Bikrin. He had the ability to make his own gate and open it wherever he wanted. Clearly he's very powerful. If you listen to the Japanese citizens, then you're right. What crime have they committed? I have no idea. A few years had already gone by, but eventually they were going to die because of them. They deserve to be punished. Yi Wing felt angry just thinking about how they were responsible for Suji's death. Will you need help hunting them? Donchul asked. It's fine. I'll handle it. Yi Wing replied. Besides, Donchul now had a family to focus on. He didn't want to take his time away from that. All right. Donchul replied and closed the door as he left the room. Finally, Yi Wing said as he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He wanted to know more about Bikrin's power, but he wasn't sure how much more information he could find on him. But now he was more confident and knew he could think of an effective way to fight against him. This is gonna be fun. It was time to catch the fish. Yi Wing then smiled and later fell asleep. The Story of the Fisher and the Fish, the End. Chapter 189, The Fisher and the Fish 2. Chapter 189, The Fisher and the Fish 2. 1. The Japanese media were talking all about the monster attack, and unexpectedly, they were starting to do something about the problem. It had already been a few years since the gate incident, but everything was turning out great. Just as he said, the gate had turned completely into concrete but was surprisingly still being borrowed by many other countries. Wherever it led to, there was a special concrete that weighed a ton. Of course, the location was never scheduled, and where the gate led was always a mystery. But after the incident, they fixed that so everyone can set a location in advance for it to work correctly. But even with that, after all the work was finished, Donchul seemed to be unsatisfied. However, Yi Wing obviously didn't care that much. It was mostly because Yi Wing had a raid scheduled at a very unexpected foreign country. China. Yes, it's a very urgent request. There was a very deadly monster on the loose in China. Yi Wing was requested to immediately go to China to help get rid of the threat. It's an 8th-tier black cyclops monster. It also has 3 7th-tier baby monsters along with it. If it's just an 8th-tier monster, then shouldn't there be enough hunters in China already to handle it? A member of the management team asked. There were lots of hunters in China. However, the lead manager shook her head and denied it. Although they have a lot of hunters, this monster in particular is very high-ranked, and their hunters can't handle this situation. Usually, when a monster like this showed up, they would have to get 400 hunters from their country to be able to handle it, but the Black Cyclops monster and the other monsters are just too much for them to handle. There's no one who can maintain a range among the hunters in China. No, that's why this is so urgent. And they have no data on the Black Cyclops monster and its babies, so that makes things even more difficult. I thought they could gather information easily there, the monster research team member said. Every time you do research on a monster, there was a lot of information to find on them. Yes, however, the problem is that so many monsters at once is a deadly situation. The biggest problem is that the monster have broken out of their habitat. After 2 days, then they expected to return. That's why they need someone to help hunt them. Needing to gather 400 people to hunt a monster on a raid was a deadly situation. Of course, whether they took a crowd or one capable person, it was still going to be difficult, but if anyone could do it, then it was Yi Wing. This is a serious situation. Don't you think it's a little weird they requested for him to come, but if Yi Wing agrees to it, then Yi Wing's guard team said. Har har. I think that possibility is rare. The guard team leader said. Are they willing to accept our terms if we agree to this? Rumi asked. They are. I already told them everything and they were willing to agree. If we need help with a raid here on our end, then they'll help us. This is the information from the union. After the generation mashup, China created a union and recruited American employees. It couldn't have been such a big territory. Of course. Don't they need material for during the raid? There's no way to authenticate it, so that's a burden on China's side. How much will the soldiers get for this raid and how long is it going to take? I guess the time really just depends on how fast Yi Wing can hunt the monster. However, the preparation for the raid will take up to 3 days. They have offered a lot in pay. All right, sounds good enough. The management team captain said in reply to Rumi. He then looked over to Yi Wing and asked, Yi Wing, what do you think of all this? Yi Wing was sitting there with his arms crossed looking at the screen of the information on the black cyclope monster. He then tilted his head and asked, if it's going to take 3 days, then won't the monster already attack before we even get there? There is a missile attacked. They have planned to hold it off until we get there. Of course, there's only so much a missile can do to keep an 8th tier monster away, but that's just to hold it off until the help comes. So far they've been doing everything they can to keep it away even before they scheduled for help. Yi Wing said as he started to think. Everyone in the room waited to hear what he had to say. It was the first time he would do such an urgent raid in a foreign country. After closing his eyes for a little, he opened them and spoke to Rumi. Can you prepare the helicopter for tomorrow morning? Tomorrow morning? Rumi asked in a confused tone. That is possible, but don't you think that's a little fast? You don't want to take the few days to prepare? Rumi asked. Yi Wing was ready to go to China and start the raid tomorrow. The people there don't have much information on me, so we should provide them with more data in time for your arrival tomorrow. Instead of trying to explain everything to them, let's just show them. 2. A kid used to live in this mountain district a long time ago. The kid lives in a tree with his parents, but on day the mother went out to buy rice cakes for them. Where is that sound coming from? It turned out to be a foolish decision. Anyway, the mother returned and they ate the food, but the kid then started to choke. He couldn't breathe, but he was lucky enough to survive after the mother quickly took him to get help. After that he could never eat a rice cake again. Sounds like he had PTSD after that. Yay, I've been worried about that kid since that day. Because he wouldn't eat rice cakes anymore. Yes, rice cakes used to be his favorite before that happened. There was nothing that he liked more. Everything about them were ruined for him that day. It's such a shame. Is there anything he likes besides rice cakes? No, that's all he really liked. Anyway, we're going to find that kid on the mountains. Although I don't think we'll be able to, we're going to give it a shot and try our best. What if we run into bears or tigers? Are we going to just give up there? Of course not. Well, be sure to be prepared for things like that. But I just hope that he'll be able to enjoy rice cakes peacefully again. And hopefully we'll be able to find him. Not completely sure if he's even still around here or not. What about the mother? Would she know where he is? I don't know. I haven't had a chance to ask her. Try asking her. That might not be a good idea. She's not too friendly with strangers. This is just like a story from a comic. The kid should be really good with magic. He's been learning since he was very young. Of course, his skills had been passed down for generations. 60 years has already passed. Wait, what's the point in all this? The conclusion I came to is that maybe that boy's mother didn't buy rice cakes that day and he didn't choke on rice cakes. So what are you saying? Isn't it strange he would have most likely died choking on a rice cake considering they were in a remote area, so getting him to help in time was basically impossible. It just doesn't make much sense to me. You think they're hiding something? I just have a bad feeling about the whole situation. In conclusion, it's just a chaos theory. Yay. There's something off about the logic in that story. Also, I heard about this guy who is quite talented and powerful with arrows. Do you know anything about him? No, I haven't heard of anything. We have to find him. He can use magical arrows. He has a power that seems to not be available to anyone else. I heard that his power is inherited by his family from generations of powerful hunters. He was clearly talking about Yi Wing, one of the most powerful hunters of his generation. So, do you think we can gain his power if we could capture him? Even I'm not sure if it's possible to catch him. I've actually seen him in action before, but only one time. He is very powerful. I see. So he could be a challenge. Maybe there's a spell that can do just what we need. You think so? There should be one that can reach up to a distance. Oh, my blood pressure. What blood pressure? You don't even have a human body? Beekrin asked. He was sitting on a chair on the highest floor of the building that he was in and reading a comic. In the distance he could see lots of trucks on the street and people walking on the sidewalk. If the spell could reach that far, then wouldn't that be perfect? Yay. That would be great. Beekrin said a bit anxiously. Hey, don't worry about anything. You can do this. Thanks, Beekrin said with a smile. The Fisher and the Fish 2, the end. Chapter 190 Black Cyclops Raid. Chapter 190 Black Cyclops Raid. 1. The next morning the clan members got onto the helicopter and flew off to their destination. It was a top-notch helicopter that weighed 30 tons and could carry up to 40 people at a time. With 2 people being the pilot, there were also 2 people who helped with the controls. Of course it was Yi Wing and Rumi who helped with the controls. Is this really all we have to do? Yes. No, the assistants and I are going to camp out at the location. 20 of our best assistants will be there with weapons. When we arrive, 10 people will have to take the same car. The team leader and the management team captain still didn't understand the plan very well. If we do things like this, we won't be able to escort Yi Wing. If he gets off the helicopter without guards, then that will be really dangerous, said the guard team captain, who usually didn't speak. The only remaining quiet ones was Rumi and the Monster Raid support team, but this situation was rather confusing. Yi Wing then shrugged his shoulders and looked towards Rumi and said, Rumi, you seem to understand how this works. Can you explain it to them? Sorry, he said. Up until now, you will not be using the knowledge you already know for this raid. For Yi Wing's raid today, we'll be creating a new system. Later when we go into the raid, we just have to do what Yi Wing planned. Understood? Understood, the team captain said. Let's check the report. Each of you will have to display your best skills today. Everyone must be sure to stay on track during this raid, she said in a serious tone. The sporting team captain was looking down onto his notebook, not seeming to be paying much attention. His job was the most important one on the mission, and also the oldest. He wrote down and reviewed everything Yi Wing and Rumi said his notebook. Everything will go fine as long we follow along with the plan. Right, the management team leader said in reply to the supporting team leader. Ewing then turned and stared out the window with a smile on his face as he looked at the golden light from the morning rising sun. Later, as he looked out the window, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Finally, I've finished them all. That took a long time. It turned out to be a lot more than I thought," the spirit said. She was currently trying to absorb the energy of a 9th-tier monster. She had already done it twice, but it was still difficult even the third time around. Even more difficult than the first 2 times. The monster she was absorbing the energy from was very different from the other ones she's tried before. It took a lot of strength and concentration. Did it go well? Yes, thank goodness, she replied in relief. I'm glad you're done now. Did everything go well? Yep. I'm back to my original 80% strength. Yi-Wing was happy to hear that everything went well. She was having a hard time before, but now she's back to normal. So you only have 2 more to go now? Yes, just 2 more. I wouldn't be able to hunt this monster without you. Luckily the spirit had returned and could help him with the upcoming raid. Yi-Wing also had energy he was keeping a hold of for the raid mission. To maintain that force he currently had, he had to get more energy soon. The reason he wanted to hunt the monster on his own in the first place was so he could take its energy. Both him and the spirit needed to get to 100%. The funny thing was that it would be great if everyone else understood that. However, it was important to Yi-Wing not to show his weak points to anyone. Although he didn't really have any, he didn't want to give any doubt that he couldn't handle anything. He'd rather be seen as a level 9 hunter kryptonite in the eyes of everyone else. I wish they could understand, Yi-Wing said to himself, thinking about the fact that everyone really did think of him as some invincible person. He hoped that maybe Bikren also wasn't as strong as he seemed. What kind of spell do you think Bikren has planned this time? I don't know, but I'm sure we'll be able to handle it much better this time around. Do you really think he's a demon? The spirit's skills were very powerful and she could sense almost anything. She could find out anything. A demon, that's still a big accusation. But we will find out more about him over time. Sounds good, Yi-Wing replied, satisfied with her answer. Let's go. Yi-Wing eagerly wanted to shoot an arrow into Bikren's heart. Very slowly. 2. The helicopter landed in somewhere in China for a fueling stop. After that they took off again to finish making their way to their planned stop. I wonder how this will come out on TV. Me too, the management leader said in reply to Yi-Wing as they were sitting down eating lunch. During the fueling stop, the helicopter was there for 30 minutes, so he took that time to get a few of his arrows to prepare. Can you hand me a headset? Sure. Here you go, the guard team leader said, handing Yi-Wing a headset. Thanks. No problem. Yi-Wing then put on the headset and turned it on. Sometimes there were hunters on the team that were fussy and difficult to deal with, but Yi-Wing just thought if they don't really want to help, then why agree to come in the first place? They then turned on the TV and it was set on the news channel. It was live broadcast of a report about the Black Cyclops monster on the loose. A lot of been going on here for the past few days. This raid will have the best hunters, and they will finally help us out of this dangerous situation. Until now there has been no successful raids that has helped take down the monster, so we have high hopes for them, and we are putting all of our trust into them. Everything seems to be the same as it was 1 hour ago. Yay! It seemed a little strange, but the news broadcast was trusted. They were prepared for the raid and ready to show the citizens what they can do. Do you anyone a part of a clan here? Yi-Wing asked to the team leader. There is someone who I used to be close with who's a part of a clan here. He actually became a key person to an alliance here. He has a total of 1,000 members and some very powerful hunters in that group. 30 years after high school he said that everyone left the group, but that wasn't true. When he heard that China was an easy place for them to earn money, he decided to come here. Sounds like someone I don't really need to worry about during this raid, right? Yi-Wing asked, and one of the raid members then replied, to avoid the Black Cyclops senses we're going to have to fly at low altitude for 40 kilometers. We should arrive at our location in 10 minutes. Yi-Wing then nodded his head and said, all right, in 15 kilometers we'll start the raid. Get ready everyone. Yi-Wing said, and everyone in the helicopter instantly got up out of their seats and began to move quickly to get into position. We are approaching the Black Cyclops area. Get ready to attack on time as planned. The team leader shouted, and Yi-Wing slightly nodded his head. Yi-Wing felt a little uneasy noticing that he all of a sudden seemed to have started taking over the raid. Rumi then also noticed and shouted, do you know who you're on a raid with right now? A level 9 hunter. You should follow his lead. Before this raid started, everyone was going along fine with his plan. After hearing what Rumi said, he then came to realization and spoke through the headset. Monster research team, what's the Black Cyclops' weak spot? Yi-Wing then looked at his notes he wrote in a notebook. However, something seemed a bit off. Isn't it a little weird that you don't already know what the monster's weak spot is? I think that it could be water. Yi-Wing then smirked and took one look in his notebook before replying to him. It's not water. Their eye is actually their weak spot. Oh, I see, he replied. Even Yi-Wing didn't actually know the details of it completely. But they do seem to be very good at defending themselves. They're good at defending themselves. Yes, although they do have a weak spot, you can't get to it easily. It is a high-tier monster after all. Wow, one of the team members replied. Good to know. Now let's get ready. After that, everyone felt more relaxed and were more confident than before. Black Cyclops Raid, the end. Chapter 191 Black Cyclops Raid 2. Chapter 191 Black Cyclops Raid 2. 1. Shut up, the raid is starting in 10 minutes. This is no time to be acting out. Every time I have to cancel a raid here because of you all, everyone thinks I'm the problem. Now we have 4 minutes. Ugh, okay. Good, we got extra time and now we have 6 minutes. Click. The raid leader then hung up the phone and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The raid will be starting in 5 minutes, he said to Yi-Wing. Great. Sorry, I said that I would cancel the raid. I just said that to them out of anger. Yi-Wing then shook his head as he understood. It wasn't anything really important. He already knew who his target was. Maybe if he would've accepted the raid on his own subjective judgment, then he would've been fine with it being cancelled if it came to that. Besides, he didn't really like working with teams on raids. I'm not making this decision, but your primary judgment on the raid must be right. Besides, Rumi already approved me for the mission, so there's really no getting out of it. Yi-Wing said. My opinion, you really think so? The raid leader asked with a surprised expression. Getting such a compliment from him was very surprising. I help everyone the best I can. If you need any help, then don't hesitate to ask me anytime. Clearly he was still feeling a bit nervous talking to a level 9 hunter, but he didn't want to make it so obvious. Of course they would abuse their authority and misuse it. Rumi thoroughly looked over the investigation. Rumi works with Winnie a lot. It wouldn't be surprising if they were hiding something. But I think the clan members' punishment is fine, don't you agree? I guess so. I prefer a punishment rule than just a punishment. Yi Wing replied with a nod and looked over to where Rumi was. First we'll do an interview with 4 people. We'll review the skills of the guard team leader and a few others. All right, Rumi said in agreement to what Yi Wing said. From now on, when we in this raid will stick by one of these members. This should help us avoid any problems along the way. But first you'll need to launch it. Besides him, the strongest person there was the guard team leader. He got a weapon and took a deep breath. You may now begin to shoot, Yi Wing said, and everyone then walked up to a metal plate. The helicopter was going to fly up and alert them of the monsters nearby so they could attack them. Yi Wing went into the helicopter to talk to Rumi. The distance of the target is 15 kilometers, so could you just hover the helicopter? That should help a bit with difficulty. Sure, I'll tell the pilots. Okay, thanks, Yi Wing replied. He then put on a headset and started aiming for the target. Click whoosh. The pilots on the inside of the helicopter could hear the sound of the attacks on the outside. Yi Wing was so far the only one reaching the monsters. Spirit, I need your help. Got it. The red energy surrounding Yi Wing instantly disappeared. Before he was using a bit of a flying bird skill, but he now no longer needed that. The spirit flew up into the air to find the black cyclops. In no time he was able to start shooting much faster with the help of energy from the spirit. As the spirit looked from the sky, she saw about 18 black cyclops monsters up ahead. His arrow hit one of the monsters in the eye, but that wasn't enough to stop them. You've attacked about 4 of them so far. Yi Wing closed his eyes for a moment and he could see what the spirit was seeing. He then knew exactly where and how far to aim to attack the monsters. He then heard someone talking to him through his headset. They're about 1,000 meters away, but there's 2 monsters coming towards Outway. Yi Wing then turned to the right and immediately shot 2 arrows. Swoosh pong. They're still coming, they're everywhere, huh? One of the supporting team members were saying through the headset, and then saw something. Of the shooting, it's coming down. Focus on the black cyclops. Oh, all right. The hunter said in reply to Yi Wing. There shouldn't be any more 5th-tier monsters here, he said, and a deep breath in relief. However, they knew they couldn't be too sure about that. 2. Yi Wing could see the whole family of black cyclops monsters through the spirit's view. The monsters stood 20 meters tall, and he could tell they were very strong just by simply looking at them. There were also 3 baby monsters walking by them. A monster like them were something that was only seen in the Alaosu and not in the real world. He wasn't sure how they could appear in the normal world, but it was the first time he had seen a monster like that there. If humans were just like them, then humans would invade their world as well. But obviously they're not like that, so the monsters thankfully don't have to worry. However, of course the situation would be different if the black cyclops monsters had the intelligence of a human. They're currently 1,600 meters away. We can hover over only 4,000 more meters. One of the hunters said through the headset. The black cyclops can't be scientifically explained. There's not nearly enough research on them. They weigh about 1 ton, are as tall as a building and are extremely tall. The raid support team leader explained to everyone thought their headsets. Can you explain that again, please? They are really scary monsters. Yi Huang asked. Although he had already heard everything there was to know about them before the raid, he needed a recap. The black cyclops monster do look very scary. The moment you meet eyes with them, you'll feel powerless. Although they could be very difficult for hunters to defeat, there is a way to block their strength. All right, Yi Wing said, nodding his head, and got another arrow. Considering all that, this could be a real challenge. Yay, Yi Wing said in agreement as he prepared to launch the arrow. Let's try to be careful of the helicopter while attacking. Yes, sir. Yi Wing then took a deep breath and launched the arrow. Magic skill. All strength increased by 5. Energy increased by 1000. Healing skill increased by 30%. Skill attack strength increased by 50%. The spirit's power increased. However, as much as her power increased, she still had to work hard to maintain the power. Your powers improved? Yi Wen asked, noticing how much stronger she was. Yay, now my skills could interfere with the formation. Should we start? Let's go. Yi Huang then launched 2 arrows. Strong moving arrow. Whoosh. Quang. They're coming. We need more power. Keep attacking, guys. All of the members of the raid team were attacking the monsters at once, but it wasn't going as good as they thought it would. Keep going, the pilot said, though the headset. Yi Huang continued to shoot arrows. Rumi, request for a bigger helicopter, please. We're going to have to use a stronger attack. A stronger attack. I understand. Rumi replied, being surprised at first until she realized what he meant. Quang. Yi Wing kept shooting arrows, creating another giant sonic boom cover the area in thick dust. Black Cyclops Raid 2, The End. Chapter 192 Black Cyclops Raid 3. Chapter 192 Black Cyclops Raid 3. 1. The Black Cyclops had a bad feeling about something. It furrowed its brows and looked around. While keeping its babies close, it looked around, making sure they were clear of danger. Ji grew. It didn't see anything, but it still felt something was wrong. The enemy hadn't attacked them yet, but it could sense something was going to happen. They've been attacked by hunters before, so they weren't so scared of any threats. The monster knew how to fight them off and keep them away. However, the hunter that was looking for them was like no hunter they've ever encountered before. Its biggest concern was, of course, its children. This could be too dangerous for them. Jiaru. Jigru. The monster roared. It was a signal that it was time for it to feed its children. Usually the monster would hunt on its own, but in a dangerous situation like this it was best for the monster to take its children with it. Jiaru grew. Although it was still too dangerous out to hunt, but the babies were clearly really hungry, so the monster had to go find something for them to eat. Jidar. The monster itched its head in frustration. It brought his brother with her on the hunt to ensure their safety. Jidar. She looked around everywhere to try to find something, but there was nothing in sight. Quang, quang, quang. Its big eyes looked and saw something. It was something dangerous. They tried to quickly hide in the ground, but it was too late as they had already been spotted. Jiarju. The enemy started to get closer and closer to them. Suddenly, their footsteps stopped. In that exact moment, there was an unbelievable fast shot coming their way. Jiarju. The monster did a call alerting the rest of the monsters that they were in danger. Grew. After that it saw a light like lightning coming towards them. With just the blink of an eye the far distance the light was right in front of them. The monster hugged its babies to protect them, and the black cyclope monster ran in front of them to block the attack. GGR! The monster shouted in panic as the danger approached. A few seconds later, swoosh, swoosh, an arrow flew by the monster at the speed of light, nearly hitting the mother monster protecting her babies. Gigrar! The monster shouted while covering her head. Swoosh pong! Gigrag! The monster screamed as the shot landed close to its babies. Its babies also screamed and fell onto the ground. Lucky for them the shot was small so it didn't affect the baby monster too much. There was a small wound left, but it wasn't severe. Gigrar Gigru! The moment the explosion reached their area the monsters began to panic. The other baby monster was shouting. One of the other babies had their leg cut off from the explosion due to an arrow that hit into it. Then another light came flying from the sky. GGR! The cyclope monster saw the light coming towards them and turned to its babies. It remembered how an arrow hit its baby in the leg last time. Quang, quang, quang. This time they were able to block it. It hugged its babies to completely block them from the attack. Gigruag! It was a strong explosion, but the monster was able to take the blow. Of course it was painful, but that wasn't a problem. We have to find the enemy. The monster thought, knowing there was a human somewhere attacking them from afar. It calculated where the human could be by watching where the attacks were coming from. After the attack stopped it couldn't figure out the range. Giarud! The other monsters followed along in the direction from where the attacks were coming from. They walked in a formation so the mother cyclope could protect her children. It was sad as it looked down at the baby who got its leg cut off from the attack. Gigru! It was determined to find the enemy and destroy him. Although they didn't see anything yet, they realized something. It wasn't something from the real world but something they would find while living in the Alausu. It was a cyclope dragon that existed a long time ago. The monster was known as the Alausu's strongest monster that protected the Alausu. However, of course one day it suffered from a fatal attack and died. Swoosh! Another light came flying towards them. Gigrard! His time they went prepared. The monster shouted and the black cyclope ran towards the light with the babies in its arms. Gigru! Another cyclope was flying towards the light, but when it noticed that it was an attack it quickly turned around. We have to stop this. Quang, 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 quang. Then, when they finally got close enough to see who it was, they went surprised to see Yiwing. They then heard his voice from the distance. More. Got it. A giant helicopter then flew up into the sky. Whoosh pong. Yiwing continued shooting the arrows. Will this lure them here? It should. I think it's working. Whoosh. The helicopter was approaching quickly. 2. The attack seems to be working. The raid leader was in the helicopter checking the monitor of the monster tracker. All the monsters were coming closer to them exactly as they planned. Their monster hunting monitor kept track of where the monsters were. Having the monitor made it easier for them to know the right time to attack and where. Yiwing continued to shoot the arrows in the direction location. Amazing. Rumi looking at the monitor seeing the success of the raid. The monsters didn't seem to stand a chance. Try shooting a few more at a time, the raid leader said through the headset to Yiwing. Although things were going well so far the vibration of the arrow explosions went big enough. Besides, all of the arrows were not flying straight. They were landing in all kinds of directions. What in the world are those arrows made from? The monster research leader asked the supporting team manager. The supporting team manager was in charge of Yi Wing's supply and demand. The support team manager laughed and replied, "The clan received specially manufactured weapons. The arrows that he's using right now are called Be-Death. They're his most requested arrows." Be-Death. Be-Death was the name of one of the hunter's most requested brands. They sell those kinds of special weapons, or they only sold to certain people? He asked. The supporting team leader then laughed. Of course you couldn't just go and buy a weapon like that. Of course not. It's just what? You're more likely to be able to get it depending on your hunter level. I see. He replied, still watching Yi Wing shoot arrows in amazement. Suddenly, they saw something coming their way, and it wasn't a hunter. What's that? Luckily they attacked the monster in time before it got too close. However, the pilots already made a steep turn trying to avoid the monster. Sorry everyone, it was a very urgent situation. Whoosh! The helicopter turned to the side making a steep turn, and everyone held onto their seats. Rumi effortlessly kept calm and checked the monitor. Although they couldn't hear any noise yet they felt as if they could already feel it in their ears. Pang! The black cyclope monster was hit in its head. A whirlwind of dust came up from the ground and the monster and its babies watched with blank faces. The black cyclope monster was helping block the attacks for them, but it looked like it was now out of energy to keep going. It couldn't help them anymore. It's time to start the hunt. 3. Wee-eye. A silver drone flew by in the sky that was now empty. The entire raid team looked at the drone footage in amazement. Wow! 40 years ago, after the generation mashup, the world needed a new hunter to help save the day. Many hunters tried to fill the spot, but it was just no use. No one had what it takes to handle it. Because of that, even though their levels raised, the skills and hunter experience they had still wasn't enough. They could only reach a level of high-ranked, but still considerably standard skills. Due to that, there came a bigger problem. Anyone weaker than them or stronger than them could tell how strong or weak they were before they even attack. It was important to respect a hunter's privacy so their strength wasn't revealed beforehand. With that being a problem, something called the star system was created to help protect hunters' private information. At first the star system was advocated and could only go up to level 7. The highest level hunter there ever were level 8 and 9, so even just reaching level 7 was very difficult and very rare. Therefore just going up to level 7 seemed to be just fine. No one could imagine anyone ever going over that level anyway. Until 60 years passed and someone stronger than all of them finally arrived. He was even powerful enough to fight a level 9 monster on his own. In no time he became a world-famous hunter thanks to his skills. And now the star system had to upgrade. Wow, it's really a level 9 hunter. Black Cyclope Raid 3, the end. Comment 0. Comment first. Rate this chapter. Vote with Power Stone. Chapter 193, The Fall of Tokyo. 1. Although they knew that those skills consumed a lot of energy, they still let him handle the raid of 18 monsters on his own. Among the 18 monsters there were 3 7th-tier monster babies. Thankfully he had already captured 5 Cyclope monsters so far. Also, there was also an 8th-tier monster that was the strongest of them all. With everything going on, the place was now crowded with Chinese news broadcast channels. This is unbelievable. Wow, it's the first time I've ever seen anything like this, and it may be the same for you as well. Currently there are 18 monsters here. Clearly this is a challenging situation, but the hunter seems to be handling it quite well. It's amazing, the news anchor said, reporting on the raid. He could barely focus as he watched the raid in amazement. It was such an amazing and unbelievable sight for anyone. Even the cameraman could barely focus. They even spent time filming the giant black cyclops monster. So far the raid has gone on for an hour and 40 minutes. This is so it's like a record for how fast this is going. How and when will it end? Let's keep watching to find out. Wow. Until the raid would come an end, they stood there watching with their mouths wide open in amazement. Now it looks like the news anchor could barely report on the raid because he was too focused on watching. It's hard to tell what's going on now, he said as he continued to watch. The only thing going through his head was how could a hunter be so powerful? Wow. Another one of the news staff almost fainted while watching the raid. She was actually someone who lost her family due to a monster attack in the past. Her heart beat so fast every time she saw the monster on the screen. However, today was the first time that she was able to endure watching for so long. It felt as if her fear was finally gone. Not only that, everyone else also felt the same way as she did while watching. This black cyclops monster raid will continue to broadcast live until the end. We'll be right back after a commercial break, the news anchor said, reading from his script. The cameras were then off and he went to sit in his chair. Phew. He was covered in nervous sweat. Anyone could feel the anxiousness simply from the screen, especially since the raid was getting even more intense with arrows constantly flying towards the monster. 2. Wee-eye. The helicopter flew through the sky. Everyone inside of it were silent. There may have been something some of them had to say, but they were far too distracted watching the raid. It seems to be going great right now. Yes. Also, let's use the supercomputer and send the transmission of everything we've filmed from the drone, the research leader said. He watched Yi Wing fight off the monster without even looking tired. It's really amazing, one of the clan members said, and the clan team leader looked a bit unagreeing. He seemed jealous. Everything amazing in the world disappears, he said bitterly. Chinese officials are asking to meet Yi Wing. They want to do an interview. I don't know, he may be too tired to do any interviews, Rumi answered. It didn't seem that he was tired, but maybe she was right. But he doesn't seem tired at all, he thought to himself, but decided to go with it. Understood. Also, has the team for picking up the monster corpse showed up yet? He asked Yi Wing through the headset. Oh, right. They're on their way now, Yi Wing replied, seeming to have spaced out. Okay, good. Yi Wing then spoke to the spirit. Hey, what is it? Why would we need the 8th tier monster's energy? Because I've never had one before. If I take it, then that could cause trouble here. I guess that is true, but I don't know. I guess you could take some of its energy. Maybe, Yi Wing said, still unsure. 3. Yi Wing's aircraft returned to career. Aside from Yi Wing, everyone was working very busily. Especially Rumi, who bought Yi Wing a new helicopter for his next mission. Usually Rumi was a bit hesitant to do such favors for anyone, but in this case she was willing to help in any way she could. Can you say that again? Asked a polite voice. This helicopter is much stronger and safer than the last one, she answered, and everyone looked surprised. It was a very powerful helicopter that could basically withstand anything. It was perfect for the missions. Rumi said that she always wanted to use it and now is the perfect time. It's a great aircraft model and is quite new. However, this model still hasn't had a chance to be sold overseas yet. Rumi said to use it for the next raid. It will be very useful. Alright. I'm not sure how it works or if it's been used yet, but that's all the information I have on it. Understand? It's been used up to 1 month at the most. Rumi replied. Okay, I think he can handle it. The meeting will end here. Everyone can go now. I should give Choi Yoongi a call regarding this meeting, she said, and everyone's face in the meeting room turned pale in fright. Choi Yoongi was a very strict boss who was hard to face. His office was on the highest floor of the building. It seemed Rumi had a lot of unpleasant things to report back to him, so everyone was a bit concerned. No, we can test it out every day, don't worry. One of the members shouted from his seat. Rumi then started to press a button to end the meeting, but right before she pressed it she stopped and looked at them and took a deep breath. Great. Every day sounds good. And let's start tomorrow morning. Got it. Everything will start on time. We'll finish discussing this with a supporting team leader. Yes, boss. One of the meeting members replied, and everyone then left the meeting room. Tomorrow morning the aircraft model would be ready for the next mission in Japan. However, Rumi didn't seem to find their words so trustworthy. But she had too many other things to take care of and couldn't worry about that, and just had to hope they would keep their word. Until now everything had been prepared. Yi Wing showed them what the raid would be like. All he needed was 4 hunters to come along with him. Having too many people come along with him on any raid was a waste. That fact was proven on the previous raid, however, now that he thought about that it seemed like a mistake. But it didn't seem like a problem for her. She then heard a ringing noise and looked down to see if it was her phone. Hello. Hey, turn on the Japanese news broadcast channel. Okay. Rumi said as she got the TV remote and turned on the TV, and there it was. Now we are at one of the gates where everyone lost their spirits. The gate is too big and failed to get searched. Now there's even a 9th tier monster on the loose because of this gate that it came through. It was reported to be a Dakasu monster. This is clearly a very urgent situation, and the people of Japan are in a lot of danger. The bottom of the gate reached down to the end of the building. Although the building looked miniature on screen, it was very big in person. The gate looked to be eating away the building. The people didn't seem to care too much about that. Besides the hunters who were trying to help save the day, all of the citizens were trying to escape. Jijik. You could hear the sound of the building slowing, collapsing. The Japanese government had already tried their best to fix the problem, but nothing was working. No one could handle it. They even tried to seal the gate with concrete, but that didn't work either. What do we do now? Nothing has worked. We're doomed. Someone shouted in the background of the broadcast. The few cement trucks left the area before it was too late. Everyone is currently trying to escape Tokyo, but the trucks are blocking the way. They seem to be struck. This is a big problem because it seems that the people cannot leave. This city is now being filled with many refugees, now causing a riot. Even the airport is now being targeted. There is no place to go. Things are getting out of hand. Besides Yi Wing, everyone watched the screen with shocked expressions. The Fall of Tokyo, the End. Chapter 193, The Fall of Tokyo. Chapter 193, The Fall of Tokyo. 1. Although they knew that those skills consumed a lot of energy, they still let him handle the raid of 18 monsters on his own. Among the 18 monsters there were 3 7th-tier monster babies. Thankfully he had already captured 5 Cyclops monsters so far. Also, there was also an 8th-tier monster that was the strongest of them all. With everything going on, the place was now crowded with Chinese news broadcast channels. This is unbelievable. Wow, it's the first time I've ever seen anything like this, and it may be the same for you as well. Currently there are 18 monsters here. Clearly this is a challenging situation, but the hunter seems to be handling it quite well. It's amazing, the news anchor said, reporting on the raid. He could barely focus as he watched the raid in amazement. It was such an amazing and unbelievable sight for anyone. Even the cameraman could barely focus. They even spent time filming the giant black Cyclops monster. So far the raid has gone on for an hour and 40 minutes. This is so it's like a record for how fast this is going. How and when will it end? Let's keep watching to find out. Wow. Until the raid would come an end, they stood there watching with their mouths wide open in amazement. Now it looks like the news anchor could barely report on the raid because he was too focused on watching. It's hard to tell what's going on now, he said as he continued to watch. The only thing going through his head was, how could a hunter be so powerful? Wow. Another one of the news staff almost fainted while watching the raid. She was actually someone who lost her family due to a monster attack in the past. Her heart beat so fast every time she saw the monster on the screen. However, today was the first time that she was able to endure watching for so long. It felt as if her fear was finally gone. Not only that, everyone else also felt the same way as she did while watching. This Black Cyclops monster raid will continue to broadcast live until the end. We'll be right back after a commercial break, the news anchor said, reading from his script. The cameras were then off and he went to sit in his chair. Phew. He was covered in nervous sweat. Anyone could feel the anxiousness simply from the screen, especially since the raid was getting even more intense with arrows constantly flying towards the monster. 2. Wei. The helicopter flew through the sky. Everyone inside of it were silent. There may have been something some of them had to say, but they were far too distracted watching the raid. It seems to be going great right now. Yes. Also, let's use the supercomputer and send the transmission of everything we've filmed from the drone, the research leader said. He watched Yi Wing fight off the monster without even looking tired. It's really amazing, one of the clan members said, and the clan team leader looked a bit unagreeing. He seemed jealous. Everything amazing in the world disappears, he said bitterly. Chinese officials are asking to meet Yi Wing. They want to do an interview. I don't know, he may be too tired to do any interviews, Rumi answered. It didn't seem that he was tired, but maybe she was right. But he doesn't seem tired at all, he thought to himself, but decided to go with it. Understood. Also, has the team for picking up the monster corpse showed up yet? He asked Yi Wing through the headset. Oh, right. They're on their way now, Yi Wing replied, seeming to have spaced out. Okay, good. Yi Wing then spoke to the spirit. Hey, what is it? Why would we need the 8th-tier monster's energy? Because I've never had one before. If I take it, then that could cause trouble here. I guess that is true. But I don't know. I guess you could take some of its energy. Maybe, Yi Wing said, still unsure. 3. Yi Wing's aircraft returned to Korea. Aside from Yi Wing, everyone was working very busily. Especially Rumi, who got Yi Wing a new helicopter for his next mission. Usually Rumi was a bit hesitant to do such favors for anyone, but in this case she was willing to help in any way she could. "Can you say that again?" asked a polite voice. "This helicopter is much stronger and safer than the last one," she answered, and everyone looked surprised. It was a very powerful helicopter that could basically withstand anything. It was perfect for the missions. Rumi said that she always wanted to use it and now is the perfect time. It's a great aircraft model and is quite new. However, this model still hasn't had a chance to be sold overseas yet. Rumi said to use it for the next raid. It will be very useful. "All right. I'm not sure how it works or if it's been used yet, but that's all the information I have on it." "Understand. It's been used up to 1 month at the most," Rumi replied. "Okay, I think he can handle it. The meeting will end here. Everyone can go now. I should give Choi Yoongi a call regarding this meeting," she said, and everyone's face in the meeting room turned pale in fright. Choi Yoongi was a very strict boss who was hard to face. His office was on the highest floor of the building. It seemed Rumi had a lot of unpleasant things to report back to him, so everyone was a bit concerned. No, we can test it out every day, don't worry," one of the members shouted from his seat. Rumi then started to press a button to end the meeting, but right before she pressed it she stopped and looked at them and took a deep breath. "Great. Every day sounds good. And let's start tomorrow morning." "Got it. Everything will start on time. We'll finish discussing this with a supporting team leader." "Yes, boss," one of the meeting members replied, and everyone then left the meeting room. Tomorrow morning the aircraft model would be ready for the next mission in Japan. However, Rumi didn't seem to find their words so trustworthy. But she had too many other things to take care of and couldn't worry about that, and just had to hope they would keep their word. Until now everything had been prepared. Yi Wing showed them what the raid would be like. All he needed was 4 hunters to come along with him. Having too many people come along with him on any raid was a waste. That fact was proven on the previous raid, however. Now that he thought about that, it seemed like a mistake. But it didn't seem like a problem for her. She then heard a ringing noise and looked down to see if it was her phone. "Hello. Hey, turn on the Japanese news broadcast channel." "Okay," Rumi said as she got the TV remote and turned on the TV, and there it was. "Now we are at one of the gates where everyone lost their spirits. The gate is too big and failed to get searched. Now there's even a 9th-tier monster on the loose because of this gate that it came through. It was reported to be a Dakasu monster. This is clearly a very urgent situation, and the people of Japan are in a lot of danger." The bottom of the gate reached down to the end of the building. Although the building looked miniature on screen, it was very big in person. The gate looked to be eating away the building. The people didn't seem to care too much about that. Besides the hunters who were trying to help save the day, all of the citizens were trying to escape. Jijik. You could hear the sound of the building slowing, collapsing. The Japanese government had already tried their best to fix the problem, but nothing was working. No one could handle it. They even tried to seal the gate with concrete, but that didn't work either. "What do we do now? Nothing has worked. We're doomed," someone shouted in the background of the broadcast. The few cement trucks left the area before it was too late. Everyone is currently trying to escape Tokyo, but the trucks are blocking the way. They seem to be struck. This is a big problem because it seems that the people cannot leave. This city is now being filled with many refugees, now causing a riot. Even the airport is now being targeted. There is no place to go. Things are getting out of hand. Besides Yi Wing, everyone watched the screen with shocked expressions. The Fall of Tokyo, the End. Chapter 194 The Fall of Tokyo 2. Chapter 194 The Fall of Tokyo 2. 1. Besides Yi Wing, everyone looked at the screen in shock. Will it explode? I don't think it'll be able to just stay like that, the raid team leader asked. Apparently the gate hadn't always been this big, and it seems to be only getting worse. No, that information actually turned out to be incorrect. Didn't they call for help? I thought that the Japanese government said they needed someone to help them. The media didn't really have the correct information. Luckily, those living in Japan are safely evacuating to Korea. The Japanese government should handle the situation better. Hopefully he has something in the works. There's a lot that needs to be done there. And what's to come isn't even their biggest problem. If I'm not wrong, then I heard that the Japanese citizens feel that they were blindly trusting their government. Wow, that is a problem. Japan was the most unstable country of them all. They had many monster attacks, and things were only getting progressively worse over time. Should we go back first? Even though they didn't send out a raid request, we should go and try to help them even if they don't want it. They need help. You're right. It was a shame what was happening to the people, but it would be hard to try to plan a raid there when they didn't want the help. But maybe they would be able to do it, considering Yi Wing just successfully completed an 8th tier monster raid. There's no better person to do this besides Yi Wing, Rumi said as she turned towards Yi Wing. Yes. Looks like we'll need our department's official name, Rumi said, and Yi Wing then tilted his head and asked, do we need the official name? Yes. The system is actually now the supporting system. Usually the soldiers would make the decision with a leader and come up with a name to use, but we need something right away. But, whatever it is, we can let you approve of it first, Rumi said, and Yi Wing then took a moment to think and soon nodded his head in agreement. He just didn't want anything that would have his name directly in the title. Do you have any name in mind? Yi Wing looked around but couldn't come up with any name. The raid team manager then said, what name do you think would be best for the raid team? I want something that will fit all of us, but I don't have anything in mind. Whatever you come up with, will be fine with it, Rumi said. Yi Wing then heard the spirit. Just use your family name, the spirit suggested. Why? It'll be easier for you to get a new upgrade, and then I can use more magic. The spirit's advice did help. Besides, using his family's name wouldn't be a terrible choice. But if I use my family name, then I'll have to tell them about my family members. Isn't everyone in your family fine? There should be nothing to worry about. No, it's just, would they even believe it? Of course they would. What could they say? It wouldn't be that surprising considering how powerful they see you as anyway. I guess you're right, Yi Wing replied. He then looked around at everyone. It hadn't been that long since they all met, but it is unlikely that they would doubt him. Let's just use my family name. Your family name? Yay! Yi Wing explained his family name to them, and everyone had a shocked look on their faces. They couldn't believe it. His family consisted of generations of powerful hunters. It's not a big deal, Yi Wing said, hoping that wouldn't change their behavior towards him. He wanted things to stay just the way they are. 2. Da-do-do-do-do. The giant helicopter flew through the sky. Everyone was wearing their headset ready for the mission. Rumi had a strange expression on her face as she checked to see if everything was all clear up ahead. She checked again and again to be completely sure and then spoke to everyone through the headset. "Hello, this is Rumi speaking," she said through the headset, getting everyone's attention. "Yes, hello Rumi. This is an official from the Korean Nation Hunter Association, Bihyun Jun." "Hello, sir." There were 5 officials of the National Hunter Association team. One of them were Gwenny. "Har, because of you the National Hunter Association has been doing really good these days." No, Rumi said, not trying to take all of the credit. "Tokyo has been suffering a lot lately because of an incident with a gate. Before you guys G over there to help I'll need to talk to Yiwing." "Huh?" she asked in reply to his request. "I thought he would be tired after the raid in China, but this is a good chance for the Korean Hunter Association to get an even better reputation." "One moment please," Rumi said, cutting him off. "What problems could there be? Isn't it something that could solve the dispatch?" Har, you're right about that. This is our chance to catch up with a lot of things." "No. Why does the Hunter Association have to make the final decision?" "Rumi, this is a very important decision that has to be made. This isn't just Japan's problem, the monsters could easily escape to our country as well. Also, this could really backfire on us and our image if our interference is unsuccessful. So we need to think this through carefully." "But sir," Rumi said, cutting him off again. "What is it? I understand what you're saying, but Yiwing can do this. I'm sure of it," she insisted. I'll think about over with the other officials and get back to you. Guanyi may be the most difficult to convince. Our clan is not a low-rank team. We can do it. You don't need to get any approval," Rumi said as she turned to Yiwing and nodded her head in assurance. She asked, and Yiwing also nodded his head in agreement. "I don't know, I think it's best that we still get approval from everyone first. We're going to do whatever we want no matter what." "What?" he said in reply to Rumi's demand. "I said we're going to do what we want no matter what you and the other officials say. We already have a plan, have started to go through with it. So it's too late for us to turn back anyway. We've made up our minds. Listen here. Duke Diadu." Rumi then hung up the phone before he could say anything else. "Wow, that was refreshing," she said. Yiwing looked at her in shock. He had never seen her like that before. She was usually a very calm person. "I've never known you as such a demanding person," the raid team leader said to Rumi. Rumi then laughed and replied, "This is just too important for anyone to try to ruin." "What do you think he's going to say to Gwenny?" "I don't know, but I don't think that's anything to worry about. It's not like Gwenny and I are strangers, so even if he does hear about it and get mad, he won't be too harsh." "That's good," he said. "Besides, there's nothing at all to worry about because the mission will surely go great since we have Yiwing here with us," Rumi said, and Yiwing smiled. Yiwing did feel kind of regretful for what just happened with the officials. He usually wasn't one to care much, but he felt a little disappointed in himself. "Let's go." "All right." The Fall of Tokyo 2, The End. Chapter 195, The Fall of Tokyo 3. Chapter 195, The Fall of Tokyo 3. Articles about Yiwing spread all over the Chinese media. Level 9 Hunter saves the day with his arrows. Korean Hunter shocks China with his amazing skills. Powerful Hunter with magic arrows saves China. Level 9 Hunter succeeds in a raid against 18 monsters, including an 8th tier monster. Everyone was amazed at the fact that he was able to fight all of those monsters on his own. It seemed impossible. All of China praised him. There were even videos of the fight spreading around online trending #1. What a shame. You guys helped too. Don't worry about it. We couldn't have done it without you anyway. Yi-Wing didn't feel good about getting all of the credit for a raid that they worked as a team for. He sat down with his food tray and started to eat. Why do we have to eat here again? Yay, why do you want to eat here, Yi-Wing? The place they were in was Yi-Wing's favorite place in the neighborhood to eat. Because it was just close by. This is Yi-Wing's favorite place to eat. I think it's one of the best too. Yay! Everyone was so amazed with Yi-Wing's skills that he was starting to be seen as even more powerful than Gwenny. But even so, he felt good knowing that he could sit and eat and be seen as just a normal person with no special treatment whatsoever. Just like how it used to be. The menu here is great, Yi-Wing said while eating. You're ordering so much that the restaurant is going to need more chefs, Rumi said with a laugh. Will Gwenny be visiting Japan as well to see how things are going with the incident? No. It seems that he will be staying in Korea this time. Oh, she replied. Yi-Wing put his spoon down and began to think. Maybe the other Hunter Association officials can't convince him to go, Rumi said, noticing what Yi-Wing was thinking. I guess so. I just thought this was something he would be concerned about. Yi-Wing was really starting to dislike Gwenny because of that. He felt really let down. There's really no need to worry about it. Gwenny has experienced a lot of situations like this in his lifetime, so maybe he just wanted to take it easy this time. Are you worried about the leader of the Hunter Association? Yi-Wing then erased the worried look off his face and smiled as he picked up his spoon again to finish eating. No, I'm fine. It's not a big deal. They all finished eating and went off to stop at a department that was named after Yi-Wing's family name. For now on they let Yi-Wing be in charge completely. Isn't it strange that the department is named after you? What's so strange about it? That means it was most likely run by your family. I guess we'll find out for sure later. But shouldn't I be proud to have my family name on it? Yi-Wing said. However, he wasn't sure how he should feel about it either. He did have a marking on his chest that his entire family had as well, but he still wasn't sure why it was there. They've shrunk. Obviously that means they're not as good as they used to be. We're going to have to adjust to it. Special skill passive. Loyalty of magic skills increased. Energy of magic increased. Skills of magic amplified. The spirit got a new upgrade. Yi-Wing's skills didn't increase, but everyone else's seem to have. This is a mind skill. It'll help us a lot on this mission. Got it. Yi-Wing replied. 2. Yi-Wing finished the raid in China, and 2 days later went on another raid mission in Japan. The fall of Tokyo. One word was enough to describe it. Due to the generation mash-up, a gate had been getting larger and larger until it finally noticed, but unfortunately, it was noticed too late. When they finally reached the location of the gate, there was some kind of black liquid exploding out of it. Although the black liquid coming from it was normal, they had never seen a monster come from out of the gate. The city's faith was in Yi-Wing as he was their last hope. As they got close to the black liquid and tried to see what it was like, but not even a weapon could get through it. What was even scarier was that it appeared slowly. Boosh! Suddenly they heard a loud noise coming from somewhere. It sounds like something giant. It was even creepier because they were at the gate. It was a loud hovering noise. As the hovering got even louder, the black liquid started to spill out of the gate faster. "Let's get out of here." Everyone ran away in panic and the black liquid started to explode everywhere. They weren't sure what was happening, but they assumed that it was a giant monster coming closer. The Japanese Empire are attacking. Many Japanese soldiers were fighting all they could and they only had a few more hours left to endure it. Half of them even already died due to monster attacks. They were starting to deeply regret their decision. People were running all over the place trying to escape. Dozens of monsters were coming out of the gate and there was nothing no one there could do. Some people were even already dead by being trampled. After that the attack continued on, and soon there was a huge explosion. However, the biggest problem was still the black liquid. The liquid was becoming more and more due to the loud hovering noise vibrating the ground. All of the citizens fled Tokyo and soon a Dakasu monster came from out of the gate. It was responsible for the hovering noise that was heard a few minutes ago. A giant level 7 Dakasu monster has invaded Tokyo. We encourage everyone to find safety as quickly as possible. This is a very unexpected occurrence. Japan is now experiencing a fatal monster invasion. Everyone in Tokyo were escaping the city. The next day there was a big explosion scheduled to try to get rid of the monsters. The Japanese government were going to launch a missile into the area hoping that it would be enough to get rid of all of the monsters with that one attack. However, that was obviously very unlikely. There were way too many monsters and just a missile was barely even enough to get rid of one of them. The whole world was shocked watching the report on the news. It was the first time that Japan was in such a panic and alarming state. 3. The world-known level 9 hunter from Korea has come here to help with the monsters that escaped out of the gate. Articles and news channels were talking about Yi Wing's arrival to save the day. The news was spreading everyone online as well. Yi Wing hadn't showed up yet, but everyone was hoping that he would. Will he attend the Japan raid? Can he stand by and save us? Even the Korean media was talking about it. Actually, it was getting talked about all over the world. If they refused, the National Hunter Association of Korea refused the request, then that would give their stories more credibility. So far there was no sign of his arrival to rescue them. However, there were still articles trusting him. The people of Japan are still waiting for the great level 9 hunter to show up. Will he be able to fix the gate? Will he be able to capture all of the monsters? I guess we'll have to wait and see to find the answers. Why are they pushing this so much? It's clear that he's not coming. They're talking about the hunter more than Japan's issue. Where is he? I really hope he does come really soon. It wasn't just the Korean media, but the entire world was talking about Yi Wing. There were comments under the article with mixed opinions, but overall everyone was counting on him to come through. Looks like we should move a bit faster, Rumi said to Yi Wing. I agree, Yi Wing replied. The Fall of Tokyo 3, The End. Chapter 196 Legacy. Chapter 196 Legacy. 1. Rumi prepared for the article's interviews. She walked through the giant hall of the biggest hotel in Korea. Not only did they save a seat for the world's best hunter, but there was room for all the hundreds of hunters of each clan team that came as well. Not only ones from Korea but hunters from all over the world. However, the fact that the Korean hunters were on one side of the room separated from everyone else felt a bit strange. Of course they were proud of a powerful hunter from their country, but their faces clearly didn't look happy at all. Did you say that famous hunter will be here today? What famous hunter? You haven't heard of the famous hunter that everyone's been talking about? A writer asked to another who surprisingly didn't seem to know who he was talking about. Ooh, we have to make an honest report. What if it turns out badly? Do we still submit it or try to fix it up? I don't know. I guess we'll worry about that when we get there. The journalists chatted with each other about the upcoming interviews. Many of them seemed very unexcited. That's it. How are we all supposed to gather here for nothing? Clearly none of us are even interested in writing this story. Yay, the oldest reporter said and tore up his piece of paper he was going to write on and threw it onto the floor of the interview room. Wow, are you seriously doing this right now? One of the other reporters asked him. Yes. The Nation Hunter Association are talking on the top floor. Oh, he replied in disappointment hearing what he said. What do you think is going on up there? I don't know, but I don't have a good feeling about it. Look, this person is a level 9 hunter. So no matter what, everyone's going to think the same and praise him. That not our problem. The top leader of all clans is Gwenny, who is a level 7 hunter, but this other guy is a level 9 hunter. There can't not be a problem there. That does make sense. A journalist replied. What do you think will happen? It can't be anything good. I don't think we need to worry. Everything's been fine these past few days. So, you don't notice anything off? Not really, but I can see where you're coming from, he replied calmly. Honestly, all of them felt a bit strange about the whole situation as well. Everything is just really strange right now. Moreover, if they were to create a new government establishment in the future, then well, that's all I can say. I'm gonna get going now. Oh wait, what were you just saying? He shouted to the oldest journalist, but it was too late as he was already out the door. What he said was left ringing in everyone's head. A few hours later, Rumi announced the beginning of the journalist meeting. 2. The National Hunter Association of Korea still hasn't accepted any requests of raids for Yiwing. However, before then we decided to take matters into our own hands and plan the Japanese rescue raid on our own. It would be easy to just wait and deal with whatever answer they had, but no time could be wasted on an issue this big. So the National Hunter Association of Korea doesn't agree with what you just said? A Japanese reporter asked. Would that be the right words for it? There's already a lot of false accusations about Yiwing being spread around because of assumptions like that, Rumi said to the reporter, who then sat back in her seat without another word. All right, next. Is there a doctor provided by the National Hunter Association to join hunters on raids? Of course. The well-being of the hunter is always being taken care of as much as possible throughout raid missions, Rumi answered. From the looks of the Nation Hunter Association's position in this situation, do you think that we could really trust them with our well-being? Of course, but didn't I mention about not doubting them? That's something for them to address, not me, she replied. We understand that, but after everything that's happened over here, I think we deserve a proper explanation by now. Ooh. Seeing that Rumi didn't seem to have an answer for her question, the reporter sat back down into her seat in disappointment. The reporters then seemed to all have fallen into a panic. An American reporter then raised her hand. Rumi then nodded her, signaling for the question. It looks like Yiwing is now our only hope. But does he have anyone that helps with all the heavy lifting on missions? All the other reporters were interested in hearing the answer for that question as well. Well, Rumi said, trying to answer the question. Do you even have an answer to that question? At that moment 2 people showed up next to Rumi. She smiled as if she already knew who they were. Thank you. 2. After about 30 minutes later the meeting ended. The moment the interview ended, the reports began to send everything from the interview to the newspapers. The famous hunter appeared at the meeting conference to answer a few questions. The Korean department's journalists also confirmed all the answers we were asking. Finally, the answers we've all been asking were answered. Tick. Yi-wing sat at a table under the clear sunlight reading one of the articles on his tablet. Bei-chim, there's so much focus on this, he said to himself. Yay. Wenny should really give them more answers to avoid a bad reputation. Rumi said. The articles aren't so bad and people do seem to be receiving them well. I guess you're right. Yi-wing then stood up from his seat. He didn't really care that much about the situation, but the media seemed to be praising him over every little thing. Of course that would be great for anyone else, just Yi-wing didn't like all of the attention. It's strange. The next second the media could easily be against you. Well, all we can do is make sure everything is fine on our side because only we know the truth. Yi-wing said. You're right. I mean, I know they do this to have a job, but aren't they just a bit too much sometimes? During the last national raid there was so much damage done that the tax prices went up, causing many people to struggle with the sudden expenses. Rumi indirectly spilled the secret on Yi-wing's renunciation of citizenship. Do you think it could be because of my renunciation of citizenship? Training was his favorite thing to do and he didn't think much of leaving the clan, but because of that he may have to start thinking about it. There are many hunters in the same situation. I don't think it'll be a problem. Besides, you're different than every other hunter, so it's not the same. You would easily reach the requirements anyway, Rumi said, and Yi-wing smiled. All right. But do you think I should include myself in those taxes anyway? Sure, that should be enough to satisfy some people who may be a bit angry. Yay, and that should gradually help people create more jobs. Not for that. Then, what for? Are you going to keep refusing it, Rumi? Yes, Rumi replied. Rumi hasn't been interested in paying taxes for funding related to monsters ever since her parents died in a monster attack when she was little. You should try it. If you invest a little now, then your welfare can increase by 10% by the time you get older, he said, and Rumi was surprised to hear those results. But she was still very hesitant as she already had her mind made up for a while. She didn't trust anyone to fight and defeat monsters to ensure the deal. Well, there was only one person she trusted. That one person was Yi-wing. Besides him, there was no one else she wanted to put her trust into. Thanks for the advice, Rumi replied. Now, let's hurry and get ready for the Tokyo raid. And the Nation Hunter Association called and refused for us to go through with the attack. What unbelievable, Rumi said in a shocked tone. I'm done here. I'm not hungry anymore. Legacy, the end. Chapter 197 Legacy 2. Chapter 197 Legacy 2. 1. Rumi politely spoke to the Nation Hunter Association about the situation. Although they weren't approving of the mission, they were able to work something out. Luckily, after a little talking, it was easier for them to come to an agreement. They realized that maybe it was best for them to go on the mission, and apologized to both Yi-wing and Rumi. The two of them were satisfied with the apology, and they were then able to move on from that situation. After all of that, they agreed to help them with a Japanese raid and give them the weapons they would need. The news of the monsters was all over the Japanese media, but the raid hadn't started yet. However, the Japan government did try his best to guard the gate to keep everyone as safe as possible. We have to find out what's in this black liquid. The leader of the monster research team then pressed a button on his research device and information on the liquid came up on screen. He then looked to the team management leader and said, "That definitely doesn't look safe. Can you write a quick report on it so the other team members can know the information on it?" "Okay." He then began to write a brief report on the black liquid. "Try to make it simple but with all the information and details so we can find a way to protect ourselves from it." The research team leader then scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Sorry, but the elasticity fundamentals have common starch-paste effects and are similar to a solid matter. Looks like it can absorb what's around it. But obviously it's also much stronger than a paste." Apparently it was much stronger than they thought it would be. It could even protect itself from the missile attacks. "I don't know what we could do to get rid of it." "I understand," the monster research team leader said, and team management leader then began to write all the information in a brief report. A few minutes later he finished with a report and presented it to Rumi. "Conclusionally speaking, maybe that could help lure out the monster during the raid. Right. With the weapons the Nation Hunter Association sent, it should be possible for us to avoid the liquid and use it to our own benefit." "Does anyone know exactly how powerful the monster is?" "The tier doesn't measure its power entirely. They're pretty strong, but I don't think they'll be impossible. But there are a total of 451 of them roaming around Tokyo, so the raid may take some time," a clan member answered. "Clearly there was a lot to do for this mission. We're going to have to be really careful this time," the team management leader said. Everyone then nodded in agreement. All of them then looked at the screen to check the monster's movements. "Be sure to plan the attacks very carefully and detailed. Dakasu monsters are very unpredictable and observant monsters," he said. After all of the analysis were finished, but they couldn't figure out exactly how they wanted to plan the attack. The biggest problem was that the monster was known to be really good at blocking attacks. "Sir," Yi Huang said to the monster research team leader. "Yes, Yi Huang. Do you know exactly how powerful the monster is at blocking attacks?" Yi Huang asked, and he took a moment to think for a little. He then quickly checked the tablet and seemed to have noticed something. "Yes, this happens to be a very simple calculation." "What does it say?" "The calculation says that there's something about 500 mm away from us." 500 mm. The guard team leader said. "Looks like there's no telling how well this will go." Yi Wing then tilted his head and said, "Wasn't the black cyclope monster 5 times stronger than that?" "Well, you are right about that." Yi Huang then looked at all the information on the brief report. "Well, now that we've all come to a decision, we can start the raid in 3 days." "All right," Yi Huang said in reply to Rumi. He then finished reading the briefing report and took a deep breath. The place they were going was very dangerous itself, even for the guard team. Yi Huang then leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. "What's that?" the Monster Reach team leader asked. "Let me see," Rumi said. "We're going to do some research to find out the most effective way to attack it. They're really giant, so while we're on the move we can be as prepared as possible." "Got it." Rumi was thinking about all the ways they could improve their plan so far and if this would cause any follow-up raid afterwards. "You continue to grow." "What are you talking about?" Yi Huang asked in reply to the spirit. You just finished a raid a few days ago, and now you're going on another one. Impressive. I guess so, Yi Huang said like it wasn't nothing. Archery skills. Unique arrow. Moving arrow. Exploding arrow. Strong arrow. Arrow shower. Penetrating arrow new. He reviewed all of his arrows to see which one would be the best to use on the monster during the raid. When he saw the new skill, he noticed that he hadn't even used it yet. There actually hadn't even been a reason to use it yet. It was a very powerful skill he gained so far, but he hasn't used it yet because he felt that he wasn't skilled enough to use it yet. However, now he felt that he was ready. This is going to be like the first hunt. Whoosh, quang, quang, quang. Suddenly there was a large explosion from far away, and something came shooting at Yi Huang, but luckily, he was able to dodge it. He looked back and saw nothing but a rocky mountain. It was actually Guanyi's favorite mountain peak. Legacy 2, The End. Chapter 198 Good Men, Good Women. Chapter 198 Good Men, Good Women. 1. Did anyone find spare parts for the drone? Not yet. The base is complete, so we'll move on to that immediately so the helicopter will be ready whenever we need to fly. We won't take until we've finished 20 hours. All right. Let's go. The team manager said to the workers working on the helicopter. He used a tablet to check the rest of the parts of the helicopter, and he suddenly saw something surprising. Are Yi Huang, sir? You've done a good job. No, not that. The team manager said. Take a break. The raid hasn't started yet, so we have time to take it easy. Yi Huang said. They still had a few days left before the raid started. The Korean Nation Hunter Association even sent them some monster hunting weapons to help. However, he was looking at something on the screen completely different from what they thought. Wait to get you the best support. We should get moving now. It's an emergency. Look at this. Something's not right here. The summit's heat dropped to a dangerous low. We're going to have to be really careful. Really? Yes. He didn't actually think much of what he was talking about. Is there anything to worry about? Something is going on here. Look at this, he said, and Yi Huang went to take a look. There were thousands of tents set up with people inside of each one of them. They had to be soldiers there for some reason. It was hard to see what the people looked like and what they were wearing. It seems that they didn't have enough things, and it was definitely hard to find food. All of their faces looked tired and sad. However, a few feet away was their fully equipped camping area. There were lots of people that weren't able to escape Tokyo in time, so they were stuck there camping. They had nowhere else to go. They were stuck. Does some terrible smell? Huh? Yi Huang asked in reply to the team manager. The team manager then took a deep breath and said, this side of Japan is very easy to allocate. Those people must be having such a hard time. It's unbelievable. Obviously they weren't having such a hard time as them since they weren't staying in Japan, so they felt really bad for the people out there. Let's go and shoot. We can do something and help them. It's not too late. All right, the team manager said in reply to Yi Huang. Let's get going. He said. 2. This is kind of relaxing. Talk a little quieter. Yi Huang replied. A girl with red hair then came up to them and said, wow, who are you guys? Yi Huang just blankly stared at the girl. It was a spirit. She was now in human form. Yi Huang's face started to turn a bit red because of the cold. This is terrible. "Aree," the spirit replied as they walked in the dark while freezing. She then looked around with a smile and said, "This place is really funny. How everyone around is wearing a hood over their head." Yi Wing just nodded and took a deep breath. He didn't mention it, but he knew why they were dressed like that. She didn't know what was going on, but just by looking at it, it would seem like some kind of hoodie festival. There were a lot of hunters wearing the hood as a fashion choice. It was best to hide their faces as much as possible on mission for their safety. Almost every hunter they saw had their faces covered with their hood. "Wow, so many of them are wearing hoods," the spirit said. There were about 30 of them wearing a hood over their face in that place. "Do you think they're wearing them because of you?" "I don't know. It wasn't common to see so many of them wearing hoods, so it was really strange. They could have been wearing them because of Yi Wing, since the hood over his face was kind of his thing in all the viral videos." Someone then suddenly cut between Yi Wing and the spirit as they were walking. The person was wearing black armor and had big muscles. He tried to grab the spirit's wrist, but of course pulled away from him. The moment he tried to take her hand, she punched him in the face. Ponged. Her punch sent him flying back and landing onto the ground. Yi Wing then turned around to see what was going on. Everyone else was then also looking in their direction, wondering what all the noise was. "So annoying," the spirit said. Someone then pointed at them and shouted, "It's a Satoshi. Hey, have you lost your mind?" Everyone then started to walk closer and surround them. "Skura clan, let's get them." It was the Skura clan hiding behind those hoods. They were the most famous clan in Japan. In the past, the Japanese clan used to rule Japan, but they got dethroned from their position, and the Skura clan took over. However, ever since the gate incident happened in Tokyo, things changed and they had nowhere to go, resorting them to camp out in a rural area in Japan. They seemed a bit relieved to find someone from out of town in the area. Their leader then shouted, "It's a hunter. Get in position, everyone." "Yes, sir," the clan members replied and immediately got into position. Dozens of hunters were surrounding Yi Wing and the spirit. "What's going on here?" a hunter said, pushing his way through the others to see what was going on. He was wearing an outfit similar to what the Japanese president wore, with 2 black belts around his waist. "Clan master, these intruders have crossed into our territory." "What?" he said, cutting off his sentence. He looked over at Yi Wing and the spirit. "Who are you?" "Wow." He started off speaking in an angry tone until he saw the spirit's face and his expression instantly changed. There were a lot of females on their clan team, but it was the first time he had ever seen someone so beautiful. His mouth was basically wide open in shock as he looked at her. He then folded his arms and said to Yi Wing, "I'm the Skura clan's leader. My name is Mishima Yukio, and I'm a level 5 hunter. It is nice to meet you," he said while staring at the spirit the entire time. "What are you two doing here?" he asked. Of course, Yi Wing and the spirit didn't look scared at all. Instead, they just looked annoyed and a bit confused. "Say something." "Ooh," Yi Wing said calmly. Clearly they weren't planning on starting any trouble with them, but they were only getting more and more annoyed. The Skura clan leader just couldn't get over how beautiful the spirit was. He couldn't even bring himself to be rude to them. Then suddenly someone came and said, "What's going on here?" said someone, pushing their way through the crowd of soldiers. All of the Skura clan members were all wearing red uniforms and carrying weapons. She walked towards the front and looked around. She had long black hair and red lips. Her name was Tsukarsur. "Are you all not doing your job?" she shouted at the clan leader and the other clan soldiers. "Tokyo is in danger. This is no time to be slacking off." Tsukarsur then turned to Yi Huang and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you too. Good men, good women, the end." Chapter 199 Good Men, Good Women 2. Chapter 199 Good Men, Good Women 2. 1. "You've stepped into my territory," the Skura clan master shouted. He reached for a weapon in his holster around his waist. Suddenly he became surrounded in red energy light. The energy created a strong shield-like guard in front of him. "You and your friend have no mercy. But this is something special," he said, but Tsukarsur then cut him off with a laugh and said, "Har, you really think you're so powerful?" Swoosh! Tsukarsur then took out her spear and swung it around before stabbing it into the ground in front of her. "You're talking very confidently." "So," she replied confidently. He then took a few steps back. He knew how serious she could get. Yi Wang looked at both of them with still slightly annoyed expression. "What are those two bickering about?" "I have no idea. I think she may be hitting on you." "Good job." "Har," Yi Wang replied sarcastically to the spirit. He then just ignored the two of them bickering and started to walk off. "You're just going to leave. There's no reason to stay here." "You can't leave." The spirit wanted to stay and watch the drama. The clan leader then pointed towards Yi Wang and shouted, "Hey, what is he doing? You can't escape, stop him." The Skura clan members then tried to keep him from walking off by blocking the path. One even tried to punch him, but Yi Wang easily dodged it. Of course he knew to always be ready for a surprise attack. Yi Wang then grabbed his fist and threw him onto the ground. Pong! "How, what is he doing? What's going?" A few of the clan members mumbled from the crowd. "Hey, get up! What are you doing?" A few of them yelled to the soldier who was just thrown onto the ground, but the soldier wasn't responding as he had already fainted. Tsukarsur then burst into laughter and said, "Har, you really can't get up after that," she said to the soldier lying on the floor, who then struggled to stand up. "Stand up straight, get them," she shouted, and he and a few other soldiers then instantly stood up straight, shaking in fear. The soldiers then started to surround Yi Wang to attack and keep him from escaping. "You're gonna pay for that," one of the soldiers said, grabbing the collar of Yi Wang's shirt. It was clear from the beginning that they weren't weak soldiers at all, they just weren't as strong as him, which wasn't a surprising fact. They seemed to be known as the head of the rural area. Many of the people of Tokyo escaped too. However, even they weren't ready to hunt a 5th or 6th tier monster. They definitely weren't that powerful or confident enough. Buying the weapons for a monster like those was also very expensive. They would also be scared if they recognized who Yi Wang was. Took took took. Something suddenly shot at them out of nowhere. They all looked around trying to see where the 3 shot came from. The clan master also looked around and shouted, "Who was that? Show yourself." Of course he didn't expect it to be Yi Wang, who was standing right in front of them when the attack happened. How could they have not seen him? The only way it could be him was if it was his helper who was with him before. "Impossible. Yamarder, what is it?" Yamarder said in reply to his call for help as he slowly walked towards him. All the clan members moved out of the way, making a path for him to walk by. He was carrying a giant sword on his back. He was quite young, in his mid-30s to be specific. As he walked towards the clan leader, the other soldiers had an anxious expression on their faces. Sakarsa saw him and instantly recognized who it was, but couldn't ever imagine seeing him there. "No way, the Japanese clan. Martyr, why did you drive all the way out here?" You seem surprised. "I actually didn't drive out here, I walked." He was number 1 in the Japanese clan until it all ended. He's a level 6 hunter, the highest level in the clan. You guys can handle it. Of course. Are you sure about that? Well, Sauter, the clan leader replied, pointing at the spirit. The moment he called for help, she disappeared without anyone noticing, making the clan leader look ridiculous. "First, you need to discipline that ill-mannered child, then we can talk." Tak Pong. Just as she said that, she disappeared from where she was standing. Actually, something attacked her and she flew off so fast it looked as if she disappeared. Yamarder then quickly took out his sword and pointed it at Yi Wing, shouting, "It's him, we're in danger." However, Yi Wing just stood there peacefully. He then calmly took a step forward. Yi Wing then took out his sword as well and stabbed him in the stomach. Swoosh! Yamarder then fell onto the floor holding his stomach in pain. It wasn't a fast attack, it was just perfect timing, so he wasn't able to defend himself in time. This idiot. Unfortunately for Yi Wing, Yamarder stood back up enduring the pain, and he was now angrier than ever. He tried to quickly stab Yi Wing with his sword but was blocked. With all the tension from their energy, their swords began to spark as they hit against each other. Yi Wing looked a little confused as neither of them were using any type of skill or energy. He actually hadn't used any on them yet. He was planning to save for the perfect time if he would need it. She then took a slight step forward and, quang! Like a cannon, arrows suddenly started to shoot at him, sending Yamarder flying into the nearest wall. Quang, quang, quang. Swoosh! Whoa! All of the other soldiers watched in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was like a nightmare. How could he fight like that against a level 6 hunter? It was impossible. But the most surprised person was their clan leader, Yukio. What was that? Who was he to be able to succeed against level 6 hunter, the highest ranked hunter in the Japanese clan? Today was the first day that he had seen him fail in a fight before. Yi Wing then began to walk up to him again. It was time to end this situation so he could finally leave and get back to preparing for his mission. Wei-I. Something then came flying by again as a military bus showed up with hunters gathering off of the bus. Just as the military bus opened, the Sakura hunters all huddled up into a group, protecting themselves as they watched what was going on. Nobody move. Good men, good women, to the end. Chapter 200 Crazy Fan. Chapter 200 Crazy Fan. 1. When they appeared, everyone a part of the Sakura team started to feel nervous. They were all in the top 5 of the best hunters in the Japan National Hunter Association. Although had a very big responsibility to withhold, they kept up their imagine really well for all those years. Yi Wing watched as he was clueless on what was going on. This is really tiring, Yi Wing said to himself as he watched. Spirit, you can return now. Great. Although you're the one who caused this situation. It was hardly my fault. Sure, Yi Wing replied sarcastically. Now Yi Wing had to take care of the mess. Click, click, click. A girl with long black hair walked towards him. She was wearing a pleated skirt and a giant shield with a Japan Nation Hunter Association symbol on it on her back. She was wearing an official Japanese hunter uniform with tall heels. She looked really young, like she was a high school student. Everyone politely greeted her as she walked by. "Greetings, Miss Lear," they all said with a polite bow. She was only 21 years old but already a level 6 hunter. Her skills were one of the best for someone so young, which earned her great respect from Japan. She was very famous in Japan, like an idol. She was also insanely beautiful. Lear, they all watched in amazement as she walked by. "Idiots," she said quietly but loud enough to be heard. "He came here to Japan to rescue Tokyo from its misery," she said, referring to Yi Huang. Another person then walked up to them. "Miss Lear." It was Yamarder. He reached out his hand politely to greet her. He was covered in blood and dirt from the attack. "Where is that loser?" She was clearly looking for someone, but Yi Wing didn't think it was him. "Don't move. Where is he?" she shouted while looking around. Someone then yelled, "They're all dead," Yamarder said while flying into the air. After hitting into the wall and now flying into the air, his energy was bursting everywhere. That's impossible. We came here to stay safe," Sakarsa shouted. Obviously they all turned to Lear in that moment as they were concerned about what was happening. "Quiet, everyone." Lear then quickly got an arrow and tried to launch it, but it was already too late. Yamarder's sword reached the ground faster. Yi Wing quickly got an arrow and threw it at him. Swoosh! It was just in time to interrupt his attack. Pong! The arrow stabbed into Yamarder's wrist. He then instantly fell the air and back onto the ground. However, unfortunately for him, Yi Wing wasn't finished yet. Pong! Ponged! Whoosh! The impact from the attack reached every corner of the entire area. Yi Wing then dusted off his hands as she was now finished. Phew! He then took another look at Yamarder and noticed something. "He's not dead." One of the other hunters then walked up to Yi Wing and said, "Please spare him." "Why?" Yi Wing asked him with a sharp stare. "Why Suddenly, Yi Wing's hood slightly came off and he saw his face. However, he was so shocked that he could barely talk. Everyone else was then able to recognize who he was as well. And in no way is that Yi Wing. It can't be. All of their eyes and mouths were wide open in shock. "How could we have not noticed that it was you this whole time?" Yi Wing just stood calmly as they all were surprised. Lear then politely kneeled before him. "It is an honor to meet you, sir," she said to him. Everyone else was too frozen in fright to even move. Yukio even sat down on the ground as he was so shocked that his mind went blank. He couldn't think straight at all. Well, there was only one word ringing in his head. "We're finished." Obviously their skills couldn't compare to his. Even though they were an entire group and he was just one person, they knew they wouldn't stand a chance. The most powerful hunter they have is Lear, who is a level 6 hunter. Yi Wing then looked down at them kneeling and said, "Stand up. If you want used to." Lear then began to slowly stand, but fell due to a sudden pain in her leg. She fell right into Yi Wing's arms and fainted. Her long black hair fell over his shoulders like a waterfall. But obviously Yeon wasn't thinking of anything like that. Pong pong pong. Dozens of flashlights showed up out of nowhere, shining in Yi Wing's face. "What's going on?" the spirit asked. Crash. 2. After the loud crash there was complete silence. The Skura clan was joined by the Japan Hunter Association. Before leaving, Yi Wing decided to help them a bit by carrying Lear to their next destination. "We're so sorry for the inconvenience," one of the clan members said as Yi Wing sat Lear onto a chair at a table. "Don't worry about it," Yi Wing replied. Soon after Lear lost conscious, they went to a nearby cafe with the rest of her clan members. After placing her at a table with the other members, Yi-Wing went to sit alone and ordered an Americano shot. "Looks like you're a fan of Americanos," Lear said. Her Korean was surprisingly good. "No, I don't really like them that much. Crazy fan." The end. Chapter 201 Crazy Fan 2. Chapter 201 Crazy Fan 2. 1. Lear woke up a few minutes after they arrived at the cafe. "We've all gathered here because we're going to present our skills." "I see." The team manager then came up to him and said, "They have to understand. Make sure you're all prepared. Let's finish this as quickly as possible." "That's a lot of pressure," Yi-Wing replied. Usually he would thoroughly manage his energy before starting any training. The team manager then smiled and said, "Don't worry, Yi-Wing. You'll do great no matter what. But no one has to tire themselves out. This is just a short review." "Okay," Yi-Wing replied. It felt a lot like the first time he tested his skills against Wenny. "Anyways, we can do this. They don't stand a chance against all of us. They may have respect from everyone in each nation, but they chase after that. They chase after it so much that it becomes an illusion." "An illusion?" "Yes, but her and the rest of them are still young. She still has a lot to learn in the hunter world. It's just an illusion. Usually idol singers are handsome and good singers, but a lot of hunters aren't like that. However, they are certain to get more attention if they have those factors. Having both is what's really impressive, and fortunately she is one who has both. Of course we are stronger than she is, but they could clearly put up a good fight. We're also much older." Yi-Wing then nodded his head in agreement and replied, "Yay. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to handle them. After that we should earn more hunting experience to get closer to a level up." "That's true. You're only 5 years older than her, but your skills are much more advanced." "But what about your appearance?" the team manager said. He then looked up at Yi-Wing's face and shook his head. "It'll work. And sure to be nice to them the next time we meet them," the team manager said. 2. It's done. "Good. Okay, when I first watched the video I wanted to keep doing what we were doing before. Until now it has seemed to have been working fine. I worked really hard to come this far and become a level 6 hunter," Lear said while shooting arrows in her dream as she was still unconscious. Her shooting gloves were thicker than the ones Yi-Wing uses. The palm of her hands were completely unharmed. However, she had been shooting so many arrows that her fingers were a little scratched. "Watching the Monster Raid video made me really happy. I didn't make any mistakes." She then faced up towards the roof as her eyes suddenly started to tear up. They had been sitting in the cafe for 2 hours so far. Yi-Wing, who was sitting at a nearby table, looked at the clock on the wall and got up from his seat. "I think it's time to get up now," Yi-Wing said to Lear, who was still not feeling too well. "Oh, is it already time? Sorry. I just wanted to talk some more. Today was fun," Yi-Wing replied, and Lear smiled with her eyes still closed, dreaming. Her other clan members were still waiting for her to come to so they could leave and get back to their tent area. "Let's go." Yi-Wing turned to leave out of the door, but Lear stopped him by saying, "Wait, stay here with me for a little." "Boo," Yi-Wing said, turning around as Lear held onto his sleeve. He looked back at her and her eyes were clear. "Do you happen to be dating someone?" she said, and her face turned red like an apple. Clearly she was very nervous about asking such a question. Yi-Wing awkwardly looked around after her question. He wished she wouldn't have asked him in the cafe. Obviously he didn't know what to say in that awkward situation. Yi started off saying, everyone in the cafe was looking at them waiting for his answer. I probably shouldn't be asking you this. I'm sorry. She was aware that maybe it wasn't a good time or a good question to ask. But if she didn't ask him at that time, then she would have never been able to find out the answer. No, it's okay. Yi said. There is someone. Oh, she said, seeming disappointed. Are you in love with that person? She said as if she had to push the words out. I don't know if it's love, but I know that I want to marry this person. I see. Lear replied as a tear fell down her face. She tried her best not to cry but couldn't hold it in. Yi stood there looking at her, not knowing what to do. Of course he didn't think it wasn't much of a big deal, but seeing her so upset did make him feel terrible. Lear then wiped her tears and smiled. Thank you. It was nothing. Well, I'll get going now, Yi said and turned away to leave the cafe. You shouldn't have answered her question like that, the spirit said to Yi. The team manager told him to say that to maintain a good distance from others, to maintain professional relationships with people, and not get too close to anyone. Until then he didn't realize how hard it would be to follow through with that, not knowing how much it could upset someone. He felt that he didn't want to follow that advice anymore. Instead he wanted to just be honest. Obviously the spirit also knew how he really felt. Well, what I said technically wasn't wrong. Yeah, but I don't know, I just think it was uncalled for. I guess you're right, too. About an hour later more news spread about Yi. It seemed that the Skura clan must have said something that definitely didn't help give him a good reputation. This Imagine is definitely going to need some fixing, Rumi said. She seemed to not be feeling so good about the news. It's not just a bad article, but it's just... While he was with the Japanese hunters Yi, they must have gotten a photo of him in action. Written at the bottom of the photo in the article included an explanation of the background, and there was even a video taken to go with it. However, there were many ripples at the bottom of the photo, creating a big impact in the present. And the article also said that Yi was dating someone. Obviously it wasn't Lear who told anyone about that. It was someone in the neighborhood. He overheard them. Yi. Yes, Rumi. What is it? You're dating someone? Rumi asked nervously. Yes. Oh, she replied, clearly looking upset, but Yi just ignored it. Wow, you're such a bad person. Be quiet. Who is she? Rumi asked, but decided that maybe it wasn't a good idea to ask. Never mind, I won't invade your privacy. Yay, and I hope all this work you're doing doesn't interfere with your relationship. It can be hard to date when you're so busy all the time. It's fine. She's stronger than anyone I know. She's spending her time eating a lot and taking care of herself. What, eating a lot? I don't eat that much. You're still eating orders you got from the cafe. I'm just saving them. There's no need to get some to save. But at least they're making you stronger. Whatever, she said, ending the conversation. It is kind of surprising. Crazy Fan 2, The End. End of Vol 2 Part 2.